Chapter 1 of The Story of Avis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Story of Avis by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. Chapter 1. And all I saw was on the sunny ground the flying shadow of an unseen bird. What was it about her? Coy Bishop, at the Poetry Club that night, while a theological student with a cold in his head was declaiming from the second canto, sat perversely wondering. It was becoming to Coy to wonder. She did not very often, being a blonde, with a small mouth and happy eyes. She changed the accent of her thoughts as they pursued her, out of irresistible sympathy perhaps with the reader, who experienced some elocutionary difficulty in changing his, though indeed she found her own reverie so much more to the purpose just then than her desire for literary culture, that she conceived a distaste for the young gentleman as a tiresome interruption, and hoped that some of the girls would refuse him before the winter was over. What was it then about her? There was more sense than syntax in Coy's question, at least a sense perfectly clear to herself, who, as the only person concerned in this mute discussion, had obvious rhetorical rights therein. This was in the days when young ladies had not begun to have opinions upon the doctrine of evolution, and before feminine friendship and estrangements were founded on the distinctions between protoplasm and bioplasm. Yet, even 15 years ago, the resemblance of the human face to different types of animals was no novelty to any thoughtful fancy. So, too, the likenesses in the human body to forms of life incident to the vegetable world were surprising only to people ignorant of the anatomy of the nervous and arterial systems. Coy was not ignorant. Harmouth girls never were. Her mind was stocked with facts sufficient to bring these correspondences before it. But there she stumbled upon a dense idea across which neither the diploma of the Harmouth Female Seminary nor the course of study in which all Harmouth girls engaged could strike a light. Had anybody ever said that people resembled metals? Was it Galileo or Socrates? Newton, perhaps? Or could it have been John Rose? The theological reader at the other end of the room just then, suddenly observing Miss Bishop's averted face, floundered into an acute embarrassment upon seeing that she blushed swiftly, and wondered if he had read from the love passages too long. His mind gathered an immediate accretion to the conviction that light literary work was unsuitable to the preparation for the gospel ministry. Coy was not blushing about John Rose. Young men are too common in Harmouth to be easily blushed about. She was aware of a certain incongruousness in that fancy about the metals. What was the use of reading clubs, and suffering such anxiety about the coffee when one took one's turn, if one could not tell whether one owed an idea to an old Greek or to an evening caller? That she could have originated it, Coy never for an instant conceived. She left ideas to Avis. What she meant about the metals was this. All people in their physical natures are akin to some form of inorganic existence. Some, for instance, are clay, sheer clay, mud. Certain metals enter into the composition of certain temperaments. Brass or iron, gold, silver, or steel, stratifies in the nature, and gives character to body and soul. Who knows, Coy would have said, if she could, who knows but a skilful soul geologist may learn to detect these metallic traces in men and women, and can act upon the character of a soul's topography accordingly, can map it with some accuracy, can fathom its wealth or measure its barrenness, indicate the presence of its mines, discover its fossils, account for its deluges, prophesy its earthquakes, its volcanoes? It was surely in the old creed of alchemists that metals were endowed with sense and feeling, and possessed of either masculine or feminine qualities. Then why not the man or the woman with the sense or the trait of the metal? Now, Avis was a magnet. Coy's metallic theory had by this time rather run away with her. But of so much she was sure. When Avis was a baby, Mother Earth yielded pure and perfect magnet up into her composition. Shrewd nature, never to be cheated out of her control over her children, had held back her gold, her gems, her silver, and her fine dumb pearl, and wrought into Avis just the one thing more precious than them all. People, to be sure, were artificially magnetized to a certain extent. Barbara Allen, for instance, turning the exact intellectual pose of her head (there was but one intellectual pose to Barbara's head) towards Philip Ostrander, while he read his paper on Spenserian meters, was a species of electromagnet. But Avis was, without alloy, lodestone. In Avis there existed that attribute, no, that quality, which was it? Coy remembered hearing one of the professors say at a supper that there was a difference between these two things, but she did not remember which was which. She seldom did. At all events, Avis had that one particular coloring about her, Coy decided to call it coloring, which is in a woman powerful above all beauty, wit, or genius, that subtle thing which we name charm. Now it was true and tender in Coy to sit thinking this about Avis. That was a wise word which said that, when we have ceased to enjoy the superiority of another, we have ceased to love him. Hence it may be the self-defensive strategy of affection, that we feel our friend's advantage long before we allow ourselves to perceive it. Nay, in proportion to the depth of our feeling under it, are we not apt to have a frostbite of the intellect, which makes its distinct acknowledgment a matter of hard thawing? And Coy was not by any means a girl of liquid moods. She sometimes felt it proper to judge Avis very severely, else what was the use in having grown up with her? For instance, she had reproved her for staying so much by herself since she had come home. Barbara, now, thought that affectation, it was plain to see, and affectation it would have been in Barbara, though of course she was too well bred to say so. Coy knew better than that. It was only morbidness. Coy had the glibness of most unaccentuated natures in the use of this convenient word, which is without a rival in its adaptability to cover all forms of character differing from one's own. There had been a ripple of surprise when Avis came into the club that night. The club met at Chatty Hogarth's. Chatty was the president's daughter, and an invalid. Avis did not like to refuse poor Chatty. It was the first time that Miss Dobell had appeared in Harmouth society since her return from Florence. At this rate, it was plain that Miss Cora Bishop's Spenserian culture would be very deficient. Coy, with a pretty change of mental attitude, which had a pretty bodily expression down to the very tips of her fingers, tightening, like growing shells, about the covers of her book, brought her intellect to bear severely upon the business of the evening. But fly, ah, fly far hence away, for fear lest to you hap that happened to me here. A low and singularly musical voice was pronouncing these words as Coy looked up. Not the catarrhal theologue, surely. He had finished his contribution to the evening's entertainment, thank the muses, and Mr. Ostrander was reading. Philip Ostrander, the new tutor. There was always a new tutor to be considered in Harmouth University. He had not always, however, a musical voice. And to this wretched lady, my dear love, oh, too dear love, love bought with death too dear. Clearly Mr. Ostrander was an effective reader, a cultivated reader, Coy said. Miss Dobell, from her corner opposite the gentleman, sitting a little in the shadow, and giving equable and earnest attention to the performance of each member of the Poetry Club in turn, said only, an effective reader, but hesitated at the word, and listened thoughtfully. With sudden fear her pitcher down she threw, and fled away, sang on the reader. Full fast she fled, ne ever looked behind, as if her life upon the wager lay. Musical was the word, assuredly. Mr. Ostrander's voice held rather melody than harmony, but music beyond a question. There was a modesty and simplicity about its accent not common to young men in those stages of growth in which Harmouth knew them, perhaps a little uncommon in any young man. It suffused a penetrative sense of pleasure, of unexplained organic joy, like that of nature in her simpler moods. It had an effect not unlike that of an unseen brook, or a flying bird. Though the brook chanted, it ran; though the bird sang, it flew. Its sweetness was measured by its evanescence. People often noted Mr. Ostrander's voice. Young ladies had been heard to declare that it was like Mozart. Avis Dobell, sitting in the shadowed corner of the president's parlor that night, had happened to place herself against some very heavy drapery, which clasped two warm arms of intense color across the chill of a bay window. The color was that called variously and lawlessly by upholsterers cranberry, garnet, or ponso, known to artists as carmine. The material held a satin thread, which lent to the curtains the lustre of jewels in a dark setting, or of water under a flaming sky. In the gaslight and firelight of the room, the insensate piece of cloth took on a strange and vivid life, and seemed to throb as if it held some inarticulate passion, like that of a subject soul. Coy or Barbara would have known better than to have ventured their complexions against this trying background. Avis went to it as straight as a bird to a lighthouse on a dark night. She would have beaten herself against that color, like those very birds against the glowing glass, and been happy, even if she had beaten her soul out with it as they did. She had a fierce kinship in her for that color, of which she seldom spoke. She did not expect it to be understood, she did not care that it should be. Perhaps she imperfectly understood it herself. She only knew that it made her happy to be near it. Tonight, for instance, though she had felt this poetry club rather a bore, a positive wave of pleasure flowed to her from the sight and contact of that curtain, which she felt in every sense of soul and body. Avis was affected by color as the more sensitive musical temperament is by sound. Color divorced from form, crude and clear, was to her what the musical notation is to the composer, who, without striking a note, reads the score by the hour as other men read printed text. Besides, she knew perfectly well that the curtain became her. Against this background of the passion of carmine, Avis, sitting silently the evening through, had a solitary look. There was a certain aloofness in her very beauty, if one chose to call by the name of beauty the kindling of her face. It was somehow unlike that of other handsome women. It cannot be said that she was quite without consciousness of it. No woman could have been. It might be rather that she made no effort to appear unconscious of it. She had nothing of that wide-eyed, infantile look of distraction which, in a grown woman, indicates the very quintessence of egoism. She carried about her an indefinable air of having been used to the love, or admiration probably, of men as well as women, which the most exquisitely modest women will sometimes wear, and which is as unmistakable as it is alluring to the eye. Her dress, made in the fashion of the time, fitting closely and without trimming, was of a negative tint, something toning upon black, else she should not, and so would not, have sat by the carmine curtain. She wore, as all well-dressed women wore at that time, a very full white undersleeve, which completely concealed the outline of the arm. Over her shoulders a shawl of Fayal lace, white and very delicate, hung like a thistledown. She had a fresh but fine and restless color, and brown abundant hair. She had a generous mouth and a delicate ear. Her profile, when the carmine curtain took it, had the harmony of a strong antique. "Avis," said Mrs. Hogarth, when Mr. Ostrander had finished his canto, and the little party of young people had fallen into that general discussion of the topic of the evening's study which was usual in Harmouth clubs, "Avis, my dear, are we to hear nothing from you tonight?" "Oh, yes, Avis," urged Chatty. "You must excuse me," pleaded Avis in a voice more timid than one would have looked to hear from a young lady of so much presence. She spoke faintly, like a shrinking child. Indeed, it made her feel like one, coming from the strange changes of her life, suddenly back here among her old playfellows, being called out by Mrs. Hogarth so, as if she were to recite a lesson. Mrs. Hogarth was one of those people who always made her feel as if she were a little girl, always would. It would not matter to Mrs. Hogarth if she had painted the Sistine Mary. There were others, however, in the Spencer Club, strangers across whom stirred a visible wave of interest, when Avis, speaking for the first time, drew all the eyes in the room towards the carmine curtain. Coy remarked it, and felt proud of her, for Avis had got into the newspapers. It was seldom that a Harmouth woman got into the papers. It was only men at Harmouth. Indeed, the university existed, she supposed, for the glorification of men. This was all right and proper. Coy had never been conscious of any depressing aspirations toward the college diploma, but she took an aromatic enjoyment, after all, in the fact that one of the professor's daughters had adopted a career. She was glad it was precisely Avis, and not Barbara, or some of the other girls, who had painted a good picture, and sold it in London. She enjoyed having it thoroughly understood in Harmouth that people who knew about such things, Coy was not quite sure who, but that did not matter, had predicted a brilliant future for the modest young lady who made that picture. "May I not be pardoned," repeated Avis, "if I do not bring my share of the work tonight? I have been busy in other ways so long, it is not possible that I could find anything to say worth your hearing on a subject which the rest of you have been studying all winter." "Avis," said Coy suddenly from across the room, "if I had done a real mean thing, should you want to know it?" "No," said Avis. "If anybody I cared for could be mean, I should rather never know it." She spoke in the graceful surface tone through which the serious instinct of an earnest nature can no more help penetrating than the sun can help shining through ornamented glass. "You have turned over 2 leaves, Mr. Ostrander," said Barbara Allen, who was looking up footnotes with him. "And do you incline to Upton's conjecture? It seems to me, if we grant the Henry VIII theory, then Una—" "It's about Una that I've been mean," said Coy rather loudly. "Avis, I brought your sketch of Una that you gave me. I know you'll let me show it. You never were a bit of a shirk now, Avis, and this is just your fair contribution to a Spencer evening. Please, Avis." Avis did not please, that was plain, but she consented without any fuss, and the young people gathered about Miss Bishop to see the sketch. It was a sketch in charcoal, strongly but not roughly laid in, and preserved by a shellac which lent a soft color, like that of a very old print, to the paper. It bore marks of the artist's peculiar style, for it was already recognized in art circles that Miss Dobell had a style. The sketch was expressive of the lines: "Ere long he came where Una travelled slow, and that champion waiting her beside. By his like seeming shield her knight by name she weened it was, and towards him gan ride. Approaching nigh, she wist it was the same, and with fair fearful humbleness towards him she came." Miss Dobell's Una was a spirited figure, did not ride the lion like a donkey, neither did she pat him like a dog, in the approved manner. He followed her in a shadow almost as heavy as that which hides the Jupiter in Correggio's Io, dark, vague, and inscrutable as fate. She had been walking swiftly, the lethargy of collapse from motion had settled on every limb. Arrested in the full light, the woman curved one fine hand inward, like a shell, as if to warn the creature back. It was impossible to look upon this woman and not say, "She sees the man she loves." Her eyes leapt to him, her lips leaned to him, her whole being gravitated to him. "Pretty girl," said John Rose, who dared say anything to anybody, and besides, he used to know Avis in college. "Very pretty girl, but how she holds her head! Put her into a Harmouth senior party now, she'd freeze a fellow into a sherbet." "Was Una so easily won, my dear?" asked Mrs. Hogarth, with a little matronly smile. "Easily won?" A voice behind the young artist repeated these words in a protesting whisper, then gathering distinctness said, "My dear Mrs. Hogarth, do you not see? Every nerve and muscle is tense for flight. She will turn and run before that clumsy knight gets up to her, if she can." Avis, turning with a grateful look to see who had interpreted her picture, felt Coy's hand laid upon her arm. "Avis, may I present Mr. Ostrander?" Avis very ceremoniously bowed. As she did so, there flitted across her eyes, like the shadow of an unseen object, an expression which Coy found it so difficult to understand, that she even made up her mind to ask her afterwards if she had objected to the introduction. But probably Avis had met far more interesting men in Florence, where it was understood that she had been much sought. "May I?" urged Ostrander with hesitancy, putting out his hand for the sketch. On the back of it was written, with a brush dipped in a crimson water-color, these words: "She speaks no more of past. True is that true love hath no power to look in back, his eye be fixed before." "I am glad not to have blundered," he said simply, in handing the picture back. The weight of talk had by this time slipped from the picture, and he and the 2 young ladies stood slightly apart. "But after all, you see," said the young man musingly, "your truth is subject to love, omnipotently subject." "I am not responsible for Spencer's theology," said Avis, laughing evasively. "And an artist has such gloriously lawless moods. Why should I trouble myself to think about Una every day? I had a pretty girl to draw, so I drew her. But I put the lion in so people shouldn't make a mistake. It is better to be dumb than to be misunderstood." "Who said that?" asked Ostrander, with a fine smile. But he was conscious of feeling some curiosity over this superficial little speech of Miss Dobell's. There was not a superficial stroke in the picture, nor in the speaker, to his mind. "How do you know that I did not say it?" returned the young lady. "Mr. Ostrander," said Coy, "Miss Hogarth wants you to bring Miss Dobell the oysters. Do it gracefully. She'll sketch you while you are gone." When Ostrander returned, Coy had been called away, and Avis was alone. As he handed her plate, their eyes met in a long, full, grave look. Avis's eyes were neither brown nor black, yet they were very dark. One sometimes sees in the lining of waves on which the full sun shines, and in which the bright weeds are thick, a color that resembles them. Philip Ostrander said, "I have seen you before." Avis hesitated. She hesitated perceptibly before she answered. "Yes." "Had you forgotten it?" Now Ostrander spoke with hesitation. He felt a little alarmed at his own intrepidity. This young lady in the Fayal shawl, with the slightly disturbed carriage to her head, had suddenly acquired throughout her face and figure a beautiful protest, which he felt it would be the easiest thing in the world to mistake. Should he go on, or stop exactly where he was? After a moment's silence, he said, with an accent of renewed decision, "Had you forgotten it?" Avis lifted her eyelids very slowly, and in her honest, even voice said, "No." End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the Story of Avis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Story of Avis by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. Chapter 2. We rejoice in hunting truth in company as in hunting game. Themistius. For merveille of this night him to behold, full besily they waiten, young and old. Chaucer. Coy and John Rose walked home together in the dear old foolish country fashion, which Harmouth was too full of young people to outgrow. It was a night of many stars. The two, as they stepped out into the April weather in deference to the constitution of the Spencer Club, at the stroke of 10:30, had involuntarily stood for a moment with uplifted faces in the thin, half-frozen snow. Great pulses of light beat before the eyes, where stars, that our northern atmospheres know only in their happiest moods, were aflame that night, and arteries of fire ran along wastes of space, quivering as they ran. The very ether in which they hung seemed to be crossed with fine lines, shadow drawn on shadow, like the nerves of a mute and infinite organism, whose heart only, beating somewhere, impassioned, imprisoned, was hidden from the sight. But Coy and John Rose did not talk about the stars. It was not their way. The young man, if he had said anything, would have wrenched a pun out of them perhaps, or propounded a conundrum, for no better reason than that the sight of them had moved him. And the first thing that Coy said was, "Avis wishes us all in Guinea." "But why?" "She hasn't seen so much astronomy since she was in Italy. She wants to be by herself, and reduce it to Prussian blue and Naples yellow. I think it must be very uncomfortable to be an artist. You're always looking at nature with a professional squint. You can't put yourself on any sort of terms with her, I should say, more than a photographer can with a complexion, or a dentist with front teeth." It was true enough that Avis, coming out of the close room into the freshening April night, had thrilled beneath the sudden throbbing of the stars, with an impulse which those only know whose life in its more poetic stages has been passed under the ardours of a southern sky. Some slight disturbing element which had entered into the evening for her served only to make the coolness and calm and vastness more marked and reposeful. She had drawn a deep breath, as one does in readjusting one's self to a momentarily suspended action. She would have liked Mr. Ostrander better if he had not exclaimed, "Almost Florence," as he turned to take Barbara home. She was glad it was nobody but Barbara's brother, poor fellow, who was to walk with her, and that he did not expect her to talk about the stars, and that Coy and John Rose seemed so very comfortable together just in front of them. Her mind was preoccupied in ways to which the little inner life of a Harmouth reading club was as foreign as as foreign as the carmine curtain to the cold North Star. She felt no less annoyed than perplexed by the slight pressure of circumstances which seemed to have drawn her to-night into the exact atmosphere of that half-expressed life. She longed for the poise which solitude only can give, and half wished that she had not invited Coy to spend the night with her and see the Venetian views to-morrow. Her fancy about the curtain and the lighthouse came before her with a strange pictorial vividness as she walked on, talking commonplace to Barbara's brother. Out beyond the little sheltered town the great sea swept. She could hear the far beating of the tide upon the receptive April air. While the currents of these delicate human lives swept softly on in their elected channels, long waves thundered against the harbour light. Miles away through the night, some homeless bird took wing for the burning bosom of the reflector, and straight, straight, led as unerringly as instinct leads, as tenderly as love constrains, as brutally as nature cheats, with a glad fluttering at the delicate throat, with a trustful quiver of the flashing wings, like the bending of a harebell, like the breath of an arrow, came swaying, was tossed, was torn, and fell. She had been out when she was a child, after many a storm, and seen them dead there by hundreds on the rock. The light-keeper gathered them up into a bushel-basket once, for the scientific professor. They had strewn the shores of her young thought with untold and ungathered suffering, those birds. No one thing had been more responsible for the attack of universal scepticism which she had successfully weathered at 18, in common with the existing senior class of college boys in her father's lecture-room. Sometimes, in Florence, on a radiant night, when across the roofs, against the setting sun, the sparrows stood twittering in Italian, no New England sparrow could have rehearsed in that accent if his engagement for the season had depended on it, and the voices of children, whose parents' eyes had never questioned fate, poured their pliant chirrup into the Arno's monotone beyond the studio window. Then suddenly, like a drop of sleet upon a flower, would fall a vision of the harbour light at home, and towards it, through the freezing night, a bird fly to its death. She had not thought about the light before, since she had come home. But Coy and John Rose were walking together beneath the April stars. They did not talk of the Spencerian meters, nor the Uptonian theory. They discussed the oysters and the last engagement, the coming concert and the impending battle, the hazing scrape and the mission Sunday school. Then they talked a little about Barbara, and a little of the new tutor, and then about Miss Dobell, and then a little about art and life and earnestness, and about a man's understanding himself, and about the beauty of high purposes, and the preciousness of sympathy, and the uncertainty of the future, and many other original and impressive themes. And the young man made no conundrums now, and grew so grave that Coy took fright, and asked him, was he going on a mission? But he answered, gravely still, did she think him fit? To which she told him promptly, no, that he would set the cannibals to making bad puns before a week was out, and then he said he was afraid he should, and that he must be content with some obscure position among educated Americans who read the charades in the religious weekly Sunday mornings. And by that time they were at the gate of Professor Dobell's old-fashioned silent house, and stopped to wait for Avis. "Poor Mr. Allen," said Coy, turning the curve of her cheek in the starlight. "I don't know about that," said the young minister perversely. "But Avis will never, never—" "I wouldn't grant that any woman I cared for would never, never, as long as she allowed me upon terms of friendship at all," persisted the young man. "But," said Coy hurriedly, "Avis is not like other women. She never was." "Then you admit—" began John Rose. "I admit that I'm cold, and here she is," shivered Coy. Coy was half frightened. If Mr. Rose had said any more about sympathy and friendship just then, she would have gone into the house without waiting for Avis. The colour had heightened in her young face. Her foot tapped the snow sharply in her impatience for Avis to come up. It seemed to her as if she and John Rose, standing there in the professor's snowy, shaded yard, had been left alone, the only two people on the breathing earth. "I never saw a woman have a latchkey before," said Coy, as the two girls, having dismissed their escorts, lest so many voices should disturb the professor, stood together upon the doorstep. "Father is in the study," said Avis, "and I begged Aunt Chloe to go to bed, and the girls are tired, poor things. Why shouldn't a woman have a latchkey?" This was one of those propositions of which the burden of proof certainly lies with the negative, and Coy replied only by an amused smile as they passed into the large and silent house. It was lighted only in the halls, for Aunt Chloe was of an economical, old-fashioned temper, and thought it rather snobbish to waste good kerosene when there was not brandy enough for the soldiers in the hospitals. Aunt Chloe had attacks of benevolent parsimony very peculiar to herself. When these overtook her, she resolutely denied herself her cup of oolong tea at night for months at a time, and relinquished butter on her buckwheats of a morning. It was never quite clear to the rest of the family exactly how the United States Army was the better for that tea or butter. "But Aunt Chloe has that sense of superior personal sacrifice which is the most useful element in our charities beyond doubt," laughed Avis, as she and Coy went directly to her own room, treading softly past the study door. It was abundantly light and warm in Avis's room. The fire was in the grate, the curtains were drawn. Avis's easy-chair and slippers were before the hearth. It was a plain, rather a grave place, that little bedroom. Would have been prim with Avis out of it. Such a room one would look for in a house of which Professor Dobell's sister had been the mistress for 18 years. Aunt Chloe believed in good blankets and towels, and a plenty of them, and when you bought a piece of furniture, buy the real always. But as long as there were home missionary boxes to be made up spring and fall, she could not see that the New Testament recommended a fashion in carpets, or that St. Paul could possibly have been sensitive to any lack of harmony in upholstery or mantel ornaments. There was one fine bit of marble, the Melian Venus. This, with the few foreign trinkets and engravings which Avis had scattered about the room, seemed to be there only by tolerance, till she herself came into it. Then a fair congruousness settled upon the air. Every thread of colour left in the old rug, and antiquated chintz, and faint wall-paper, seemed to shake itself and begin to shine. The firelight leapt to her feet like a lover. All the room budded and opened like a flower about her, as the two girls threw themselves in lithe attitudes upon the old rug to toast their feet, like children at the fire. I find that I am talking rather lawlessly about these girls. Avis Dobell was a woman of 26, and Coy not many years the younger. But they were girls still to each other by that pretty trick of speech and fancy common in the comradeship of all women before marriage. Sometimes we find it in our way to smile at this illusion, but, like all illusions, its pathetic side is its deepest and its truest one. Within the soul of every unwon woman abides eternal youth. Though the snow be on her hair before the king may claim her, yet shall he not find violets and the birds of spring, when at last, his coming feet shine beautiful upon the mountains of her ungarnered heart. It was quite the proper thing in Harmouth, as I have intimated, for young ladies to be somewhat seriously intelligent, and so, when Avis had got her long hair down over her white merino wrapper, and Coy, with a gay silk shoulder-robe thrown across her night-dress, was crimping her short front locks before the deepening fire, she began, "What do you think about the club, Avis?" "I thought you called it a Chaucer club," said Avis. "Oh, so it is," said Coy. "We've been the whole mortal winter poking over Chaucer. We only got into Spenser last week. For my part, I hate him." "Which?" "Why, Chaucer. I never did like old-fashioned poetry, and I never shall. I'm a terrible modern, Avis. I like Tennyson and Whittier and Longfellow and the Brownings and so on. And that Scotchwoman, Jean Ingelow, cultivates me more than two Spensers. I've just had to set to on the old fellow like a Latin prose lesson all winter. We've really worked very hard," said Coy with a sense of high literary virtue. "I never worked so hard in a club in my life. That is Mr. Ostrander's doing. They say he's very talented. But then talented tutors are so common in Harmouth. I wonder we don't hear more of them afterwards, don't you?" Coy wound her small fingers in and out of her crimping pins with a sinuous motion. her two lifted bare arms enclosing a face as innocent of sarcasm as a mocking-bird's. Coy was one of the immortal few who can look pretty in their crimping-pins. "I suppose you've gone on having clubs," mused Avis, leaning her head back against the seat of the easy-chair and clasping both arms above it. "Every winter, just as we did when we were girls." "Just the same," said Coy, "as we did when you were at home 6 years ago. You know how it is with people. Some take to zoology and some take to religion. That's the way it is with places. It may be the Lancers, and it may be prayer-meetings. Once I went to see my grandmother in the country, and everybody had a candy-pull. There were 25 candy-pulls and taffy-bakes in that town that winter. John Rose says in the Connecticut Valley, where he came from, it was missionary barrels, and I heard of a place where it was cold coffee. In Harmouth it's improving your mind. It comes hard on me," said Coy plaintively. "It comes rather hard on me. Generally I have an intellectual conviction that I ought to improve my mind, but nothing comes of it, you know, till there's a club. Then I groan, but I go in for it, hardest of them all. Improving your mind is as bad as old poetry. I don't take to it," said Coy mournfully. "I ought never to have been born in Harmouth. If I'd been just a downright society girl now, I could have been a dunce, and nobody ever have known the difference. I know I could. But the amount I've read this last 4 years, it positively makes my head swim to think of the titles of the books. And strictly speaking, I'm not in the faculty either, you know, Avis, for father resigned when I was—why, it was the year I was going on with Jim Snow. I couldn't have been 14. I wish when he took to patenting his discoveries he had taken me with him. I think I could have patented a crimper that would make a simpler system of punctuation in your finger than this. And so," added Coy, turning one bare foot slowly around from side to side before the deep-red fire, as if she were baking an exquisite bit of porcelain, "and so we run to reading clubs, and we all go fierce winter after winter to see who'll get the severest. There's a set outside of the faculty that descend to charades and music and inconceivably low intellectual depths, and some of our girls sneak off and get in there once in a while, like the little girl that wanted to go from heaven to hell to play Saturday afternoons, just as you and I used to do, Avis, when we dared. But I find I've got too old for that," said Coy sadly. "When you're fairly past the college boys, and as far along as the law students—" "Or the theologues," interposed Avis. "Yes, or the theologues, or even the medical department, that there positively is nothing for it but to improve your mind." Coy pathetically turned the other foot to the fire, and watched it with an attentive air, as if there were danger of its being overdone. "And so we have the clubs. Sometimes it's old poets served hot, and sometimes it's plain history cut cold, and it may be a hash of the fine arts, or even a ragout of well-spiced science. One winter it was political economy. Oh, I had my first grey hairs that winter. But the season we took the positive philosophy, they thought I was going into a decline. And we all fight to begin with in the politest possible way every year as to who shall be in and who shan't, and what we shall be allowed to have for supper. And the wrong people are always let in, and the right ones are always left out. And we have the usual number of flirtations and the usual set of jokes, and we get off the old one about Barbara Allen's name regularly for each new club. And there are about so many engagements and the usual number of offers, and so it goes. I think I must be growing old. I only had 2 last winter." Coy drew both feet back from the ardour of the fire, and folded them in the plaid silk robe. There was a silence, which she broke by saying, "Mr. Ostrander is tutor in Latin." "Is John Rose going to settle over the Central Church?" asked Avis. "Probably. Father says he will have the call." "It seems unspeakably funny to me to see John turn into a minister," said Avis. "He was such a little scapegrace in college. I remember his telling me he should like to preach, but it would never do, he was too fond of slang, should say, 'What larks, my brethren,' before the sermon was over." "Oh, yes, he's got past that," said Coy. "He's very good, I think. He's a great deal better than I am. I'm not good at all. But I think myself he'll make a peculiar minister, he is so much like other men. Did you know there was talk of making a professor of Mr. Ostrander, professor of geology?" "But I thought he was teaching Latin," said Avis. "So he is, but there's no vacancy in Latin, and he is said to have a very versatile mind. He was once educated in medicine besides. Father says he has a very broad grasp." "I should think so," said Avis, with an inscrutable look. "How old, pray, is this Mr. Ostrander?" "Oh, he's very old," said Coy. "He's almost 30. He teaches German, too," she added persuasively after a silence. "He has a class of young ladies. Barbara is in it, and I'm going to join when I get round to it. I should think you would like to go. What pretty arms you have, Avis." Avis had risen from the old rug, untwining her arms from the locked position above her head, which they had steadily retained while Coy was talking. The sleeves of the white wrapper fell away in the abrupt motion. "They're not fat like mine," said Coy with a critical air. "Did anybody ever tell you they were like the arms of Madame Récamier in David's picture?" "Yes," said Avis, "I have been told so. Let us go to sleep now, Coy." Avis was a light sleeper, and she lay long awake that night, watching the glow within the grate, and listening to the beat of the surf upon the shore, almost a mile beyond her father's house. She lay, rather she sat, perfectly still, bolstered against Aunt Chloe's generous pillows, with one hand thrust through her long hair, and her strong young eyes fixed undazzled upon the white heat of the coals, till it had died to a delicate blush of color, until the blue ashes had crept like the hue of death upon a human cheek across it. The window towards the sea was open, and the rhythm of the tide beat a strange duet with Coy's gentle, happy breathing on the pillow at her side. It seemed to her a great song without words, full of uncaptured meanings, deep with unuttered impulse. She would have liked to fit expression to it, but Avis never wrote poetry, never had, even when she was in her teens. That was not the baptism with which she was baptized. Certain words, as sleep overtook her, adjusted themselves in a disjointed fashion to her thoughts. But when, starting, she roused and wakened, staring about the darkening room from which even the starlight was now gone, she found that they were only these: "Full fast she fled, ne ever looked behind, as if her life upon the wager lay." End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Story of Avis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Story of Avis by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. Chapter 3. By nature a philosopher, spirited, swift, and strong. Plato. Young and a woman, 'tis thus she was mine. Goethe's Pandora. When Hegel Dobel, professor of ethics and intellectual philosophy, 35 years old, and a bachelor, brought home one day to the old-fashioned house set apart for the incumbents in his department a bride of 19 New York summers, all Harmouth shook its highly intellectual head. In the nature of things, it was argued, a man of years and reputation, a man pre-eminently a scholar as well as a student, a man capable of writing the celebrated brochure, was Fichte a mystic, to say nothing of the correspondence with the Berlin professor whose name Harmouth never could remember, on the subject Harmouth always found it difficult to recall. Even throwing out of the question the pamphlet on the identity of identity and non-identity, which that other celebrated German, name also gone for the moment, was understood to have discussed at one of his Sunday dinners, before his mind gave way, such a man, it was urged, must find a slender stock of conjugal promise in the choice of a society girl known to have been gay and understood to be peculiar. Any man, in fact, filling the metaphysical chair in Harmouth University must discover that he had mistaken the premises of his syllogism in marrying a spoiled child whose parents had experienced difficulty even in restraining her within polite circles at all. This pretty young thing, who peeped shyly as an anemone out of her stylish hat at the congregation in the college chapel, looked demure enough, and delicate, as if a waft of wind or sun would wilt her. Yet it was distinctly understood, below the bated breath of Harmouth, that the great professor had won this little lady but just in time to prevent her from running away to go upon the stage. Perhaps, indeed, it was a trifle gossipy to call it running away, and Harmouth never gossiped. Miss Mercy had suggested as much as this, and the phrase was decorously amended. Miss Mercy was a mild and matronly power in Harmouth always, even before her marriage. In fact, Harmouth had privately selected her as the proper Mrs. Dobell long before the New York girl was met or thought of. Was she not a lady of unexceptionable antecedents, whose family had been "professional" for as many generations as a good American could conscientiously count at all? Could it be denied that she was healthy, handsome, and 31? Could one fail to recall her marked and lucrative success as principal of the Harmouth Female Seminary? And, if you chose to consider her known interest in the university's scientific endowments, and where else was there a woman who had read the professor's lectures on Spinoza through? It was not for a long while indeed, not until Miss Mercy had become the second Mrs. Hogarth, and the president's wife had avenged the spinster, that Harmouth was comforted for this highly educated lady. But perhaps she was right. The little bride had not exactly run away, yet there was certainly a freak for the stage intercepted somewhere. And clearly she was a restless, glittering, inefficient thing, like a humming-bird turned radical. Would the great professor bend his well-salaried powers happily now to investigating the varieties of honey which his quiet garden roses might have and hold for a petulant beak? At all events, it was as clear as the law of excluded middle that the great professor, like any small man who delays marriage till he has reached the age when his neighbours should choose for him, had made a serious blunder. The professor, however, like every other genius, had a touch of obstinacy about him, and persistently delayed, as time ran metaphysically on, to discover that he had blundered at all, was an inexcusably tedious while in beginning to be disappointed in his marriage venture, and ended by flatly refusing altogether to be miserable. This was an unscientific evolution from precedent, which tried Harmouth to the soul's depths. We can forgive our friend much. All true allegiance deepens in geometrical proportion to his deserved misfortune, and a crime can only test the temper of sound loyalty. But who can pardon him for not being unhappy when we have foretold him that he would be? If the professor's little wife were a humming-bird, she was a very tender and true one. She loved the great hand that had lured her from the fields on which the wild dew lay, and sipped his grave domestic honey with happy upturned look. Once in a while, when the professor, strolling about the house in the play-hour which rigorously followed meals, saw through the window Mrs. Hogarth walking intelligently and plumply by upon the president's arm, a fine scintillant gleam of fun twinkled in his deep-set eyes. He said nothing. He never said anything of any matter which kindled that rare spark under the cavern of his brows, but he strode across the room to where his wife was sitting, pulled his nervous hand out of his pocket, and bending his gaunt, awkward shoulders, gently laid a finger under her chin, and turned her young face up to his, and then she said, "Do you want anything, Professor?" And then he said, "Only to see if you look happy and well, my dear." Perhaps after that they looked into one another's eyes a moment with something of the gravity which is inseparable from all deep happiness, before she stirred, and put up both lithe arms to be caught, to be clasped, to be devoured against his heart. For it was the old imperious story that we know so well, this story of the scholar and the woman. Who can explain the witchery by which it pulls at the heartstrings of us all? As alive as Faust, as old as Abelard, as tender as Petrarch, as eternal as Dante, it keeps pace with our calmer passions and our serener time. In the sweep of preeminently well-regulated affections that eddied through the real life of that decorous university town, there was probably none more constraining, there certainly was none more controlling, than the love which had settled upon the quiet home where the rebellious little society girl had passed her honeymoon, and begun to extract from joy the elements of rest. It was the same old intense, delirious story, the overwrought mind captured by the unused heart, the monarch will bent to the subject emotion, the great purpose gone suppliant to the great passion, a wise man become as a fool for a pair of velvet arms, and the author of the identity of identity and non-identity was the elected priest or victim of the ancient and honourable experience. That was as one chose to look at it. Harmouth might call him a victim, but in the glamour of his own vision he was the awed priest chosen for an imposing and sacred service. No college boy in his classroom, struggling with his first fancy, struck wilder currents than this grave man in his late impetuous love. There was no girl, dreaming with shy eyes in the twilight before a folded and glorified ideal, who had a simpler or more romantic faith in it than the metaphysician held in his. In his pure and studious life Hegel Dobell had been blessed above his own deeming or dreaming in this, that he had never spent his nature upon unworthy, or even mixed or insufficient feeling. The great passion of his life was one with its great love. The forces of both overtook him with the swiftness of a freshet. He yielded to the torrent with the childlike and ecstatic surprise that he would have felt at the discovery of a new axiom. It was Eden in the old-fashioned house, and the tremulous amazement of the first man and the first woman filled it. To them was given dominion over a world as unreal to souls incapable of sublimation by a great love as the paradise of Milton or the palace of Kubla Khan. They were not of dull fancy, after all, who nicknamed the professor's wife. There was something bird-like in her buoyant attitudes, in a way she had of turning her head sidewise to look at her husband as she perched upon the arm of his chair, in the cooing tones of her clear but uninsistent voice, and especially in a certain reserve that was very marked in her. We are apt to think of a bird as rather an open-hearted, impetuous creature, telling all she knows, pouring out her private affairs to the whole world's hearing by simple force of her nature. In fact, perhaps no creature is more capable of concealment. Naturalists load us with stories of her little stratagems. We have but to look intently in her eye to be made conscious that she has her mental reservations about many matters, in particular, opinions about ourselves which it is not worth while to explain. The robin at your door on a June morning seems to be expressing himself with lavish confidence, but to a patient listener his song has something of the exuberant frankness which is the most impenetrable disguise in the world. The sparrow on her nest under your terrace broods meekly, but the centuries have not wrung from one such pretty prisoner a breath of longing for the freedom of the summer day. Do her delicate, cramped muscles ache for flight? Her fleet, unused wings tremble against the long roots of the overhanging grass? She turns her soft eye upon you with a fine, far sarcasm. You may find out if you can. It was in memory, perhaps, of some of the sweet nonsense of her honeymoon that Mrs. Dobell had selected for her little daughter the name of Avis. "Mamma," said the child one day, not coming to her mother's knee, but sitting in the sunlight at some distance from her on the floor, "what shall I be?" "What shall you be, Avis?" "Drayton Allen is going to keep a dog store, and Ben Hogarth is going to be president of some college. What shall I be?" "What will Coy be, my dear, and Barbara?" "Coy is going to be a lady, she says, mamma." "Very well," said mamma. "And Barbara is going to get married." Mamma made no reply. "I think I'd rather keep dogs," said Avis gravely, after a silence. After some moments, receiving still no answer, the child rose to her feet, pushing back her thick hair from her eyes, standing in the full sun. "Mamma, did you run away?" "Did I what?" "Barbara says you ran away. She says you ran away in a stage." "Barbara told you a very wrong story, my child. Come here." Avis threw down her playthings and went slowly to her mother's knee. The mother put her arm expressively about the child, but still she did not speak. "Mamma," began the little girl again, "I have never seen anybody in a theatre." "Some day you shall, when it is right and best." "Mamma," slowly after a pause, "did you ever want to keep dogs?" "Not exactly, Avis." "I thought not. You know you didn't like that dog I had who drowned himself. Now what I'd like to know is this. If you wanted to keep theatres, why didn't you?" Mrs. Dobell, with some signs of agitation, laid aside her sewing and drew her little daughter upon her lap. She looked into Avis's eyes for a long moment, with that instinctive assurance of sympathy and impulse of confidence which, from the hour when the baby's face is first upturned to hers, a mother feels at times in the presence of a woman-child. "Avis," she said gravely, "I married your papa. That is why I never acted in the theatre." "Oh, yes. Well, I didn't know. Did you never want to run away after you had married papa? Did you never care about the theatre again? Mamma, what is the matter? Are you cold?
I don't want to go away and play. I haven't talked enough. I have a great many questions to ask you. I like you better than I do Barbara's mother. You're so much prettier, mamma." But long after that, after her pretty mother had become a thin, sweet vision, like a fading sketch to the young girl's heart, she recalled with incisive distinctness the way in which she had been put down from her mother's knee that morning, then impulsively recalled, snatched, kissed and cried over with a gush of incoherent words and scalding tears. She never saw her mother cry before or after that, but all that she could understand of what she said was, "Oh, my little woman, mother's little woman, little woman." This glimpse into her mother's heart, the child, held by some blind and delicate sense of honour, never shared with any other human eyes. When she herself was a woman grown, and not till then, she asked her father once if he supposed her mother to have possessed genuine dramatic talent. "Unquestionably," said the professor, lifting his head. "My wife was not like most women, given to magnifying every little aesthetic taste into an unappreciated genius. She had, beyond doubt, the histrionic gift. Under proper conditions she might have become famous." "Why, then, should she never have cultivated such a gift?" ventured Avis. "Because," said the man simply, "she married me." "But do you not suppose," persisted Avis, "that in all those years, shut up in this quiet house, she ever knew a restless longing in such directions?" Avis faltered beneath the old man's sharp and sudden look, bent upon her in a kind of deep, indignant pity. "Your mother was my wife," he said superbly, "and my wife loved me." One other morning spent in the sunlight with her mother became pictorial in Avis's memory, one other only, and whether the first threw the more powerful focus upon the last, or the last against the first, it were difficult to say. Avis was 9 years old that morning. It was winter, and her father waked her in the freezing dawn, while as yet only a single feather of gold flecked the east, where snow clouds were piling high. Her mother had been ailing, ill. None knew exactly why. It was quite certain that she had no disease, only the waxing and waning and wasting of a fine, feverish excitement, for which there seemed to be neither cause nor remedy. Last night they told her she was better. They had called her now in hot haste. Swift feet passed to and fro across the halls, and voices broke and whispered at the doors. The child in her little nightgown pattered across the entry, shivering with cold. But when her mother asked her why she cried, she said papa had hurt her hand when he took hold to lead her in. The light had broadened when she climbed upon the high, old-fashioned bed, and pulled aside the clothes to get in under her mother's arm. Some one objected to this, but some one else said, "Let the child alone." The colour in the east unfolded, and hung against the windows like a wing, she thought, as she lay down, and curled against her mother's heart. "Mamma," began the child, "I am sorry you are sick. Shan't I bring you a little picture that I drew last night?" But her mother only answered, "There, my daughter. Mother loves her. There." "It is a picture of a bird, mamma, with trees. I thought you'd like to see it. And, oh, mamma, the wing! See the wing the sun has made upon the sky. It looks as if it was meant to wrap us, wrap us, wrap us in." As Avis, leaning on one little arm, uttered these words in the dreamy monotone of an imaginative child, the sunburst broke full against her face. It was then that there rang throughout the room a tense and awe-struck cry. It was not in any sense a cry of pain, rather surcharged with a burden of wondering joy. Then there followed words resonant and vibrant. "Under the shadow of his wing shalt thou abide." But when Avis, dazzled by the sunrise, turned her head, some one came from behind, and swiftly laid a gentle hand across her eyes. And though she begged them, till the day was dark again, to let her go back, just for once, and hear mamma say, "Mother loves her," none would give her leave. The professor's sister was a homeless widow, of excellent Vermont intentions and high ideals in cupcake. In the course of a severe and simple life she had known one passion, and one only, the refined passion for flowers, which makes the sole poetry of many a plain, prosaic story. She accepted her calling and election conscientiously when she was summoned to that most difficult of human tasks, the training of another woman's child. When Hegel's letter came, beseeching her to bring the presence of the ever-womanly into the desolate house of an heartbroken man, she prayed over it for a week. And then she spent another in wondering what it would be her clear duty to do by that child in regard to pickles and hot biscuit. Her poor mother had never attended to her diet. She held it to be the first business of any woman who undertook the management of a literary family like her brother's to attend properly to its digestion. And then she wrote her brother simply, saying nothing of either prayers or pickles, that she would come and do the best she could. Her sole stipulation was that she might be allowed to bring her geraniums. Her best, to her glory be it said, from the day when she first unpacked in the professor's house the rather rural-looking trunks, to which Avis's town-bred sensibility immediately objected, Aunt Chloe faithfully, evenly, and nobly did, and what could angels or mothers more? Yet when she had been in her brother's family a year, she came to him one day with a sunken look about the temples, a family look, indicating sternly repressed feeling, in which she bore at times a marvellous likeness to the professor. "Hegel," said the childless woman with a quivering lip, "I should like to have your little daughter love me, but I'm afraid she never will." "What's the matter now?" The professor brought his black brows together, looking up from the copy of Hamilton's Logic in which he was trying, with the patience of genius, to keep 6 places open with 5 fingers. "Nothing very new," sighed Aunt Chloe. "The same old story. She had to rip her seam out of the undergarments, and she would not stir the jelly. And when I went to ask her why she had not made her bed, I found her putting tinfoil over the medallions that she brought from Mantua, making impressions of them with her finger-nail. And the noses, Hegel, it will displease you very much to see the noses. The Laocoon is as black as the Register and the Apollo." The professor strode across the room and into the parlour where Avis sat, deep in the broad cushioned window-sill, with the medallions on her lap. A vein on the child's temple began to throb as she looked up. "Papa, I never meant to hurt their noses. I didn't know they were so tender. Just like sugar. I wanted to make a statue out of the tinfoil. Poor Apollo, papa. He's just a snub." Avis brought the medallions to him with a swift, sweet gesture of appeal, which too frequently converted her clearest faults into her most irresistible claims upon one's sympathy, or, as Aunt Chloe put it, turned her from a sinner into a sufferer at once. "Never mind the noses," said the professor, irritably tossing the medallions to one side. "Avis, don't you love your Aunt Chloe?" "Why, yes," said Avis, with wide eyes. "I like Aunt Chloe. It isn't Aunt Chloe that I hate." "What do you hate?" Her father looked at her across the great black Logic, as a depressed garrison might look at the progress of an enemy whose movements it was utterly unable to forecast. "Aunt Chloe says it's unladylike to hate," said Avis. "If it is, then I'd rather not be a lady. There are other people in the world than ladies. And I hate to make my bed, and I hate to sew chemises, and I hate to go cooking round the kitchen. It makes a crawling down my back to sew. But the crawling comes from hating. The more I hate, the more I crawl. And mamma never cooked about the kitchen. I think that is a servant's work. I'm very ugly to Aunt Chloe sometimes, papa, and then I'm sorry. But I don't tell her unless I think of it. On the whole, papa," added the child gravely, "I have so many sorrows in this world that I don't care to live." "But," said her father, with rather a gymnastic sternness, "it is shirking not to attend to your work. There's nothing meaner than a shirk." "I'm not a shirk, papa," said Avis, with hot, indignant eyes. "It isn't the work that I hate. I raked up the leaves for you last fall, and you said I did it most as well as Jacob's. And I go to the post office every day. It's not the working, but the hating and the crawling that I mind." "It is proper that little girls should learn to sew and cook," said the professor of intellectual philosophy faintly. He turned the leaves of the Logic. He groped blindly among the marginal annotations. His 200 unruly boys in the college classroom he could manage. But all the wisdom of Sir William was as the folly of a fool to teach a great man what to say to a little girl who did not like to sew. There was a vein of broad tolerance in Hegel Dobell's sturdy nature. He knew that it would give him a crawling to sit for 15 minutes at that slow, nervous, precise drawing in and out of the needle, at which his little daughter, with flushed cheeks and twitching fingers, sat by the hour at a time. A crawling! call it a brain fever. Yet it was unquestionably proper for all women, certainly for women belonging to himself, to be versed in those domestic accomplishments to which the feminine nature was created to adjust itself happily at some cost. So he only said, "Well, well, my dear, do as Aunt Chloe bids you, and hate as few things as possible. And now, if you want to make statues, spare my medallions and put the tinfoil on your dolls' faces in the playroom." "My dolls?" said Avis. Her colour came swiftly. She lifted her little head with the helpless look of one who receives a perfectly unavengeable insult. "Why, papa, I haven't had a doll since long before mamma died. You know I buried my last one under the tool-house, and Coy came to the funeral." But papa and Sir William the Wise were gone. "It is an admitted principle in all systems of education," said the professor plaintively to his sister, "that some concession shall be made to the moulds of individuality. In point of fact, all theories cool off in such moulds at last. There certainly is this element of justice in the electoral system which is in danger of becoming so threatening to our universities." "Do you want Avis to give up learning to cook?" said Aunt Chloe with a puzzled face. "Certainly not," said her father, retreating promptly and safely behind the cover of the Logic. Aunt Chloe sighed. In her heart she thought that if Avis failed in the end to grow up like other girls and be a credit to her, it would be owing chiefly to her poor mother's city-bred, unthrifty system of allowing servants to manage their work with so little personal supervision. It has been said that every human opinion is strong enough to have had its martyrs. Aunt Chloe would have gone to the stake cheerfully for this conviction. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Story of Avis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Story of Avis by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. Chapter 4. Yet thoroughly to believe in one's own self, so one's self were thorough, were to do great things. Tennyson. The illuminated hours of life are few, but those of our first youth have a piercing splendor which neither earlier nor later experience can by any chance absorb. Avis was perhaps 16 when one of these phosphorescent hours flashed upon her. To the day of her death she will recall the last detail that expressed it to her, as most of us revive the sunrise of love or the first assault of grief. It is given to a few to individualize the moment when aspiration lays a coal of fire upon our young, dumb lips. She was down in her father's apple orchard, where the low, outskirting branches yield the outlook to the sea. Between her and the shore swept placidly the expanse of the farm, for whose sake the professor clung with syllogistic precision to the old-fashioned house so far from the centre of the town. The ripening grain had a sinuous, feminine motion under the light wind. The stalks of the young corn turned their edges in profile towards the sun, and the short silk hung like the hair of babies, tangled and falling. It seemed to Avis that she could see a stir now and then, and tiny green hands put up to push it out of winking eyes. In the meadow the long grass rioted, and black and brown and yellow bees made love to crimson clovers. How they blushed! She should think they would. They were too lavish of their honey, those buxom clovers, like an untaught country lassie with a kiss. But the daisies that skirted the old grey stone walls, the slim white daisies with the golden hearts, looked to the young girl's fancy like the virgins in the Bible story, carrying each a burning lamp. She had climbed into the highest, airiest branch of the highest tree in all the orchard, principally because Aunt Chloe said it was unladylike to climb. Anything, everything that Aunt Chloe did not want her to be, she would like to become that morning. It was purely because all things had gone narrowly wrong indoors that day that she had taken her little blue and gold girl's copy of Aurora Leigh and rushed out fiercely with it into the wide June weather. Because Aunt Chloe had made her late to the drawing lesson to get that parlour swept, because she had been rude and wrong about it, and Aunt Chloe had been polite and right, because Aunt Chloe had said she would never grow gentle and womanly like other girls, and she had retorted that she hoped she never, never, never should, because, too, she had told aunt Chloe hotly, to that good lady's extreme perplexity, that carpet-dusting, though a pretty trade, was not the imperative labour after all, and so had run up to get the poem, and see in secret if she had her quotation right, because of all this, here they were, she and Aurora together, tossing like feathers in the apple-bough, high, still, safe from all the whole round rasping world. Besides, aunt Chloe never could find her, and would have to make the pudding by herself. So near our pettiest motives do our largest inspirations lie. She had easily thrown off the annoyance of the morning, with the blessed elastic temper of her young years, flinging herself upon one elbow, in that way of hers, pressing her fingers against her temple and under the girlish fillet of her closely braided hair, balancing herself dexterously by her feet upon the tremulous bough, and so plunged into that idyll of the June, that girl's gospel, which will be great as long as there are girls in the world to think it so. As few poems are ever read, as only an imaginative girl can read those few, Avis in the apple-bough read on and on. She had always meant to take just some such June morning, and find out to her satisfaction what the woman really meant to say who wrote that book, but had only nibbled at it hitherto indiscriminately, after the manner of girls. Full of the vague restlessness which possesses all healthy young creatures, and the more definite hungers natural to a girl of her temperament, Avis was ready to be fed with any full, rich nutriment which seemed to promise fibrine to a growing soul. Poison or nectar, brimstone or manna, our lips slake at the nearest, be it what it may, in the crisis of that fine fever which comes but once in life. Avis was not without capability of relishing a certain quality of poison, not too fully flavoured, of prismatic tints, and in a lily's shape, like hyacinths. But it was silent as a convent in the apple-boughs, the growing day drew on a solemn veil of light, upon the sea the steps of unseen sacred feet were stirring, and so the manna fell. I like to think of this young thing, coiled there, like an Oread in the apple-tree, with the shadow of a leaf set like a seal upon her parted lips, and her eyes leaping now and then, dumb prisoners, from her book to the horizon of the summer sea, her heart arising with the sweet imperiousness of girlhood, to solve the problem of her whole long life before that robin yonder should cease singing, or the next wave break upon the shore, or the lamp of one of the virgin daisies go out under the shadow of the overflying cloud that swept across the meadow. The June was in her, with its nightingales. And are there not those of us who would yield our lives to know their Junes once more? Avis, long years after, used to remember with a positive thrill how she said aloud that morning, throwing back her head and turning her eye through the close leaves to the vivid sky, "I am alive. What did God mean by that?" And then was frightened lest the very orioles should understand her. It seemed to her to be the first time that she had ever really thought she was alive. But no one could understand. No one should understand. She sat up and looked at the birds with her finger on her lips. Despite our most conscientious endeavour to go on cutting bread and butter, it is on ideals that the world's starvation feeds. And to most of us who must perforce live prose, there is a charm beyond all definition in the development of a poetic nature, in the budding of all young gifts, in the recognition of all high graces, in the kindling of all divine fires. We feel a generous glow upon our own colder and serener fates, like the presence of the late evening light upon a drift of snow. When the passion of our lives has long since wasted into pathos, and hope has shrivelled to fit the cell of care, we lean with increasing ardour on the hearts of those in whom purpose and poetry were permitted to be one. On Monday when the fire smokes, on Tuesday when the bills come in, on Wednesday when the children cry, it is not more smoke, more debt, more tears we want. Tell us rather how a statue grew, or how a poem sprang, or how a song was wrought, or how a prayer conceived. Avis climbed down from the apple-tree by and by, with eyes in which a proud young purpose hid. It had come to her now. It had all come to her very plainly. Why she was alive, what God meant by making her, what he meant by her being Avis Dobell, and reading just that thing that morning in the apple-boughs, with the breath of June upon her, Avis Dobell, who had rather take her painting lesson than go to the senior party, just Avis, not Coy nor Barbara. She climbed down and went straight into the house to her father. The orioles looked kindly after her, and the maiden daisies held their lamps aloft to light the going of her impetuous feet. And perhaps either birds or flowers came nearer to the young girl's heart just then than our tenderest imagination can ever take us. Aunt Chloe had made her pudding alone, and the professor had eaten it. Avis thought of it as she went into the study. Very well, other women might make puddings. She went straight to her father's knee, and standing with her straw hat hanging by the strings between her crossed hands, said as simply as if she had been asking for a kiss, "Papa, I should like to be an artist, if you please." The professor looked up from the Critique of Pure Reason with a faint, appealing perplexity, like a child waked from a nap in a strange room. "Oh, Avis, you have come. Your aunt missed you at dinner. I am sorry that you have made her more trouble about your domestic duties." Avis stood perfectly still. She seldom entirely lost the delicate, fluctuating color which lighted her face. At that moment she became, for one of the very few times in her life, absolutely pale. "But, papa," she stretched out both her hands a little towards him, "papa, you do not understand me. I have decided this morning that I want to be an artist. I want to be educated as an artist, and paint pictures all my life." "Pooh, pooh," said the professor. "Nonsense." Ah, well, we must forgive him. What should he know of the apple-trees and the orioles, the daisies and the blue and gold poem, and the way of a June morning with a young girl's heart? "Nonsense, nonsense," repeated Professor Dobell. "I can't have you filling your head with any of these womanish apings of a man's affairs, like a monkey playing tunes on a hand-organ." He spoke with a rude irritability not common with him in his treatment of his little daughter, and under that cavern of his brows glittered the rare spark which his wife had known so well. Avis, by some subtle law of association, thought at that moment of her mother, and wondered if papa were thinking of her also, but she said nothing, only turned miserably away. "But, my child," called her father more gently, come here, come here. What is all this about? I don't understand. If you want to go on with your drawing lessons, nothing is to prevent. That I know. Make yourself happy with your paint-box, if you like. That was a very pretty little copy which you made me of Sir William. The likeness was really preserved." Still, still, and forever, Achilles will have his one little vulnerability. When he was a young man, Hagel Dobell had been told that he resembled Sir William Hamilton. Perhaps he did; at all events, it was the pride and delight of his gentle life to think so. A portrait engraving of the great philosopher always hung above the study-table. To be invited into that study was to be expected to observe with more or less promptness that remarkable likeness. His college boys understood this so well that he used frequently to remark, after a visit from some more than commonly promising young man, how much that resemblance seemed to be thought to increase with years. "It was a very pretty little copy," repeated the professor. "I do not want to make pretty little copies," cried Avis with quivering lip. "I who love my art would never wish it lower to suit my stature." The professor of intellectual philosophy, not being well read in Aurora Leigh, stared at this alarming quotation. But Avis went headlong on. "I want to be educated. I want to be thoroughly educated in art. Mr. Maynard told me when I drew the Venus that I should go to Florence." "Certainly," said her father. "You shall go to Florence in due time, like other educated young ladies. And when you have had enough of Mr. Maynard, I will send you to the art school, if that will make you happy. But fret no more about being this or that. Your business at present is to be a studious and womanly girl. Now kiss me, and run and beg Aunt Chloe's pardon for being late to dinner." So lightly do we dispose of the instincts of the young thing lifting the first startled, self-concentrated eyes to ours. We pat the sleeping lion at our feet as if it were a spaniel, offering milk and sugar to the creature that would feed on flesh and blood, and settle after the trifling disturbance to our after-dinner nap. There was little enough of the lion in poor Avis's composition. She had all the self-consciousness of the artistic temperament, with but a small share of its self-confidence. After this little scene with her father, she shrank and shrivelled into herself for a long time. She must be spurred, applauded to her possibility, or it was possible no longer. It seemed to her an arrogance not to measure her belief in herself by the belief of others in her. Above all, she craved at this time the daily stir and stimulus of an idealizing love. She wondered sometimes if in the feeling that other girls had about their mothers lay hidden the wine which she found missing from her youth. For a soul which loved her so that it could not help believing in her, Avis could have dared the world. But only mothers, she supposed, ever cared for a perplexed and solitary girl like that. Still, because her hour had come, and because the June was in her, she bent blindly to her young purpose, in her young and groping way.
But she quoted no more Mrs. Browning to her father, and if he praised her crayons, she sat politely silent. It is possible that this poised reserve excited in the professor more respect than a man may naturally be supposed to feel for the mental processes of his daughter at any age. When Avis, being 19, and having finished, as one was careful to say in Harmouth, her school education, thus delicately expressing the true Harmouth compassion for those types of society in which postgraduate courses of reading were not added to a young lady's accomplishments, when Avis was sent to Europe with the Hogarths and Coy to stay a year, she kissed her father good-bye as innocently and quite as charmingly as any young lady who was travelling to improve her accent and French. But when the year was out, he received from her a serious proposition that her friends be allowed to return without her, and that she be permitted to remain for an indefinite time, and study art. "She hasn't underclothes enough," said aunt Chloe decidedly. "I only fitted her out for a year."
When the professor, with a slow smile, suggested that possibly this was a difficulty which time and talent could overcome, aunt Chloe looked very much depressed. If Hegel were going to give in to Avis at last, after all the good sense that he had shown in managing her, the poor girl would never be a credit to her, never, and her life's work would simply be thrown away. Aunt Chloe was of quite as unselfish a temper as the most of us, but she found it hard sometimes to trace the exact distinction between Avis's good and her own glory. "Besides," urged aunt Chloe, "what is to become of her when she is married?" Aunt Chloe held it to be impossible that any woman could make home happy without being able to make good Graham bread, and Avis's last remarkable experiment in this direction was yet vividly in mind. How a course of instruction in oil colours was to help the matter, it really was not immediately easy to see. But the professor strode about his study a little while, and then sat down and wrote, "It is the custom, in the training of carrier-doves, to let them loose from their places of confinement into the upper air, but those which do not return readily without interference are cast aside as too dull to be worth the trouble of further education. I let you go, my dear daughter, not without misgivings, but omnipotent nature is wiser than I. I should be duller than the dullest bird among them all, if I could not trust you at her hands." Avis had now plunged into a life which extremely few women in America, 20 years ago, found it either possible or desirable to lead. Those who know anything of art circles in Italy at that time will recall the impression made upon them by her superb perseverance in mastering the difficulties of her position long before her gift had been distinguished from a grace. The shy American girl of the unquestionable breeding, and the yet half-blossomed beauty, trod the mazes of Florentine life with an innocent rapture which protected her like a shining veil. The prospect of commanding proper surroundings to her venture had seemed at first a hopeless one, but one day her friends looked about to find that the little Yankee girl had brought her circumstances, like spaniels, to her feet. She had even provided herself with a chaperone of Mrs. Hogarth's own selection. She had then armed herself with a new palette, Coy's last kiss, and a single introductory letter, and, with the sublime assurance of 20, gone headlong to work. With a dumb joy, such as some world-sick soul of us may feel in the actual long-delayed presence of death, this young thing now began in soul and sense to live. Now, indeed, she knew that she had never lived before. She read her life backwards, like the Chaldeans, translating all its suppressed text by the light of her aspiration, as happy lovers view their past by the illumination of their love, grudging to time every hour they have spent apart. We find that most of the traits of a great affectional passion exist in the young genius which is making the first use of its antennae. Her letter, over the signature of Frederick Maynard, was addressed to Altamura, once, as the Harmouth drawing-teacher was used to say with lifted head, once his master. "Go over to Naples," said the scrutinizing artist to whom the young lady had been advised to carry it. "Go and ask Altamura what he wants done with you." Avis went to Naples, and Altamura sent her back again. "Are you ready, young lady," he had said, "to spend 2 days copying a carrot that hangs 20 feet away from you against the wall?" 200, if I must," said Avis. "Then throw away everything in your very pretty portfolio. Maynard has taken to copying from the flat. Go back to Florence, to a man whose name I'll give you, in a street that I will tell you. Do exactly as he bids you for 2 years. Then come back to me." "She will get tired of it in 6 months," said aunt Chloe. "But I'll knit her some woollen stockings, for I'm told the Italian winters are quite rheumatic." Aunt Chloe was still so old-fashioned that she would not say neuralgic, even of a young lady's bones. And the professor paced the silent study, beneath the portrait of Sir William, wondering sometimes, when the sun got low, where it was he found that rather touching anecdote about the carrier-doves. Avis, in the little bare studio, high, high, so high that it seemed, by putting her hand out of the window in the roof, she could touch the purple wideness of the Florentine sky, had her own thoughts about those doves, perhaps. But she stooped to her task with a stern, ungirlish doggedness. In the little attic studio, Pegasus kicked at the plough now and then, but on the whole behaved himself somewhat remarkably. She was young to have been so docile, but she thought nothing about that. She did not know that she was in any sense unusual in coining the fervours of 20 to secure that most elusive of human gifts, a disciplined imagination. The self-distrust which had shrunk at the first rebuff of ardour was her preservation now. She abandoned herself to the grating drudgeries involved in mastering the technique of art, with a passion of which it were not discerning not to say that it added to the fire of the artist something of feminine self-abnegation. In short, Avis shared the fate of most American art students in Italy at that time. She simply spent 2 years unlearning, that she might begin to learn. When these 2 years were over, she went back to Altamura. He said, "Now I will see if you can be taught," and took her with her chaperone into the atelier, under his protection. She went to her place on the front settee before the students entered, and left it after they had gone. When 2 years were gone again, Altamura sent her to Paris, and Paris sent her to Couture. When she was in Paris, her father came out to see her. "I think I would let the dove fly," he said, "a little longer." One day Couture came into the studio and said, "Mademoiselle, I will give you 2 years to make a reputation." Avis, standing with her slender thumb piercing her palette, and her brushes gathered with it, thrust out her empty hand with a gesture which the great artist admired more thoroughly than he understood. Her magnificent, rare pallor swept over her face, and the quality of her features heightened. Her face and head looked larger when she was pale. She reminded him at that moment of Sodoma's Roxana, in the Alexander's Marriage at Rome. Copies from the fresco sometimes had that colossal look, and her face had taken on the tints of a deep engraving. If the Archangel Gabriel had said, "Mademoiselle, I will let you into heaven, but be so good as to wait an hour," Avis might have looked at him with just that widening of the eyes and parting of the lips. She went back to her apartments that morning with a dazzled face, but she walked weakly, and for the first time for nearly 6 years of hard work and hard homesickness, burst into a passion of hysterical tears. She had worked so gently and so humbly, with such patient service of her possibility, that success overtook her with more the grip of a paralysis than the thrill of a delight. For 2 days she lay actually ill upon her bed. For a week she did not enter the studio, but wandered about Paris like a spirit in a vision. The monarch of her young future had turned lover, and kneeled at her feet. His resplendent promise humbled her. Like the beggar maiden in the story, she stretched no hand out towards her crown, and stood with downcast eyes before the King Cophetua. It was under the glamour of these blinding days that she found herself one afternoon wandering into the Madeleine. The blessed Christian habit by which an over-full heart relieves itself in prayer to an unseen God was on her. But just then the tropical Catholic atmosphere came more kindly to the New England girl than any other could. In the college chapel at home, perhaps, she would have found an audible public prayer at an arctic remove from the seething necessities of her mood. She kneeled at vespers in the Madeleine in that temper when a religion of emotions assumes a sacerdotal authority over the intellect, and even a superstition takes on the sacredness of faith. Avis often found in such hours a certain positive physical repose which only the reverent can understand, or even, perhaps, respect. It seemed to her that these prayers, which bore the burden of centuries of half inarticulate human longing, surrounded her like everlasting arms, and upon the chant which held the cry of ages she leaned her head, as John did upon the bosom of his Lord. It would be impossible, of course, to explain to any other than a believer that this was something as much deeper than a physiological effect as the soul is finer than the body. It was when Avis rose from her knees, with the halo that John himself might have worn upon her face, and was about turning, with the few stray Parisians who surrounded her, to leave the Madeleine that afternoon, that she found herself arrested by a pair of eyes fastened upon her in the twilight, across the nave. They were the eyes of a fellow countryman, as it took but the flash of an instinct to see. Avis, in that flash, said, "There is a remarkable face." Perhaps any one would have called it a remarkable face. Certainly, in the impressive background of the dim-lit church, it blazed like an amber intaglio. We see occasionally in women, but very rarely in a man, that union of the Saxon and the Southern which weds the fair hair to the dark eye. This face was set in a nimbus of bright hair, which, in a boyhood not too long departed, must have been of a deep, unusual gold. A beard which had never known a razor quite concealed the outline of what seemed to be a sensitive mouth, but of that it was impossible to tell. The young man wore his hair a little long, perhaps with either the carelessness or the affectation of a student. Avis liked the shape of his head, which her artist's glance had caught simultaneously with the color and character of his eyes. These were black, with a large iridescent pupil which she felt concentrated upon her lifted face, her arrested motion, her responsive attitude, like a burning glass. The telegraphic signal system of the human soul runs now and then in a cipher blank to the most imaginative of us all. It is not easy to explain, but most of us will admit, the effect which people may produce upon one another by the outleaping eye in the prison of a chance crowd. I do not think that I am overstating the case in saying that these two, man and woman grown, going out from the Madeleine that afternoon to the world's wide ends, would have thought of one another as we think of an unread poem, or an undiscovered country, as long as either lived. In Avis this was very natural. The artist's world is peopled with the vanishing of such mute and unknown friends, and the artist's eye is privileged to take their passports as they come and go. But when, standing with her gloved hand upon a column, her face, draped in the dark veil of her little Parisian hat, bent slightly forwards and upwards, and her eyes, gone rebel to all but the instinct of the moment, starting, she stirred and turned away, she felt a great tidal wave of color surge across her face. If the eye of that amber god across the Madeleine had caught an artist, it had held a woman. Avis became aware of this with a scorching, maidenly self-scorn. She dropped her veil, and hurried from the church. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of the Story of Avis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Story of Avis by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. Chapter 5. My Saul, ye maun blithe bid the Lord, ettle in his carriage the cluds, on the wings o' the wind making speed. Errand runner he makes o' the blasts, and loons o' his ain, the bleeze alow. Scotch Psalms. If Philip Ostrander expected Miss Dobell to join his German class, he was doomed to what is not exactly correct to call a disappointment. Probably he did expect it. The other young ladies had all joined. Young ladies were apt to join any classes which he chanced to open without undue reluctance. He had been in the frequent way of this sort of thing, in the natural course of that griping struggle with ways and means which had brought the keen-eyed, poverty-ridden boy from an uncultivated New Hampshire home to one of the most brilliant positions which New England had then to offer. For it was now considered, as Avis heard from her father when she had been at home a little while, quite assured that Mr. Ostrander would ultimately take the geological chair through the probation of the assistant professorship.
True, he was not a Harmouth graduate, this the professor regretted keenly, but his shining talents burned the more conspicuously for this disadvantage. And that he had refused a position in his alma mater to compass those 2 years in Germany, by which a promising young man expected, with some confidence, 15 or 20 years ago, to become immediately distinguished, had naturally recommended him to the Harmouth perceptive faculty. Coy was right when she said that Mr. Ostrander was thought in Harmouth to be remarkably versatile. At all events, a versatility which can be converted into $1 an hour is not to be despised by a Harmouth tutor, and Ostrander held the rudder of his yet unanchored craft with a very easy hand. In this matter of the German lessons, which, requiring but the slightest type of attention, left him space for a good deal of reverie, he was conscious of watching narrowly to see what Miss Dobell would do. During the afternoons which he spent in the sunny parlours of the Harmouth ladies, with the prettiest girls in the city chirping gutturals at his feet, or in the evenings which he devoted to Barbara Allen's fine rendering of Schumann, he made no attempt to deny that the young artist occupied certain large, untravelled spaces upon the map of his fancy. It is more than possible that if Avis had drifted into the German class, if there had been established between them that time-honoured relation of master and pupil, which, always fraught with the sweetest possible perils to man and woman, is more stimulating to the imagination of the pupil than of the master, if Avis too had sat and chirped at his feet, well, what then? Possibly Ostrander assumed that then the delicate poem opened one day at vespers in the Madeleine would hardly have been found worth the reading, and the radiant undiscovered country would have scarcely compelled the explorer over the threshold. Possibly, too, both nature and experience would have taken his brief had he been tried for this assumption. Ostrander, at this period of his life, protected himself against the ambuscades of his own temperament with that forethought which an unmarried man of 30 is clearly expected to have acquired. But he experienced a singular sense of relief and expectancy when several weeks had passed and Miss Dobell did not join the German class. That Sibyl of the Madeleine perhaps possessed the fine old classic instinct which every year he thought grew rare and rarer among women. She must, it seemed, be absolutely sought. Some pressing faculty business took him, before the vacillating April days were quite over, to Professor Dobell's house. He called at dusk, and Aunt Chloe invited him to tea. He hesitatingly refused, but when she said, "Then come next Friday, Mr. Ostrander. It is a long time since we have had the pleasure, and I notice my brother is always in good spirits when you have been to see us," he accepted the invitation at once. He did not in the least attempt to wrestle with his motive in this innocent bit of scene-shifting, but allowed himself to be led blindfold by it. His wish to see that girl again had become imperative. Ostrander had the deepest respect for whatever he found really imperious in himself. With Friday, the New England April weather had assumed one of the caprices which we tolerate so tenderly in any born coquette, and snow fell heavily. The day before had been as gentle as a baby's dream. Avis worked in the studio in the garden without a fire, and one of the college boys brought Ostrander a tuft of saxifrage from the pale green promise of the meadows. That morning the wind lay in the east sleepily enough, but by noon the air was blurred with the large, irregular spring flakes, as if nature had taken a wayward fancy to fold herself in a Japanese screen. In the afternoon, when Ostrander had strolled out of town, and down the shore to see the surf, the drifts were already piling high. He tramped through them lightly enough, in the rubber boots which are the chief end of man in New England, and with his soft silk cap drawn over his eyes, and his powerful figure bent a little with the first languid action of a wrestler upon it, yielded himself to the intoxication of the winter shore. Few greater passions pass more readily into the permanence and fidelity of love than the passion for the sea. Ostrander had an elemental kinship with it in himself, which every year of his life had intensified. He sometimes wished that he was quite sure he cared as much for any human creature as he did for Harmouth Harbor. He struck off down the drifted beach toward the light. The wind was in his face. Through the opaque air he could see rudely defined, like the values of a vast, unfinished sketch, the waves leap and slip and fall upon the glazed cliffs, and across the narrow reef from which the lighthouse shot sheer against the sky. He pushed on down, perhaps a mile, to find a shelter, and there, with the tide at his feet and the spray in his face, flung himself upon the freezing rocks, possessed with a kind of fierce but abundant joy. The light stood just across the bay where the harbor widened to the sea. It might have been a dozen rods or so from where Ostrander sat. The reef, traversable at low tide, ran from it to a gorge within the cliff. The well-defined metallic tints common to the New England coast,
The greens and reds and umbers, the colours of rust, of bronze, of ruins, covered the reef. The gorge was a vein of deep purple lava, which to Ostrander's educated eye told the story of a terrible organic divorce. The wave that tore its heart out at his feet was throbbing green, but beyond that the inrolling tide, the chalky outline of the light, the harbour mouth, the narrowing horizon, the low sky, all the world lay grey beneath the footsteps of the dizzy snow. The wind was rising from the sullenness of a blow to the anger of a gale, and the crash of the breakers which he could see had a shrill, petulant sound set to the boom of those unseen across the bay. Was it the lawlessness of all this, or the law of it, that thrilled Ostrander? Was it the passion or the purpose which commanded him? Was the eternal drama of unrest an outlet or an inlet to his nature, an excitant or a sedative? It were hard to say. The young man asked himself the question, but found a shrug of his fine shoulders the most intelligent answer at his command. Or perhaps we must admit that there was as much rheumatism as philosophy in that shrug. It certainly was growing very cold, and darkening fast. Ostrander had been somewhat sheltered by the cliff at whose feet he sat, so much so that he was quite unaware of the extent to which the wind had risen. A man does not sit very long upon an ice-covered rock, but a few moments will suffice to let loose the prisoned temper of an April gale. When he turned to get back to the beach, he found the wind racing through the lava gorge at the rate of perhaps 80 miles an hour, and the snow seething under his feet before the first oncoming of the heavy breeze-swept tide. He stopped to pull up his coat-collar, as he would now have the storm at his back. As he did so, the fog bell began to toll from the light, and he turned instinctively at the sound. At that moment he saw a figure between himself and the lighthouse, moving slowly shorewards along the reef. It was the figure of a woman. It was the figure of a lady, slight and delicately dressed. It was not so dark but that he could see that she moved with great difficulty. The reef was jagged as a saw, and glare with a thin, blue, cruel ice. It ran at an angle to the northward, and took the whole sweep of the easterly gale. Ostrander, as he watched her, felt the blood tingle about his heart. He believed that there was but one lady in Harmouth who would have taken a walk to the lighthouse on such a day. Did Miss Dobell know that not one woman in 100 could get across that reef in a blow like this? The light-keeper must have been mad to let her start. It seemed that the light-keeper himself was coming to that late and useful conclusion. Dimly through the snow Ostrander saw the flash of the lantern with which he had accompanied her to the reef's edge. There was still much sickly light in the air, and the lantern shone pale and ghastly. The man gesticulated violently, and seemed to be shouting unheard words. Ostrander remembered suddenly how shallow the rocks grew in sloping to the little island. The rising tide had probably cut between the keeper and the lady, and by this time distinctly severed them. Ostrander hesitated no longer, but ran swiftly out upon the reef. She was making her way valiantly enough, perhaps without any more than a vague and not unpleasant consciousness of possible peril. The gale took the heavy drapery of her skirts and long waterproof cloak in a cruel fashion, winding them about and about her limbs. She looked very tall in the waning light, and there was a certain grandeur in her motions. She stood out against the ice-covered rock like a creature sprung from it, sculptured, primeval, born of the storm. As Ostrander ran along the reef, he saw her stop or stagger, hesitate, then stoop slowly and take to her hands and knees. She rose again in a moment, and stood cowering a little, afraid or unable to stretch her full height to the force of the gale, which seemed to Ostrander something satanic, now that he was in the teeth of it upon that reef. Could a blind, insensate force of nature, so many feet of atmospheric pressure to the square inch, obedient to a powerful and, on the whole, kindly disposed Creator, set the whole weight of its brute organism to work with this devilish intelligence, to beat a delicate woman, blow by blow, to death? There seemed something so profoundly revolting to Ostrander's manhood in this idea, just then, that it did not occur to him that he was not the only man in the world who had ever experienced his first genuine defiance of fate in some stress of peril, sprung upon the woman whom he would have given— what would Ostrander have given to save her? It seemed to him at that moment that he would have given his young life, for as he crept along the reef, now swiftly that he might reach her, and then slowly that he might not startle her, she threw up her arms and fell. He came leaping from rock to rock, and would possibly have plunged into the water, but through the dusk he heard her voice. She said, "I have not fallen into the water. Can you get over to that great purple rock?" She spoke so quietly that he was completely reassured about her until he crawled over under the pounding of the gale, and, dashing the snow out of his eyes, looked down. She had slipped from the edge of the reef, and hung at full length along the slope of a large boulder. The slope was perhaps 20 feet long, and very gradual. It was covered with ice. The spray froze in his face as he looked over. The water was breaking across her feet. She clung with both hands to the polished edge of the boulder. There was blood upon the ice where she had clutched and beaten it away. But perhaps the fact which came most distinctly to Ostrander's consciousness was, that the tips of her fingers were absolutely without colour. The first thing which he did was to tear off his fur gloves, and, leaning over the reef, stretch both his warm hands upon hers. The water sucked between the reef and the boulder in a narrow, inky stream. "You are right," she said. "They were getting frostbitten. There. Now I can hold myself easily as long as I must. Mr. Ostrander, do you not find it very slippery upon the reef?" "Not in the least," said Ostrander grimly, grinding his heel into the ice. "Can you brace yourself sufficiently to put one foot against the boulder?" "I should hope so." "Only one foot, please, and only one hand. Do not try to get upon the boulder, and do not step between the boulder and the reef. Do you understand?" "Miss Dobell, give me one hand now, slowly. Raise your fingers one at a time, and put them into mine." "Do you understand that you are not to come upon the boulder?" "If you do not give me your hand immediately, I cannot possibly answer for what I shall do." "Promise me that if I slip you will let go." "I promise nothing. Give me your hand." "Promise that you will not let me drag you after me." "I promise anything. For God's sake, give me this instant the fingers of your right hand." She gave them to him with that, obediently enough. She lifted them one by one from the ice. One by one he slipped his own under them, slid the palm of his hand slowly under the palm of hers, so cautiously, but with the full prehensile force of her own supple touch to help him, reached and grasped her wrist. Avis had firmer fingers than most women, but they were as supple as withes. "Now the other." They managed it with the other more nervously, for the water was now dashing freely in their faces. "Now I am quite firm upon the reef. I shall draw you easily up. Do you trust me perfectly that I know what I am about?" "Perfectly. Do you remember that in case of an accident only one must slip?" "I remember." "Very well." "Are you ready?" "Quite ready." It seemed to Avis but a moment's work, and they sat crouched and panting side by side upon the broad surface of the reef. She could not possibly have said how she came there. Her most definite thought was a perfectly new conception of the power of the human hand. Ostrander's controlled, intelligent grasp challenged the blind mood of the gale. It was iron and velvet, it was fury and pity, as if the soul of the storm had assumed the sense of a man. As soon as might be, for the tide was rising fast, they made their way across the reef, and sat down for a moment's breath upon the shore. Neither had yet spoken. Ostrander had not, indeed, released the grip which he had of Miss Dobell's hand. Avis was the first to break the silence which had fallen upon them. She said, "I am afraid I have killed the bird." "I beg your pardon?" said Ostrander, staring. "I went over to the light to see about the birds that are brought by the storm," said Avis, exactly as if nothing had happened. "The keeper gave me a little blue jay that he had picked up under the lighthouse. He thought it might live, and I wrapped it in my cloak pocket. Ah, see! No, it is alive." "Give it to me," said Ostrander, adopting the young lady's tone very quietly. "You are too much chilled to keep it. And now, are you able to get on a little? The tide is becoming really troublesome, and the walk is longer than I wish it were." He took the bird, and, unfastening his coat, wrapped it in his breast. Avis, looking up through the dusk, thought how tenderly the little act was done. "The poor thing flutters against my heart," said Ostrander in his exquisitely modulated tones. He had one of those voices into which all the tenderness of the nature flows readily, like the meadows which are the first to receive the freshet of the river. And then Ostrander was really sorry for the bird. Avis made no reply. She took his arm in silence, and in silence they passed through the lava gorge, and out upon the drifted beach. There she stopped and looked back. The fog bell was tolling steadily, and under the grey sheen of the snow, the greyer mist stole in. "I have always wondered exactly what made this gorge," she said, quite as if she and Ostrander had only come out on a little geological expedition. "What was torn out of the heart of the rock?" "Nothing was torn out," said Ostrander. "The two sides of that gorge are thrust apart by flood or fire. They were originally of one flesh. It was a perfect primeval marriage. The heart of the rock was simply broken." Avis stood for a moment in the purple shadow of the cleft, into which the water was now bounding high. A certain awe fell upon them both as Ostrander spoke. Instinctively they glanced from rent side to rent side of the divorced cliff, and then into one another's faces. Stirred by the strain of peril and the thrill of safety, Avis's excited imagination took vivid hold of the story of the rock. It seemed to her as if they stood there in the wake of an awful organic tragedy, differing from human tragedy only in being symbolic of it, as if through the deep, dumb suffering of nature, the deeper because the dumber, all little human pains went seething shallowly, as the tide came seething through the gorge. In some form or other, the motherhood of earth had forecast all types of anguish under which her children groaned, had also thrilled, perhaps, beneath all forms of joy. Suppose the bridal gladness or the widowed pathos of a rock. Suppose the sentient nature of a thing adapted to its reticence. What a story, then, in sea or shore, in forest, hills, and sky, in wind and fire, in all things whose mighty lips were sealed! Suppose she herself, gone mute as the mutest of them, cognizant of their secret, joined to their brotherhood, were dashing on the tide across the lava gorge. As they turned away, she leaned rather heavily upon his arm, and tremulously said, "I suppose, Mr. Ostrander, if it had not been for you—" "Oh, no, no," interrupted Ostrander quickly. "The light-keeper would have got out the boats. I have only saved you a pretty cold bath. Pray let us not talk of that. But indeed," he added, abruptly changing his tone, "I begin to understand why the people in the novels are always saving each other's lives. It is just another instance of the absolute naturalness of much that we are all used to call unnatural in fiction." "And why?" asked Avis, without the least apparent awkwardness. "Because nothing acquaints two people like the unconventionalities of danger. It seems to me, pray pardon me, as if I had known you for a long time." Avis made no reply, and they struck out upon the drifting shore. They seemed to have been taken up now and driven by the gale behind them, as if they had been scooped into the hollow of a mighty hand. "And nothing isolates," continued Ostrander, "like the interchange of emotions which any such experience involves. See now," added the young man, looking about the desolate shore, "how lonely we seem. It would be easy to think that there was no other life than ours in all this world." He turned as he spoke, and would have stood to face the wind, but the mighty hand which had gathered them swept them imperiously on, as if it conceived them to have been bent upon some terrible errand of its own. Perhaps Ostrander, too, had received quite his share of the excitement of that April afternoon. He was in some sense rather a guarded man in his habit of speech among women, sufficiently cautious not to involve himself in those little ambiguous sallies of the lip to which young ladies attach an importance which a man reserves for affairs. He caught himself in thinking that he did not know another woman in the world to whom he could have made that speech without a savage and humiliating fear of misinterpretation. With a little of the madness of any rarely tasted license, he plunged on. "How like you it was, in the midst of all that, to tell me to get upon the purple rock!" "How do you know it was like me?" laughed Avis, as they struggled through the snow. "I think I have always known what would be like you," said the young man in a lower voice, "since I saw you in the Madeleine." There is a certain shade of expression peculiar to a man's face which every woman knows, but few understand. It falls as far short of the flash of overmastering feeling on the one hand as it does of self-possession on the other. Its wearer is at once constrained to admire and predetermined not to love, and precisely in so far as he is unconscious even of that predetermination does this delicate play of the features take on the appearance of the strongest emotion. It was not so dark but that Avis, looking up through the storm, saw that sensitive expression dart across Ostrander's face. Then the lines about his mouth subsided, his eye cleared, he lifted his head, and it was gone. She need not be a vain woman, only an inexperienced one, who reads in such a facial change a tenderness which it by no means bespeaks. Avis, being neither the one nor the other, suffered nothing more than a slight feeling of surprise. "I suppose," he added, after a few minutes' profound attention to the problem, given darkness, a lady, and a snowdrift 4 feet high, how to flounder through the latter with that grace which it will be a pleasure to reflect upon tomorrow, "I suppose you now went home, and thought what a rude American you had seen. I was glad when I saw you come to the Chaucer Club. I have always felt that I owed you an apology for that stare." He said this with the manner of one who is conscious of having said an uncommon thing, and hastens to wrench out of it a commonplace significance. "Not in the least," said Avis with composure. "I owe the making of a very satisfactory little sketch to you. I put you into sepia, on a neutral gray. Couture took a great fancy to that sepia."
If I have been in any sense the cloak across which your royal feet have stepped upon the muddy road to glory, or the royal road to glory, or—my metaphor has gone mad, and I give it up," said Ostrander with the carelessness which conceals rather than expresses meaning. "At all events, I am glad you made the sketch. We are getting along bravely. Are you very cold?" "Not much. Only my hand, which I bruised. Thank you. No, I should be very unhappy to take your glove. How is my bird, Mr. Ostrander?" "I forgot the bird." He sought for it very gently with his free hand, and said, "It lives. It is quite warm. But it does not stir." "Why," said Avis, as they drew in sight of her father's house, "why should we disturb my father by telling him about that slip upon the rock?" "Why, indeed? You are very wise and right. We will not talk of it." "I have been away from him so many years," said Avis in the almost timid way she had when her gentlest feeling was aroused, "that, now I am come back, I find I like to spare him all possible pain, even a little one like this. And now, Mr. Ostrander, how is my bird?" The light from the hall fell full upon his face when they stopped without the door. The snow lay lightly on his beard and bright hair. He looked like a young Scandinavian god. He slipped his hand very tenderly under his shaggy coat as he stood there looking down at her. "I hope all is well with the poor thing," he said. But the bird upon his heart lay dead. Avis was in no possible sense what we call a woman of moods. Her mouth and eyes were too harmonious, and her chin too broadly cut. Yet she had as many phases as the moon. So, as unconscious of the lack of originality in his fancy as most excited young creatures to whom all earth's dull old figures are sublimated by the moment's fever, Ostrander thought, when she came down to supper that night, gone by some 10 minutes' magic out of her wet wrappings into a wonderful warmth and delicacy. Even the scent of her dress as she swept past him, a fine French perfume, but one which he could not associate with any pretty Parisian whom he had ever met, added to this impression. At once she had become a housed, sheltered, hearth-loving creature. The soul of the storm lingered only upon her hair and eyes. There was a certain native daintiness about Avis, distinct from the inevitable elegance of a young lady recently returned from Paris, and hardly to be expected of the artistic temperament. She had her mother to thank for that, aunt Chloe said. It was still well remembered in Harmouth that the professor's wife wore colors that no reading club would have thought of combining, and laces of a very unintellectual character. Ostrander did not recollect having seen any other woman in such a dress as Miss Dobell wore that evening. It was of white French flannel, very fine and soft, somewhat loosely worn, and unornamented. She was standing by her father's open fire when he came back from his room at the college, and was ushered by aunt Chloe into the study. Her eyes only moved to meet him. She looked slender and shining as a Doric column. "Ah," said the professor, "I am more than glad to see you here. I do not recall, Mr. Ostrander, whether you have been in my study before. So? Then you will have seen my engraving of Sir William. Avis, be good enough to turn on the gas a little. The only copy from that plate, sir, to be found in this country, I believe." Ostrander was hastening to say that there was, he fancied, or was it fancy, a remarkable likeness, when Avis interrupted him by saying, with an irrelevance which surprised the professor in a girl of Avis's really coherent mind, that aunt Chloe had sprained her wrist, had tried to lift her great ivy jar. Aunt Chloe tended her flowers as if they were all orphans, and loved that ivy like her own soul. "I have never thought myself lacking in the commoner forms of humanity," observed Avis, her eyes electric with merriment, "but I certainly could not sit up nights with a sick ivy." "It was a German ivy," said aunt Chloe plaintively, "and I thought it would freeze. I can't sleep warm if I know my plants are cold. Did you never notice, Mr. Ostrander, how an arbutelon, for instance, will shiver? It will shiver like a thoroughbred spaniel at a draught of air. But the ivy was heavy. And, Avis, I think you must pour the tea, if you please, my dear." Ostrander was not sorry to see Avis pour the tea, but he recommended an arnica bandage to aunt Chloe with much graceful sympathy, discussing the continental pronunciation with the professor meanwhile. Ostrander had no deeply preconceived repulsions to women with careers, holding it the first duty of an educated man to cultivate a tolerance of opinion, especially in matters in which opinion most unconsciously cooled into prejudice. But he had without doubt his preconceived ideals. Among these he found that he had never placed a young woman in a white French evening dress, pouring tea at a cultivated table, with a singularly pretty arm. After tea, for the simple habits of the Christian family were not often disturbed for a quiet guest, and especially not for any pet of the professor's, like this young man,
Avis went to her accustomed seat upon a low cricket at her father's feet, and sitting in the full firelight with a bent head, read the psalm for evening prayers. A beautiful womanliness was upon her. She seemed to be wrapped in it, like a naiad in a silver shell. Ostrander yielded himself to the domestic spirit of the evening with the rare relief which a homeless and restless man alone can know. He sat with his hand above his eyes, and listened to her reverent young voice. After prayers, the professor monopolized the conversation, to the exclusion of the ladies, a Harmouth habit of which his wife had nearly succeeded in breaking him, but aunt Chloe supposed that was the way in all literary families, and a lady could always take her work while gentlemen talked. Ostrander did not object to this form of parlour etiquette, however, just then. He would have been quite satisfied if he need not have exchanged another word with Miss Dobell that evening. It suited his mood to steal a look at her now and then in silence. Even to watch her almost reduced his thought of her to garrulousness. In the beautiful scholastic sense which wise men give to our common phrase, he had become conscious of her. He was made aware of the variations in her voice, her attitude, her glance, as he was made aware of the fluctuations of his own breath. He felt her presence in the room as he felt aunt Chloe's rose hyacinth in the atmosphere. Was the repressed excitement of a shared and unspoken experience upon her as upon himself? She spoke but little, and wandered about the room, when aunt Chloe, from over her knitting, recommended some light crochet work, which she was sure Mr. Ostrander would excuse. How superb she was in that white wool, as if she had wrapped herself in a snow cloud, as if the very soul of the storm, gone mad as a lover to enfold her, turned warm as the June to win her, had followed her in from death and the freezing sea. She was standing with her face bent, and buried in the hyacinth, when aunt Chloe presently called her. "Avis, Mr. Ostrander wants to get a portrait done for a birthday present to his mother." "Mr. Ostrander, then, is a devoted son?" said Avis, lifting her face. "So I was telling him, and we have so few. Good sons have gone out of fashion, like hollyhocks. I hope you'll be able to give him the sittings, Avis. The studio will be soon quite comfortable with the May sun." "How is it, Avis?" said the professor, thrusting his hands into his pockets, and stopping in his walk across the room to look at her. "Can you gratify Mr. Ostrander, my dear, do you think?" It was when Ostrander was wading back to his rooms, beating his way through the damp and heavy drifts with the good temper of a man who has passed an exhilarating evening, that he saw, turning the sharp corner upon the college green, a slight figure struggling before him in the snow. It staggered with the helplessness of a creature encumbered by heavy swathing of the limbs, as only a woman mummied in her skirts can stagger. The poor soul was slightly dressed, and carried a little bag such as is carried by agents or female peddlers, a sight much less common 15 years ago than now. As Ostrander approached, she tripped, and fell heavily across the snow, bruising her head, he thought, against a lamp-post as she fell. Inwardly wondering of how many more damsels in distress he was elected to be the knight-errant before that storm was over, with a lurking smile upon his lips, but instant pity in his eyes, he sprang, and lifted the young woman to her feet. As she turned to thank him, the light from the street lamp fell full upon her face and his. They looked steadily at one another before she spoke. End of Chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of the Story of Avis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Story of Avis by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. Chapter 6. The clearest skies are those that farthest off appear to birds of strongest wing. The dearest loves are those that no man can come near with his best following. R.K. Weeks. The subtle footsteps of the spring stole on. The Chaucer Club adjourned till the months with the R should reinstate the oyster suppers. The German lessons, since now a yachting party offered its own peculiar type of culture, and a little wider variety in those forms of stimulus which no intelligent young lady is ashamed to admit receiving from the masculine mind, the German lessons flagged. The deepening sun upon the picture of Sir William wandered through the open window by which the professor had wheeled his study-chair. Aunt Chloe's geraniums were promoted to the garden, and aunt Chloe's soul to the seventh heaven of tender garden cares, and hopes and fears, which those only know whose nature burgeons with the green things growing, and with these alone. And in the studio, Couture's pet pupil sat painting the very successful portrait of her first American sitter. Her great master, if he might have strolled through the old-fashioned garden and into the snug summer-house which Avis had levied for her uses, would possibly have said, with a keen glance from face to face, "Très bien! You give mademoiselle a long-haired student. She gives you Thor, Odin, Balder. Mademoiselle idealizes. Mademoiselle has a future." It seemed to Mademoiselle, meanwhile, that in strange senses, tingling as an unmastered science, and blinding as an unknown art, and solemn as an untrod world, her future, through the budding of that spring, advanced to meet her. She became electrically prescient of it. She throbbed to it as if perplexing magnetisms played upon the lenient May air. It was as if she held it in her young hand, as she held the violet buds that Ostrander brought her. He brought her only buds. "I am so glad to be at work," she said. "So gravely, greatly glad." She said this to herself. It was necessary to say something. She did not remember to have worked so excitedly before. She thrilled to her task as the violet thrilled to the sun. Never had she seemed to conceive or to construct, with her imagination so recipient and docile to her inspirations. Never had she seemed before to be in such harmony with the infinite growing and yearning of nature. She stood like the child of the desert, with her ear at the lips of the Sphinx. The whole world had leapt into bloom to yield her the secrets of beauty. She spread the spring showers upon her palette, and dipped her brushes in the rainbow. As for her sitter, he served as well as another to pass the mood of the May weather. Better, perhaps, with that stimulating, legendary type of beauty. She found much beauty, and more, the better she knew it, in Philip Ostrander's face. She told him so one day, with a naivete which enchanted him. "I rarely meet," said the young artist, "with beauty in men. I have known several beautiful women." "And other women, it seems, know beautiful men," urged Ostrander, gracefully evasive of the compliment, though he felt to the bottom of his soul the utter absence of that which would have given it a distinct value to him. This young woman regarded the contour of a man's face precisely as a physician regards a hectic flush or a bilious eyeball. It was the intricate strife of the artist with the woman in her which had been the bewitchment of that look surprised in the Madeleine. He rather hoped some sudden abashed consciousness would overtake her calm professional scrutiny. He had often wished so while the portrait had been in progress. Just now he would have been glad to see her blush, perhaps. But she went serenely on. I know, but I never could understand it. When I was a girl, and the other girls talked about the handsome college boys, I was greatly puzzled. I did not know but I was colour-blind about it, or that my eyes were made with different lenses. I am afraid I am not just like other women," added Avis simply, dipping her brush with deep absorption in the madder rose. "Thank heaven," said Ostrander in a low, delirious tone. Avis lifted her eyes with a startled change of expression, holding the tube of brilliant colour like an arrested thought upon the air. "I did not understand you," she said gravely. "I said you were in danger of dropping the madder rose. There, allow me. Do not stir, it will hit the hem of your dress." He stooped to pick it up, her dress, as he did so, falling with a faint electric touch against his hand. Raising his head suddenly, he surprised her eyes upon him. They were wide, grave, imperious. They made him think of a Juno that he knew, and thought the grandest in the world. Was it the sensitiveness of a young man's wounded vanity that led him to fancy that her lips parted with something of the dumb and delicate scorn that the lips of that Ludovisi Juno, alone of all sculpture that he had ever seen, commanded? In truth, Avis had come home with large segments of her nature not altogether occupied by young Scandinavian divinities, and it is doubtful if all the gods of Olympus would have appealed to her sensibilities on any sustained scale just then, other than as affording more or less fresh material for a charcoal, a memory, or a sienna. As the souls of the dead are said, in the hideous fable, to suck the heart's blood of the living, so, without doubt, a great purpose sprung too early upon a young life may dehumanize it, sometimes does. It is impossible to overestimate the effect of substituting an intellectual for an emotional passion in the absorbent phases of a woman's life which are covered by the decade from 16 to 26. Such an experience may prune the nature, as we are told that hardship does that of certain savage races, retarding their tenderer impulses. While the other girls talked of love and lovers, Avis sat and sketched their shy, expectant faces. Yet nothing could be more fatal to horticulture than to mistake the retarded for the stunted or the sterile growth. Avis's abundant being had suffered no depletion. She was alive to the nerves of her soul. She was still an unwon woman. She felt even glad sometimes that there were men in the world who loved her. She liked to think that they loved her because they could not help it. She wondered why it was that, the swifter the retreat of her nature from them had been, the surer had been the advance of theirs. She was sorry about it when it happened, but she had no coquettish consciousness of having been in fault. And she thought very humbly of her power to mar the music of any other life. Men usually married, and it was pleasant to remember that she was not unlovely or unlovable. Sometimes, when she sat before her easel, forecasting her fair future, she felt suddenly glad, with a downright womanish thrill, that she was so sure of the beauty and patience of her purpose, that she was not to live a solitary life because no other had been open to her. Perhaps the woman does not live for whom the kingdoms of earth and the glory of them could blunt the tooth of that one little poisoned thought. And Avis did not mean to marry. That was a matter of course. It was not necessary to talk about it. Young women were apt to say something of the sort, she believed. She had never meant to marry, and she knew that she had never meant to. She acted upon this consciousness as reticently as she did upon the combinations of her palette, and as naturally as she did upon the reflex motion of her muscles. But the silent footsteps of the spring crept on. It was pleasant in the garden studio. The square little building with the Gothic door and porch and long low windows stood within call of the house, yet was quite isolated by the budding trees, an island in a sea of leaves. It gave a sense of solitude to the fancy, which was rather heightened than lessened by the close presence of unseen life. When Aunt Chloe, who had the best intentions in the world in the matter of matronizing Avis through this portrait, trotted in and out in her short garden gown, it seemed somehow only to deepen their isolation. When she suddenly remembered that the lilies were to have been bedded this morning, or wondered if Jacobs had let the cows into the corn-patch, or was afraid the newspaper over the wisteria had been blown away, or was sure Julia would get the dumplings underdone, or the professor get home from lecture before the study was dusted, and, begging Mr. Ostrander to excuse her for a minute, vanished for an hour, Avis, looking gently after her, used to think of some odd words. Then she departed into her own country by another way. Turning to Ostrander, she would find his eyes upon her, but his lips said nothing. The robins came and peered at them with curious glance upon the window-ledge. A ground sparrow who had built her nest just beneath the wooden doorstep twittered in a tender monotone. The boughs of the budding apple-trees hit the glass with slender finger-tips, and reddened if one looked at them. The dumb sunlight crawled inch by inch like a creeping child across the steps and in upon the floor. The air was full of the languors of unseen buds. Far and faint upon the shore summoned the rapture of the hidden sea. He could understand, Ostrander thought, why it was given to the first man to woo the first woman in a garden. Out of all the untried moods of the new heavens and the new earth, the gloom of the forest, the strength of the hills, the stir of the moors, or the glory of the sea, what could have taught that perfect primeval creature the slow, sweet lesson of love's surrender, like the temper of one budding flower? Eve, he had always fancied, was rather hard to win. And now the hurrying footsteps of the spring swept on. In the ripening grass the clover buds appeared, bursting into color impetuously, like kisses that a child throws to the sky. In the pansy bed beside the summer-house, Aunt Chloe's old-fashioned ladies' delights lifted their impressive faces, and sat like philosophers in the sun, asking forever a question to which no man could reply. The imperfectly defined scent of buds faded from an air gone drunk with yielding blossoms. One day, as Avis sat painting busily, there came a stir upon the apple-tree, as if a spirit had troubled the soul of it. A fine, almost inaudible sound, like a murmur of appeal or remonstrance, crossed the boughs, and a shower of blossoms fell in upon her. "Every petal is a perfumed shell," said Avis, drawing her breath. "See how they drift to their places, drawn by the currents, compelled by the currents of an unseen tide," answered Ostrander. His voice had the tense resonance which precedes tremulousness. "This means," he said, as he stooped to gather a leaf which had fallen from her hair and was sinking with a reluctant motion to the floor, "this means that May is past and June has come to us." He said this in his penetrative undertone, that tone which may mean anything or nothing, but which, in Ostrander, gave one the impression that he spoke in a delicate spiritual cipher, to which it were a dullness amounting to grossness not to find the key. He thought, as he spoke, that a faint flush stirred across Avis's listening face, but if so, it was transparent as the colour of the petal in his hand, and as swift to fade. "I have been very slow about the portrait," returned Avis, hastening to speak. "I worked more rapidly with a master. At the first plunge into a solitary struggle, a self-distrust which I can neither explain nor avoid comes upon me now and then, like the cramp upon a swimmer. Yet I am quite sure I am doing better work. If we had multiplied the sittings a little, the picture should have been finished before the apple-blossoms fell." "Pray do not misunderstand me," urged Ostrander gently. "How could you for one moment think—" "Mr. Ostrander," interrupted Avis with a sudden piercing candour in her eyes, "I did not misunderstand you." "Then tell me," pleaded Ostrander, caressing the apple-blossom which lay quivering across his hand like a thing that might fly. "Tell me what I would have said. I am struck dumb to-day." "I think you meant to say that there is a calendar for all kind thought that people acquire of one another," said Avis quietly. "All friendliness is a progression. A friend is a marvel, a creation, a discovery, a growth like a year, and June will follow May." "A friend, a friend," said the young man, bringing his hand slowly across his eyes. "How often do you find the June in the soul of a friend?" "I am not sure," said Avis, laying down her brushes, "that we either of us quite know what we are trying to say. Strictly, since you ask me, I must think my life has been barren of that which, it seems to me, a friend would put into it. Of course, one is always giving and receiving a sort of service and tenderness. But I see many women find the closest sympathies and the deepest comfort. Perhaps I have been necessarily too much absorbed in my own affairs to cultivate that divine self-oblivion which is the first condition of friendship." She took up her brushes with a solitary look, but before Ostrander could answer, it had turned into an expression which deterred him from speech, like an outstretched hand. He had never seen her look so seriously annoyed, nay, disturbed. He had heard women talk about friendship before. He had never seen one who did not mellow under the subject like a September afternoon. But Miss Dobell froze before the sunbeam fell. In truth, Avis was bitterly annoyed with herself. She recoiled from her little innocent impulse as if it had held the compromising power of an imprudence, and felt the scathing hurt which a delicate nature receives from the reaction of all misplaced ardour. She had not reached the age, perhaps with those serious eyes of hers would be long in doing so, when we can catch only the ludicrous angle in the sight of a woman talking friendship with a man. But a friend. A friend. She had allowed this man a momentary privilege, sacred and mystical to her as her maidenly dim vision of the rights of plighted love. He had overtaken her upon the boundary of a country holy as heaven and human as Eden. Avis Dobell, in her nurtured, loved, and eventful, but, as she truly said, most solitary life, had dreamed of the heart of a friend with more passion and more reserve than most women dedicate to the lover of their young ideal. But, like Frigga, the wife of Odin, who foreknew, but never foretold, the destinies of men, she had the silence of her inspirations. She had never told anybody that she felt solitary before. She had never chattered about sympathy or cackled about being imperfectly understood. An obstinate weakness in people, which she hated as she did some of her tubes of paint, always telling on the colours of character, killing superior values by its terrible encroachment. All forms of self-pity, like Prussian blue, should be sparingly used. A friend, her friend, what was this that she had done? She felt a sudden sick emptiness of soul, as if an artery had been opened there which no human power could ever bind. Her whole nature crouched as if it would spring upon this man who had severed it. She had returned to her painting quietly enough. Ostrander watched her between his half-closed, guarded eyes. "Beautiful leopardess," he said, but he did not say it aloud. And now it was June in the garden studio. Coy was privileged one day to come in when Avis was working alone and criticize the picture. "I suppose I must make a fish-horn of my fingers," said the young lady plaintively. "I never knew an artist who didn't go about the world with one hand curled up at his eye like the tin fish-horns that we find in galleries to see the pictures through. I always use them devoutly, of course, but I never knew what they were there for. Yes, Avis, that is a likeness. His eyes are too big, and his nose is too little, and there's too much, what do you call it, action, in the left moustache, but it is a very good likeness. How much you have improved! As Mrs. Hogarth says, it will be quite a step for Avis." "I do not mean to paint portraits," said Avis, colouring slightly, "though Couture said I probably must in America. But I have different plans. At least I have different hopes. Is the hair too highly lighted, Coy?" "No." Coy uncurled her hand like a long spiral shell, and bent her two keen, unaided eyes upon Avis. "No. Your portrait is alive. Flattered, of course. That is the first duty of a portrait painter. I didn't know before that Mr. Ostrander had a mother. I wonder if she gave him his light hair. He looks like the people with the horrid Norse names in the poems Longfellow's taken to writing. Frigga and those." "Wasn't Frigga a woman?" suggested Avis. "Oh, well, it's all the same. He has the antique Icelandic style. Mrs. Hogarth is much interested about it." "Ah?" said Avis. "And Barbara," added Coy. "But then Barbara isn't in the faculty." Avis made no reply. "In fact, Avis, I may say that the greater part of Harmouth is familiar with the history and progress of this portrait." "Oh, I suppose so," said Avis wearily. "It is just so if a woman writes a poem or does anything less to be expected than making 1, 2, 3, 4 cake. I must submit to that. I work so busily and so happily that I seldom think about it. But I suppose the woman never lived who would not rather work in the shelter of a desert or a star." "Very true," said Coy with her most motherly air. "And you know, Avis, you never even knew till you got home that Harmouth had engaged you in Florence to 2 sculptors and 1 artist. No, 2 artists and a sculptor, besides the Italian Count." "You are wrong. It was a German baron," said Avis in a tone of scientific precision. "At all events," said Coy, with a swift glance from the portrait to Avis and back again to the portrait, "it is a good subject. Mr. Rose says they call him the beauty of the faculty, the belle of the faculty, I think he said. Isn't that good? The Antinous of a college faculty. I should as soon look for a Belvedere in the 3rd tertiary strata. Now there's my father. If it hadn't been for mother's kind interference, I suppose I might have looked like him. Probably should have been proportionately intellectual. Brains and beauty, as someone was saying the other day of the critic and the creator, but I don't think that was Mr. Rose, seem to be born enemies." "Oh, Coy!" cried Avis, lighting. "Schiller and Goethe and Burns, and see that print of Robertson behind you." "Very likely," insisted Coy. "Indeed, I know girls who are more in love with a photograph of Frederick Robertson today than they ever were with a live man. But all the same, I stake my point, and refer you to any good album of the poets, or the clergy. As a rule, a man can't cultivate his moustache and his talents impartially. There's apt to be something askew or deficient in handsome men. They don't do great things, I think, more than flowers do, or women." So, with a pretty ingenuity that she had, Coy worked out the chance barbs which had annoyed Avis. She knew. Avis never sat so still with just one vein throbbing in her temple, unless she were annoyed. And yet the June budded in the garden studio, and one day the portrait was done. Avis, feeling the inevitable strain which falls upon the portrait artist with the completion of a work, had slept lightly and little for several nights. The moment when the subject and the picture are first brought face to face, she thought no experience could ever make other than one of refined nervous trial to her. She had often heard artists speak of this, and some of them never outgrew it, as some great orators are found to never outgrow the sudden sick bounding of the heart and trembling of the muscles of the face which the first sight of an audience produces. The artist's public, narrowed for the moment into one pair of human eyes, acquires a kind of omnipotence, like that of the sliding wall in the old story of martyrdom, which, towering higher as each day brings it nearer, creeps to crush the victim at the appointed hour. She once heard Alexander say that he could tell across the studio by the look of a man's back whether he liked his picture. She would have been sorry not to have Mr. Ostrander like the portrait, but more sorry, she thought, if it failed to please that lonely old mother in New Hampshire. Mr. Ostrander had said that he was not able to visit his mother as often as he would like, the state of his health requiring a different climate in the brief vacations which an overworked man cannot afford not to expend to the best physical advantage. He had said this so sadly that Avis felt very sorry for him. It did not occur to her till afterwards to be very sorry for the old lady. As the day drew on when she was to show him the picture, her repressed excitement deepened. She must have lost more sleep than she had supposed, so taut a tension seemed to have been sprung upon her nerves. During the night she lay with wide eyes, seeing the souls of unwrought pictures, like disembodied spirits, sweep by, vision upon vision, electrotyped upon the darkness which the substance of wine or opium fantasies, an experience which chanced to her only in her most fertile moods. When day broke, a strange buoyancy overtook her. Her veins seemed filled with a fine fire, like an intoxication which she had seen follow the use of certain rare liqueurs among Parisian women, juices expressed from subtle fruits, or the flowers of fruits, after which the Lachrymae Christi seemed gross. Ostrander came after tea to see the picture. Her father and Aunt Chloe had just been in, finding themselves sufficiently pleased with the work, but a faculty meeting, involving a pet quarrel with the theological chair, absorbed the professor, and Aunt Chloe had an oleander to water before the sun had set. The artist and the model were left alone. It was still quite light. The birds in unseen nests were singing themselves to sleep with a lessening crooning cry, as children do, one by one falling smothered in silence. The surf upon the beach had died, only a slight sob came from the harbour, like that of a creature in whom a great struggle had worn to a peaceful close. There was not wind enough to take the pollen from a lily, but the bees were awake, and hummed dizzily among the flowers. "My picture must be the final cause of this evening," said Ostrander lightly, as they approached the easel, for he felt her strained nerves beneath her quiet manner, as sailors feel the prophecy of a storm upon a sleeping sea. "Such a colouring will define it like a frame. Ah, there, do not move it. The light is perfect, and so is the portrait. Miss Dobell, my mother will be satisfied." "You are very good to think so," said Avis, drawing her breath. "But shall you be satisfied?" "More than satisfied," said Ostrander after a pause. He stood for a few moments silently looking at the picture, before he added in a lower tone, "Much more. Do I really look like that? Out of the kind eyes of a friend? Why," turning suddenly so that his eyes swept her face and figure, "are you so tired? You are worn out. I have wearied you. Pray do not stand." In truth, Avis trembled heavily, and sank into the chair which he had brought. "Did you mind me so much?" murmured Ostrander with a daring rapture in his voice. "I am ashamed," she cried impetuously, "but it is a nervousness I have when a picture comes to an end. It is like the ending of a life." Her chance words fell with a sudden dreary significance upon them both as they sat looking across the little room, which seemed to be absorbent of the intense evening light, and to throb like a topaz about them. Avis looked up at him with timid, candid eyes. It would be lonely in the studio to-morrow. He must know that. She had nothing to conceal from this man. Nothing. Nothing. She repeated the word to herself with a sharpening emphasis. But she rose with a swift motion, as if she discarded some encroaching thought, and going to the doorway stood there looking out across the garden. Ostrander followed her, and gently said, "Do you see the bees on the wigelia?" As he spoke, one circled away from the blush of the shrub, and hovered over her with a slow, intoxicated swing. "You have flowers about you," he said. "No. Yes, I had forgotten. It is the rose in my hair." She flung it away as she spoke, with a startled gesture. "You did not listen," said Ostrander, "to the bee. Have you forgotten the pretty thought about the growing of the grass and the budding of the flowers? That it is only because our eyes are not fine enough that we do not see a lily open or a clover bloom, and only because our ears are not delicate enough that we do not hear the sap circulate in a rose-leaf, or the heart throb in the insect that alights upon it." "I have thought of that," said Avis in a low voice, "every day. Sights that I never saw, and sounds that I never heard. It seems to me I have heard and seen this spring. Something ails the June. I have felt as if I had her heart beneath a microscope all the time. It is the being at home, I think, and finding my father so well, and content to see me hard at work. And I am always excited when I am at work." "No," said Ostrander in a changed voice. "No, that is not it. I believe you are the only woman in the world who would not understand. You do not, will not, will not. Ah, hush! For all that ails the June is, that we love each other." The young man had hardly uttered these words before he would have given a ransom to recall them. There is something appalling at times to the dullest fancy in the inexorable nature of human speech. The word that has leapt from the lips has gone, as the soul goes from the body. It has taken on the awful rebellion of a departed spirit. To recall it is like recalling the dead. A moment ago your friend was yours, to have and to hold, to kiss, to clasp. Now, whose is he? And what? And where? An instant past your thought was your slave, mute, subservient, safe. Now it defies you. Ostrander had felt himself blindly driven that evening toward some riot of expression, circling slowly to it as the bee circled to the flower in her abundant hair. He had struggled against this impulse stoutly. As long as his love was his secret, he felt himself to be, in a certain mystical, exalted sense, the master of this beautiful, defiant creature. He could love her. She could not help that. Deeper than all the moods that the subtle June night could ever strike, he knew now that he loved her. It was no riot. He was not the man to mistake a revolution for a riot. He knew the difference. He had been spurred into speech by an instinct, daring as all instincts are, and as full of danger. And his instinct had told him that this was a woman to be surprised, not wooed. He felt that, if he came suppliant to her, her whole being would have gathered itself like a queen, and receded from him. He could not have dallied with her, or pleaded with her, or sighed before her. That seemed to him an artificial process, adapted for the winning of other women, in whose tenderness there was usually an element of art. They might melt beneath it. It would be like the administration of ether to the grand simplicity of her soul. The influence meant to subject her into a gentle dream would prove a powerful excitant. She would freeze under it, like ice mechanically formed at midsummer. He could not think of her as a woman to whom a man would ever say, "Learn to love me, permit me to teach you, suffer me to be near you." He would as naturally have said to a beautiful torrent, "Seek to love me," or beckoned to some sweet wild creature of the woods, expecting it to fawn at his feet. The young man's nature had leaped to entrap her, as the hero in the old mythology crossed the ring of fire that surrounded the daughter of the gods. When he had made the plunge, he found indeed a woman sleeping, but it was a woman armed. Avis lifted her eyes slowly, like one struggling with a fugitive dream. He would have given years of his life at that moment to see her lip tremble, or her eyelash fall, or her commanding figure shrink. She did indeed change colour, but it was to take on the colour of white fire. And then the antique cast of her features came on. She looked like a great, dumb, protesting goddess, whom some light hand had just dragged from the bosom of the earth to the glare of day. As they stood there, the humming of the bees in the wigelia bush reverberated, and seemed to fill the world. One crawled out of the rose which she had cast away, and reeled against her foot. They stood just as his broken words had arrested them, fastened by each other's eyes. Suddenly in hers there dawned a far, startled look. She began to turn her neck a little from side to side, like a deer stirred by the sound, but not as yet by the sight of the pursuit, and secretly preparing for flight. Then she thrust out both her hands. "I deny it," said the woman. "I assert it," said the man. They faced one another, flashing like duellists. "You assume," she blazed, stammering and struggling with her words, "you presume what no man—" "I presume to say that I love you," he urged, swiftly scintillating into a dazzling tenderness. "I quite dare to say that I love you. I know what I am saying. I love you, love you." At that moment his words seemed to her a kind of unendurable liberty, like a personal approach, as if he had touched her dress or hand. Her startled maidenhood felt a wild rebellion in just standing there and knowing that his eyes were on her. Her own had now fallen. She began to quiver and flush, but it was not with tenderness. She was caught between two fires. She could not have told just then for which cause she felt most repellent of him, that he loved her, or that he had told her she loved him. A kind of wide recoil from him, such as she had never known from any man, made either of these suppositions seem to her like usurpations, like infringements of some blind sacred law, which she felt about her like the evening air, and would seek to understand at a calmer time. But it was not an instinct of repugnance that had spread in a moment. There, through the calm June afterglow, a sudden impassable distance between herself and this man, an antipathy would have been less complex, and so more tractable than this feeling. It was a rebound of dismay. It was at once blindly instinctive and rigidly measured, like that which one makes before a plunge. No man had ever spoken to her like this man. His words had the character of events. She felt as if she had in one moment put a great fact behind her, whose effects the whole of life could not undo. What was the weakness in her nature that had made this experience possible? And what the tumult there which made it memorable, stamped it upon her like the mould of a great sorrow or a wild joy? Her startled look had broadened now, and brightened like a light coming near and nearer to one through the undergrowth of a dense forest. There was even a kind of appeal in her voice, though it was with a ceremonious dignity that she said, "I hope, Mr. Ostrander, that you may find yourself as much mistaken in your own feeling as you have been so extraordinarily in mine. It will undoubtedly be so. Nothing is easier than to overestimate the depth of a passing influence." "I have overestimated nothing," persisted he doggedly, "and I am mistaken in nothing. Ah, hush! Let me speak. Let me explain. You do not understand yourself or me. You recoil, you are angry with me. I was abrupt, I was uncouth, I was unreasonable, but before God I believe I was right. Turn to me one moment, let me see your eyes, let me beg of you to listen." "I wonder, Mr. Ostrander," said Aunt Chloe, panting up across the pansy bed, "if I might so greatly trouble you as to help me one moment with the grapevine. And Avis, I am sorry, but there are callers. I think it is Mr. Allen and his sister, and the grapevine will get a sprain if I leave it as it is. I thought, if they'll excuse the garden gown, you would like to bring them out and get their criticism upon the picture." End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of the Story of Avis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Story of Avis by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. Chapter 7. Armgart. I accept the peril. I choose to walk high with sublimer dread, rather than crawl in safety. Graph. Armgart, I would with all my soul I knew the man so rare that he could make your life as woman sweet to you, as artist safe. George Eliot. He sought her the next day without preface or apology, and like a man demanded his hearing out. There was a perfectly new element in his manner to her that had almost the dignity of a claim or right, but to resent this seemed like resenting the sacred incoherencies of grief. Avis received him gently. He found her wandering in the fields about the shore. She could not work. She too had not slept, and looked well nigh as worn as he. They did not sit down, but walked restlessly to and fro through the long impeding grass. He could not catch her eye, but the expression of her mouth when he began to speak disheartened him. He had never seen her put her lips together so. Avis felt that a battle was impending. Even her gentleness had a kind of strategical character. Her foot fell upon the bruised clover with a martial rhythm. The whole force of her, soul and body, seemed to garrison itself. He began by telling her in a tone of proud humility that he had been too hasty yesterday, that though it was not possible that he could be mistaken in his own feeling, as she would know if she knew him better, yet it was never easy for a man's imagination to employ itself upon the nature of a woman. "And you," he said, with a lover's ingenious gravity, "are like no other woman, no other that I ever saw. I do not believe the world contains another. You perplex me like the Sphinx, you awe me like the Venus, you allure me like the Lorelei. I have dreamed of such women. I never saw one. I love you." He turned to her with a kind of solemn authority, as if in those 3 words all the swift, sweet arguments of his heart had so clearly culminated that it would be as impossible for her to combat them as it was to advance anything more compelling or convincing, as if he had said, "The sky is blue fire," or "The daisy turns to it," or "The tide leans to the shore." He looked at her a little blindly, with half-fallen lids. There was a hazy radiance in his eyes, from the full force of which it was as if he shielded her. Glancing up with some unspoken protest on her lips, she seemed to feel this. She put her hand across her own eyes as if she had been dazzled. "When a man loves a woman as I love you," he said quietly, "he expects to be loved. He has a right to be. He must be." "You do not know what you say," she cried. "You don't know what you ask. I am not a woman to make to make any man happy. Even if I—" "Ah, what? Even if you what? Rest here a minute in the shade and tell me. You shut your heart away from me. Let me stay here till I find it." "Then you will stay forever," flashed the woman off her guard. He threw himself at her feet in the shadow of the stone wall, and across a little cordon of tall daisies that leaped uncrushed between them, looked over at her. "Even if you—" "That does not matter now. It was nothing. Let that drop." "Even if you what? Pray finish your sentence. You are incapable of small coquetries. If you do not finish your sentence, it must be that you really prefer me to finish it for you." "No, no, I would rather finish it for myself. I meant to say that even if I loved you." "And what then? Suppose, just suppose it, that you loved me. Suppose that all this spring, the feeling— you have called it artistic fervour, the sympathy, you have thought it friendliness, the sweetness, I believe you thought that had something to do with your father, all the glory that has come into life, all this delicate intoxication that has been between us two, man and woman, created by heaven, to love, to yield like other men and women. I will never yield like other women," cried Avis, quivering across the daisies. "But suppose," he continued, his tone gaining in quiet insistence as hers lost strength and emotion, "suppose that all this had meant that you loved me." "Then I should be very sorry," she said tremulously. "Why sorry?" "You compel me to repeat an unpleasant thing," she replied more faintly yet. "I said, even supposing it were as you wish, I could never make you happy." "I have the right to judge of that. Rather a comfortless right, but I shall not overlook it, nor any other right you give me." "I have given you none, none!" She rose in much agitation, and sweeping down the daisies, turned from him. It were hard to say whether it were his eyes or his voice that had restrained her. Surely his touch had not fallen upon so much as the hem of her garment. But she stood swaying and uncertain, and then slowly, as if tender, compelling hands had drawn her, sank down against the wall again. Perhaps there was a momentary consciousness of weakness in this little act which stung her, for her whole mood seemed suddenly to gather and defend itself. "Mr. Ostrander," she said with a gentle distinctness, "we are making a long and painful scene out of a matter which a dozen plain words will settle." "Then," said he, "let us speak the plain words." She sat for a moment with her face turned towards him, in the attitude of one who waits for expected speech. But the young man, with his elbow in the daisies and his head upon his hands, lay watching her in a kind of trance. His eyes had gone quite dull and blind, as if the force of his repressed feeling had been an objective presence, like a midday sun. Turning, she saw this memorable look, for the first but not the last time in her life. Her resolution seemed to gather courage from it, and she said with increasing quietness, "The plain word is that I do not and I must not think of love, because the plain truth is that I cannot accept the consequences of love as other women do." "Oh, I see. I was a brute to make you say that," cried Ostrander impatiently. That blind look broke suddenly and scattered into an uncertain, darting gleam, like a ball of quicksilver crushed. "You mean that you do not wish to marry?" "Certainly I mean that. But it was a little hard to be made to say it. Now it is said, I don't care. There is an end to it." "It is not love, then, that you feel a disrespect for, but marriage? You prefer to marry art, I suppose?" he said perplexedly. "You are happier so?" "I feel no disrespect for either, that I am conscious of. But surely I am happier as I am." That sensitive vein on her temple throbbed painfully. What did this man take her for? Painted canvas, perhaps, or a marble antique, a torso, possibly, something mechanically constructed on the principles of the highest art, content to gather the dust of her studio without a heart-throb, a fleshless, bloodless thing. A great impulse surged over her to rise and cry out to him, "I am human! I am woman! I have had my dreams of love, like other women." But that was not a matter to chatter about. When she found the man who could both understand and reverence these dreams. But in her wildest vision she had only seen his face as we see the loved faces of the dead, sacred, safe, and snatched from her. God gave her the power to make a picture before he gave her the power to love a man. And this man, this, who had confused and agitated, nay, half blinded her, with whom her nature found escape or surrender equally impossible, what should she do with him? She thought of him with a kind of terror which only a woman can understand, because he had come so near, but failed to come nearer to her, because he had startled her into putting her whole soul in arms which he had failed to conquer. She almost wished at that moment that she could have loved like other women, and that she could have loved him. That experience at least would have had the beauty of holiness, this bore the bruise of sacrilege. His thoughts, like a witch-hazel, seemed to follow and command the spring of hers, for just then he said abruptly, "So then, if you loved me, you are sure you would not marry me? We might be so happy. Did you never think of that?" He drew a little nearer to her. Both the words and the motion had something of the nature of unconsciousness. The tall white daisies swayed delicately in the golden air between them. "A woman never thinks, I never thought, of such a thing in such a way," said Avis with recoiling eyes. "I beg your pardon. A man is so different. And you are so different from most women. But if you loved me, you would marry me all the same. You should be happy. You should paint. I should be proud to have you paint. I used to think I should be wretched with a gifted wife. All young men do. But you have taught me better. It would be the purpose, do not think it the ravings of a lover if I say it would be the passion of my life to help you realize your dreams of success." Avis smiled sadly, but she said, with the evidence and the consciousness of feeling more deeply shaken than any he had yet seen, "How can you know what my dreams are? Did I ever tell them to you? You are using a language that you do not understand. My ideals of art are those with which marriage is perfectly incompatible. Success, for a woman, means absolute surrender in whatever direction, whether she paints a picture or loves a man. There is no division of labor possible in her economy. To the attainment of any end worth living for, a symmetrical sacrifice of her nature is compulsory upon her. I do not say that this was meant to be so. I do not think we know what was meant for women. It is enough that it is so. God may have been in a just mood, but he was not in a merciful one, when, knowing that they were to be in the same world with men, he made women." "But suppose," interrupted Ostrander, thrilling with hope in proportion as she fired with rebellion, "suppose two people had been born to show that this need not be so. That would be very much like God, on the whole, to let the whole world suspect, if it dared not accuse him, of injustice in a given course, and then spring the abounding mercy of it on us at the brink of faith's surrender. Suppose a man and woman had been made and led and drawn to one another, just to show that the tolerance of individuality, even the enthusiasm of superiority, could be a perfectly mutual thing." "There may be such women in the world," said Avis. "I have never seen such a man. Only lovers think it to be possible." Nothing could have disheartened him like the delicate tooth of perfectly unconscious satire biting through those last few words. Not even her lapse into her wonted self-command, nor the sealed eyes which she was turning away from him to the restless sea. He understood, as perfectly as if she had said so, that the tide of an emotion stronger than he had ever witnessed in her had turned and was setting out from him. He was only half comforted when she added, in the calmer tone of one who brings a discussion to an inexorable close, "I never said to any one what I have said to you today, if that is any pleasure to you. It will be none to me." "I suppose," he said, after an oppressive silence, "if I had been more of a man of genius, for instance, I might have commanded your love by this time. Whatever my abilities are, they are untried. Your future is so far established. It is all so different from the way a man and woman usually meet. A man of my sort must seem to you so young. To your inspirational atmosphere, what a plodding dog a college tutor is. I suppose a gifted woman dreams of a great man. I shall never be a great man, but, with you, I might do some worthy work. I feel a unity in all aims, all hope, since I have known you. Life seems symmetrical and coherent and worth while. It does not always. I am a restless fellow." "I am sure you will do worthy work," said Avis with ringing earnestness. "Sure, sure." "Are you so sure? Thank you for that. I wish I were." "And you mistake me," she continued eagerly, "in what you said just now. I don't think I could love a great man if I tried." "Why not?" asked Ostrander, a faint smile encroaching upon the deepening pain of his face. "I never asked myself why, any more than I ask myself why I thrill to paint a picture, and suffer to sew a seam. It is enough to feel such things, if you feel them as hard as I do. But I suppose it is the moral nature of a man a woman needs, I should need, to find great. That is noble, I think, to be a man and be great in goodness, to have faith and tenderness and truth and whiteness of soul. I should care much less for what was in a man's head than what was in his heart. And a great man is absorbed, he is not so apt to think of little things. He is too busy to be tender, I should say." "But that is the way," said he, "that men feel about women, not women about men." "Is it?" asked Avis, sighing. "I do not know. I should think all women would feel so. But I have told you more than enough, Mr. Ostrander, of what I think and feel. It cannot help us any. And no man's love can be meant for me." "Now that," he said musingly, "is what I cannot quite understand. I never knew a woman in my life who could love a man so much, if she would. Pray forgive me. Ah, you do not, you dare not deny that. You would perjure your own nature if you tried." "God forbid that I perjure my own nature," answered Avis, beginning to grow pale. "But as I live, I should perjure it if I said to you to-day that I believed love and marriage were meant for me. And whatever it would be to me, this life that other women seem to be so happy in, this feeling that other women have to offer to the man they—" She broke off abruptly. Her voice had fallen to an awestruck whisper. Her solemn reticence and reluctance before this experience which he had been used to see women enter upon both readily and irreverently, affected Ostrander as the flash of a new planet affects the astronomer whose telescope misses to-day what it has discovered yesterday. He brought his dry hands together, and wrung them, a silent, eloquent gesture. "Marriage," said Avis, not assertantly, but only sadly, as if she were but recognizing some dreary universal truth, like that of sin, or misery, or death, "is a profession to a woman. And I have my work. I have my work." "But suppose," he suggested, "that your future should fail to fulfill its present promise. Be patient with me. You cannot think I am capable of underrating that promise. As I see it, it is a splendid one. But fate is so false to genius, perhaps most of all to women, as you say. 1,000 things may baffle you. You dare the loss of what 19 centuries of womanhood has hailed as the joy of its life. You dare the loss of home and love for, God forbid that I say, an unproved but as yet untried power." "At least," she said, after a silence in which she had sat not unmoved, "yes, at least I can dare. There is that in me which will not permit me not to dare. God gave it to me." "Amen," said the young man solemnly. Just then he could add no more. He had perhaps never thought till that moment that God really did give such things to women. How right she was about it, how true, how strong! His reverence for her grew with his sense of loss. His ardor deepened under her denial. He had always thought he should learn to hate a woman who had been too easily won. It seemed to him at that moment that he would rather be scorned by her than loved by any other creature in the world. "May I not come another day?" he pleaded, for she had risen as she spoke, and, carefully stepping around the daisy cordon, turned her face towards her father's house. "What could be gained?" said Avis sadly. "We can neither of us spare the strength needed for our life's work, you or I, on scenes like this. They take strength. How tired you look!" She looked up at him with a sudden womanly quiver on her face, and held out her hand. "You won't mind it if I say that I shall miss you, or that I shall always like to know you are my friend," she added timidly. "And by, when all is different, and we could talk of other things, you will come back to me?" "If ever I come back to you, it will be to stay," said Ostrander under his breath. "You will not get rid of me so easily if you beckon me back." But he turned haggardly away, and, leaping the wall with a mighty bound, strode off alone upon the beach. Avis stood as he had left her till he was out of sight. Then slowly, as if each nerve and muscle in her body yielded separately, sank down among the daisies, throwing her arms above her head, among their roots. She was worn with the strain of the last few days. She thrust her cheek down into the cool, clean earth, and let the grass close over her young head with a dull wish that it were closing for the last time. As she lay there, prone as a fallen caryatid, steps crushed the clovers. Ostrander had returned, and stood again beside her. "Pardon me," he said deprecatingly. "I have no right, but the right of my misery, to intrude in this way. I thought you would have heard me. Do not stir. I have only come back to ask you a single question." He parted the long grass that had closed above her, and looked down. She had sprung, half leaning on her elbow, and lifted her face, which gathered a chill from the dull green shadow in which she was. "In your soul's name and mine," he said, "will you answer what I shall ask?" "I will try," she said solemnly. "Tell me, then," he proceeded with a dizzy feeling, wondering whether it were madness or inspiration that possessed him, and why a man must find in either an iron necessity like this that flogged him into speech. "Tell me. It is all you can do for me now, and I dare believe you would relieve the pain that you must inflict so far as you can. Tell me if I am the man you would have, might have, loved." All her face and figure, which had been suffused while he spoke with a beautiful compassion, grew tense. She flung out one bent elbow as if she had been warding off a blow. But she still said solemnly, "For your soul's sake and mine, you are the man I will not love." It was not long, possibly it might have been a week or 10 days, after the completion of the portrait, when one evening, as Avis came in rather wearily from the studio, she found aunt Chloe beckoning mysteriously to her from the piazza steps. Aunt Chloe had on the purple and wood-colored garden gown that she had bought at a Harmouth bankrupt sale, since 3 cents a yard was a saving worthy the attention of any woman who handled money often enough to know the value of it, and the difference would exactly get 1½ of those religious mottoes so pretty in the Soldiers' Hospital. Aunt Chloe, beckoning on the piazza behind the woodbine, bloomed like a large and rather stumpy pansy. Avis remembered the pattern of that calico, and remembered the outline that the woodbine mercifully dropped upon it, for years after it had gone to adorn some Georgia freedwoman of an undoubtedly deserving, but it is to be hoped not an aesthetic cast of mind. "I wanted to see you, my dear," said aunt Chloe, "about the lemon cream. Can you step into the pantry a minute? There, just taste it, will you? Too much sugar? I thought so. For a woman who cannot cook, you are the most faultless taster I ever knew. Thank you. I wonder if you'll shut the door. It blows the cream. That will do. If you've got the paint off your hands, suppose you skim a little for your father's berries. Your father is quite put about to-night," added aunt Chloe, who seldom dropped into the expressive old Vermont phrase unless the Harmouth anxieties were over-keen. So that was it. Of course it had not been the lemon cream. Since aunt Chloe had sadly, but as she hoped resignedly and finally admitted the glaring culinary deficiencies of Avis's nature, these pantry matinees had been rare. Avis asked rather listlessly what was the matter with father this time. Was it the sophomore hazing or the senior rush, the dangerously lax position taken by the theological chair, or had somebody taken the liberty to differ from him about the non-ego? Poor father! His nervous irritability grew upon him a little. "Yes," said Aunt Chloe, "I think it does. We must watch him more carefully. We must see that he is kept amused and exercised." This was said in the tone which Aunt Chloe always adopted in discussing the time-honoured subject, the tone usual with the women of a literary man's family, one of calm and gentle superiority to a race of beings, and to a class of weaknesses, which must be tolerated, but might not be cured or improved. Aunt Chloe said he must be kept amused and exercised, exactly as if she'd been speaking of a fine terrier or blooded racer, for whose physical nurture she was professionally though affectionately responsible. "I wonder," went on Aunt Chloe with placid irrelevance, "why we none of us gave Mr. Ostrander his title." "His title?" Avis held the skimmer suspended at a rash angle over a plate of bread-cake. "Yes, his medical title. You know he graduated somewhere in medicine, but I believe he found it distasteful or injurious. I think it was injurious to his health. And I should no more have thought of him as a doctor than I should have thought of him as a porpoise," said Aunt Chloe, finding her imagination suddenly bankrupt of scientific similes. "But now he must needs go into the army, it comes into play. It shows the great usefulness of a liberal education, I suppose. But your father is just as much worked up about it. You are dribbling the cream on the bread-cake. Your father says the country needs superior young men to preserve the tone of her colleges as much as she does at the front just now. And he says there's a plethora of surgeons. Mr. Ostrander was such a pet with him. What have you done with the skimmer? And the worst of it is—" "Well," said Avis, "what is the worst of it?" For Aunt Chloe had suddenly set her sentence away to cool in the ice-chest, into which she had dived bodily on one of those mysterious domestic inspirations which Avis had long since ceased attempting to fathom. Aunt Chloe's face and shoulders had quite disappeared, but the back of the pansy gown presented a broad and impressive front, if I may be allowed the expression. Avis's eyes traced the pattern up and down. There seemed to be nothing but a brown palm-leaf and a purple stripe in all the world. "You were saying, Aunt Chloe, the worst of it was—" "The berries are withered," said Aunt Chloe, slowly exhuming herself from the refrigerator. "Oh, yes, the worst of it is about the professorship. Mr. Ostrander received the call last night, and this morning he enlisted for 3 months. That is what has put your father out so. I told him, if the young man was worth anything, he was worth their waiting for. But he said 3 months was long enough to kill a man, and that he liked to see a young fellow have a mind and stick to it. Now, if you'll call Julia, we will have these picked over." The next day Coy and Barbara came over to beg some of Aunt Chloe's flowers to send out to camp, whither, they said, Mr. Ostrander was going in an hour. The next night the professor laid a letter upon Avis's plate at tea, from which, when she opened it, there dropped out a cheque, drawn in Philip Ostrander's name upon the Harmouth Bank. It was enclosed in a letter-sheet, on which was written only, in the pencilled camp-scrawl which so quickly takes on something of the sacredness of death, "I have made it payable to your father's order, thinking it may be more convenient or agreeable for you to cash." Nothing more. It was the price of the portrait. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of the Story of Avis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Story of Avis by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. Chapter 8. Touch is the sight of the body, sight is the touch of the soul. Charles Blanc. Read us at length, read this transcendent thing, neither angel nor human, alert with a lion's strength, plumed with an eagle's wing, but still with the face of a woman. July kindled slowly but fiercely, like the heart of a furnace. The delicate edges of each nervous leaf on the famous Harmouth elms curled and blackened. The much-gravelled sidewalks burned the dignified feet of the professors on their patient way to lecture. The much-expanded cotton umbrella gloomed gracefully above their heads. The college boys fitted for biennial under the tutelage of the ice-cream vendor, and became the abject praise of the soda-fountain and the lemonade boy. The yachting parties drew in their idle sails. Aunt Chloe's anxious watering-pot made no tours among the stifling flowers till the scorching sun had stooped. The blinds of the garden studio were closely drawn. At the front, hale soldiers dropped from the ranks with sunstroke, and the wounded died of thirst upon the field. It was the summer of battles. Fair Oaks, the 7 Days, Cedar Mountain, Bull Run, Harper's Ferry, Antietam.
Avis that summer seemed to herself to be turning her life through her fingers, as we turn the pages of a book whose purpose we foreknew, but whose construction is blind. Its action moved slowly and almost painfully, like the motion of superfluous details muffling the stir of events. She read on and on and on, with fixed eyes, but with a sense of expectance difficult to explain or justify. By and by the text would be clear, by and by she should live in terse sentences. She had set herself with more patience than power resolutely to work, but she found the lips of her visions muttering in a foreign tongue. She sat entire days before an untouched canvas. She stared entire nights upon untapestried darkness. Her father found her one day, burning the sketches in her studio in a fever of self-despair. He said nothing except that he thought the sketches were promised to him, gave her a keen look, patted her cheek gently, and went away. He could not help her. He supposed that was the way the fine frenzy worked upon the feminine nature. Perhaps her mother would have known what to say to the child. If she must live this life, she needed her mother. The professor had long since tabulated his daughter as a glittering syllogism whose premises were incorrect, though its conclusion was perversely attractive, and so, like a philosopher, peacefully given her up. It must be admitted that Avis's pictures were better than her biscuit, and man did not live on bread alone. And sometimes, when he came out from the studio, a dimness like faint mist stirred far within his cavernous eyes. She would have been proud of this dark-eyed, deft-handed, undomestic girl. She had never wanted a boy. Beyond 2 or 3 really fine things done in Paris, the landscape which had attracted so much notice in London, a sketch or so in the spring exhibition, and Philip Ostrander's portrait, Avis had as yet done little towards giving form to her ideals, and more than 1 year of couture's golden probation was gone. Her return to America had been in itself one of those stimulating experiences whose immediate effect is a sedative one. The elemental loves of kin and country had been stirred in her to the finest fibre of their wide-reaching roots. She had come home to find that the afternoon sun in her father's study, on the picture of Sir William, thrilled her as no glory or story of Vatican, Pitti, or Louvre had ever done. It meant more to her at first just to go out into the garden and bury her face in the young grass, and listen to the squirrels scolding in the pear-trees, and the trustful call of the cows waiting for Jacobs down the field. Then it seemed as if the fair young picture before her could ever mean. Especially she was moved by the spring scents, the breath of the earth, where the overturned loam lay moistly melting shades of brown together, amber, umber, sienna, madder, bitumen, and Van Dyck, with that tenderness which is so inexpressibly heightened by the gravity of the colour, the aromatic odour of the early bonfires, with whose smoke the languid air was blurred and blue. Then by the exhalation of small buds, the elm and the grape that borrowed the mantle of the leaf, as wild things do that of the forest, to escape detections. Every sense in her quivered to homely and unobtrusive influences. It was a long time before she could look at a certain faded cricket in the parlour that her mother worked, without the strange hot tears. She would not have exchanged the choirs of St. Peter's for the sound of the old chapel bell calling the students to evening prayers. And then, ah well, and then there had been that slip upon the lighthouse reef, that had cost its own proportion of dumb days, and after that she had painted the portrait. And then it would have been impossible to forecast the precise personal effect of this war. Life, she thought, had pressed too near her, since she came home, for her to tell the world what it meant, clung too close, and with too sweet insistence, like the friend who stops the mouth with kisses. All those studies which had stood with their faces to the wall while Ostrander had been in the studio, she would have liked to put out of the wide world, if her father had not cared. She wanted a clean, cold, barren start, like a racer in a moor. There were some pleasant little things among them, too, a Florentine sunset, 5 poplars on the crest of a hill against a sky of dull metallic red, a Neapolitan girl tossing her bambino into the air, a study of breakers under an advancing fog, the mist stalking in about a headland, licking up the deep undertones of a great green wave. Figures, a man and a woman peering over the edge of a precipice under an intense tropical moon, a woman's head, the eyes quite turned away, a study from some Parisian model, unfinished. But Avis put them all back with their faces to the wall, sat an hour longer before her blank canvas, then laid down the charcoals and went wearily out into the hot air. The sultry evening had settled upon the sultrier day. The college boys over on the green were singing army songs. "The studio is too hot," said Aunt Chloe with conscientious sympathy. "I wonder if it wouldn't help you to go down into the cellar and stir the ice cream." "I shall get to work tomorrow," said Avis, who never liked her studio to be under family discussion. But tomorrow Coy came over to take her to the chapel, where the women of Harmouth sat with hushed voices, rolling bandages and picking lint. The butchery of Bull Run had fallen upon the mangled land. This meant that it was August in the garden studio. Avis had meant to have a picture, had hoped to have a good picture, well under way by the time that the copper-colored sunlight struggled through the August murk upon the easel. She went up to her bedroom that night with dogged eyes. She had fallen into one of those syncopes of the imagination in which men have perilled their souls to stimulate a paralyzed inspiration. By any cost, by virtue or by vice, by friend or by fiend, by prayer or by wine, the dumb artist courts the miracle of speech. Angel or devil, who is it that troubleth the torpid waters? Equally the soul makes haste, lest another should step down before her. Avis shut and locked the door of her bare, old-fashioned room, looking about it with a kind of triumphant rebellion. She was a woman. Those four walls shut out the world from the refined license of her mood. She wanted nothing of it, the great unholy world, in which seers struggled and sinned for their visions. Let them go fighting and erring on. God spoke in another way to women, in no earthquake, in no fire of the soul, but in still small voices. What would her escaping nature with her? Perhaps by and by, when all the house was still, she would go bounding down through the long grass, and dash herself full length upon the shore, and let one wave, just one, break its white heart upon her. Or she would push her little boat off from the beach, and row out alone a mile or two down by the harbor, till she was exhausted, and so calmed, by the wooing of the faint moonlit shores. The only thing she could think of that she wanted, out of all the intoxications that the round world held that summer night, would be a room full of hyacinths, rose hyacinths, and someone to play Schumann in the sultry garden. Then, by morning, she might paint her picture. Was that what the work of women lacked? High stimulant, rough virtues, strong vices, all the great peril and power of exuberant, exposed life? Dreamily across the current of her thought floated the pathetic sound of the boys' voices in the street, still and forever busy with those army songs. In the beauty of the lilies Christ was born across the sea. She turned from the window with an abrupt, dejected motion. Who could make a picture till the war was over? "Since he died to make men holy," sang on the boys, "let us die to make men free." She stood for some moments quite still, in the middle of the room, her arms thrown down, and her fingers clasped together at the tips. Suddenly starting, with a firm step and half amused, half curious lighting of the face, she unlocked a little French dressing-case that stood upon the bureau, and took from it a slender bottle, bearing the trade-mark of a house in the south of France, and the label, Eau de Fleur d'Oranger. She poured the liquid out, holding it to the light. Each drop was an amber bead, sluggish and sweet. Leave men their carousal, their fellowship, the heart's blood of the burning grape. In the veins of the buds that girls wear at their bridals runs a fire of flavor deep enough for us. The wine of a flower has carried many a pretty Parisian to an intrigue or a convent. Could it carry a Yankee girl to glory? So, half laughing, half credulous, wholly excited, Avis swallowed a cautious dose of the innocent-looking liqueur, darkened her room, threw wide her blinds, and went to bed. In the course of perhaps 10 minutes she experienced a slight swimming of the head. She bolstered herself high upon the square pillows, and threw her arms down by her side. They fell heavily, and she found it a task not quite worth the undertaking to stir them again from their places. A dull but not painful pressure set slowly in the brain, and a slight but not disagreeable ringing in the ears. The most distinct thought that she had was now a sense of relief that she could not hear the army songs. Suddenly the room began to reel. Then, as if a Titan had taken her by the feet and swung her through infinite space, she felt herself spin round and round. As suddenly all motion and all sound ceased. She sat up against the pillows. The world was still, cool, calm. If she had been foolish to try the experiment upon so warm a day, she thought she was lightly punished. Her head was quite clear and strong. She got up and bathed her face and bare arms and neck. All her motions were free and full. Only a faint sickness remained. Nothing had happened. She drained a tumbler of ice-water, and went back to bed. The moon had now set. Nothing had happened except that the darkness had become alive. That which she saw appeared at the remote wall of the room, a panorama extending from floor to ceiling, stirring slowly, like a Gobelin tapestry which unseen hands rolled and unrolled. She roused herself, sitting with her hands clasped about her knees, giving, as was her habit, a more iron attention to these fictions of her own nature than to anything which those of others had made fact in the world. Neither Raphael nor Titian could have taught her what she learned in one such self-articulate hour as this. The first thing which she saw was a huge earthen vase, standing by itself against the wall, raised a few inches from the floor, thus, and thus only, indicating to her eyes that it was not what we are used to call a reality. It was of an antique Egyptian mould, with which she must have been unconsciously familiar, but the pattern of its decoration was one perfectly unknown to her. Through a maze of lotus leaves Isis went seeking Osiris, the figures moving faintly before her eyes till they had adjusted themselves, with what seemed a voluntary motion, to their attitudes upon the clay. The figures were black, expressed by grey lights. The leaves were of an opaque green, without veining or shadow. A raised design of silver and steel surrounded the neck, lips, and pedestal of the jar. If it had been light enough, she could have taken her pencil and accurately copied this design, which was very intricate, and which pleased her. At the mouth of the jar a bronze crocodile lurked, with 4 feet and jaws only raised above the edge, lolling like a tongue. This appearance, which lasted but a few moments, was the signal for a kaleidoscope of beautiful and soulless form to stir before her, slowly and subtly, like the outer circle of a whirlpool into which she was to be drawn. Pottery, porcelain, furniture, drapery, sculpture, then flowers, fruits, a medley of still life, swept through strange, half-revealed, but wholly resplendent interiors, which glided on indifferently, like languages that said, "What hast thou to do with us?" Now and then, out of the splendid maze, a distinct effect seemed to pause, and poise itself, and woo her through the dark. An open hand, raised, and turned at the wrist like a flower on its stem, held water-lilies drooping and dripping. A sunbeam, above an empty chair in a student's alcove, focused upon a child's shoe and a woman's ribbon. A skull ground a rose between its teeth. Bees, upon a patch of burning July sky, wooed a clover. In a pool in a cliff, a starfish defined the colours of a tangle of weeds and shells. In a thicket of wild briar a single rose-leaf had fallen upon a grey stone, across which, and over the miniature clearing in the mimic forest, the tattered and fringed light lay. These passed. Avis nodded at them like the children in the visions in Hans Andersen's tales. It was all a kind of bric-a-brac. She had not the ceramic nature. Let them go. They were succeeded by an uplifting and sweeping on of perspective, by means of which great distances seemed to become measurable in the little room. Through them the generous moods of nature stirred, and earth turned herself about like a beautiful creature half awake. At first it was the cactus on the Campagna which shot up against the dark, scarlet, blazing, having a pulsation like a heart. It towered heaven-high, as if to the eyes of one who sat below its level, and lo, through, and far beyond it, the sun had set, shrinking under a purple cloud. Then out of a cool green shadow faint outlines grew, sharpened, swept, and a world of ferns arose. She could see spiral buds uncoil delicately, like the opening life of a silent girl, and the fine fronds sway and aspire. These, too, shot high, as if she had been prone upon the ground among them, and on them the light lay low. From the gold to the cold, every chromatic shade due to them was there. It was a melody in green. From this there slowly gathered itself and leaned towards her one titanic wave. It was a mid-ocean wave. It reared its full length from foot to head. The colours which are seen only at the ocean's core settled upon it. Not a shoal tint was in it. It was both the science and the art of a wave. It held both the passion and the intellect of the sea. Above its crest there was flung one human hand and a strip of pearl-white sky. A medley of outlines followed, caravans crawling through a desert, sunsets behind palmettos, twilights in forests, wherein no man had been since the making of the world, a silver fog curling from a harbour pierced by the masts of anchored ships, wastes of snow, blue cold, and wan, unbroken by human foot, defined by the loneliest of all horizons, the horizon of pines, then one mountain peak swathed below in gloom, swiftly broken at the summit into glory, on which God made himself an awful rose of dawn. But Avis bowed her head before these things, and said, "Only the high priest enters in." When she raised her eyes, they fell upon forms and faces grown gaunt with toil, an old man sowing sparse seed in a chill place, the lantern flash on a miner's stooping face, the brow and smile of a starving child, sailors abandoned in a frozen sea, a group of factory women huddling in the wind, the poisoned face of a lead worker suddenly uplifted like a curse, two huge hands knotted with labour and haggard with famine, thrust groping out upon the dark. But her heart cried out, "I am yet too happy, too young, too sheltered to understand. How dare I be the apostle of want and woe?" Even with the word the vision changed, and slowly as she leaned to look, swiftly as her heart beat in gazing, there grew the outline of a face. It was a face dark, dim, brightening, blinding, beneath a crown of thorns, but she dashed her hand across her eyes and said, "I am unworthy." The night might have been now well worn on, and she was conscious only of that exhaustion of the nature which comes from a highly excited but impotent imagination. The repose of creation had failed to relieve the fever of vision. She was thinking so, dejectedly enough, listlessly looking in one corner of the room, where 2 or 3 slender, bright harebells seemed to be springing from a cleft in a rock, when, as she looked, a girl in the garb of a peasant stood stooping to pluck them. Instantly the room seemed to become full of women. Cleopatra was there, and Godiva, Aphrodite and Saint Elizabeth, Ariadne and Esther, Helen and Jeanne d'Arc, and the Magdalene, Sappho and Cornelia, a motley company. These moved on solemnly and gave way to a silent army of the unknown. They swept before her in file, in procession, in groups. They blushed at altars, they knelt in convents, they leered in the streets, they sang to their babes, they stooped and stitched in black attics, they trembled beneath summer moons, they starved in cellars, they fell by the blow of a man's hand, they sold their souls for bread, they dashed their lives out in swift streams, they wrung their hands in prayer. Each in turn these figures passed on and vanished in an expanse of imperfectly defined colour like a cloud, which for some moments she found without form and void to her. Slowly but surely at last, and with piercing vividness, this unfolded, and she saw in curt outlines, like a story told in a few immortal words, this only. She saw a low, unclouded eastern sky, fire to the horizon's rim, sand and sun, the infinite desert, a caravan departing, faint as a forgotten hope. Midway, what might be a camel perished of thirst. In the foreground the Sphinx, the great Sphinx, restored. The mutilated face patiently took on the forms and the hues of life. The wide eyes met her own, the dumb lips parted, the solemn brow unbent, the riddle of ages whispered to her. The mystery of womanhood stood before her and said, "Speak for me." Avis lay back upon her pillow with a sudden long sobbing sigh. She was very tired, but she had seen her picture. Tomorrow she could work. Up to this point there had been nothing unprecedented in the character of these fantasies, excepting in their number and variety. Her creative moods were always those of tense vision, amounting almost to optical illusion, failing of it only where the element of deception begins. But now when, exhausted and satisfied, she turned upon her pillow, nestling her cheek into her hand like a child, for sleep none came. Still before her closed eyes the panorama swept imperiously, but it had become a panorama of agonies. For a long time she perceived only the suffering of animals, an appalling vision of the especial anguish incident to dumb things. She saw the quiver of the deer under the teeth of the hound, the heart-throb of the pursued hare, the pathetic brow of a dying lioness, the reproach in the eye of a shot bird, a dog under vivisection licking the hand that tore him. Sharply, without transition or preparation of the fancy, this changed to, oh heavens, what? Avis started with a cry that rang through and through the sleeping house, beating her hands against her eyes, as if she would beat out the very retina on which the shadow of such sight could fall. For now she was pursued by a vision of battles. Martial music filled the room. Bright blood-streaked standards waved and sank and rose again. Human faces, like a wind-struck tide, surged to and fro. Men reeled, threw up their arms, and fell. The floor crawled with the dead and dying. Wounded faces huddled in corners, came and vanished on the ceiling, entered and re-entered through the door, gasped their life away upon the bed. The glazing eye, the whitening jaw, the clinching fingers, the ineffectual, hoarse effort to breathe a broken name, all were there, nothing was hidden, hinted, or veiled, nothing was spared her. "Oh, terror! Oh, pity! Have mercy! Have mercy! Have mercy!" Aunt Chloe came panting in an amazing wrapper that outdid the pansy gown, and shut the blinds before she struck the light. No good housekeeper would let in the mosquitoes, whatever the emergency. "Nightmare, Avis? Or colic? I thought the blackberries were sour. Never mind, we will have a light directly. Why, what is this broken glass? Pieces of a bottle on the window-sill? Are you hurt? Cut? I was sure I heard your voice. But fortunately it has not waked your father. Now, my dear." "Aunt Chloe," said Avis, passing her hand blindly across her eyes, "where is the military music?" "Music? There's no music. But those boys, they've kept it up till now, the worse for them. There'll be some business for the faculty tomorrow. I always thought the objection to a university town was the students. So that was what waked you, was it? I don't see why your father doesn't put a stop to these midnight carousals. Army songs, indeed! I suppose the cats in the backyard think they're patriotic, and I had one in Vermont that used to start America, but he never got beyond the second bar. There, my dear. All right now? Why, Avis." For Avis, like any broken-hearted woman who was not going to paint a great picture tomorrow, had fallen back upon the pillows, and crying, "Auntie, auntie, oh, auntie, let me cry a minute," lay shivering and sobbing in the chill dawn. Aunt Chloe and the professor sat in the study in the August sunset. Aunt Chloe had meant to take the first opportunity to recommend to the faculty a stricter regime of night police for those boys, but she had forgotten all about the boys. Her knitting work, blue stockings for a theological student destined for the Bulgarian field, lay idly on her broad, benevolent lap. Now and then the rare, honest tears of her Puritan race fell. It was too dark for Hegel to see them. Under the Bulgarian stocking lay the evening paper, folded with a particular crease indicative in Aunt Chloe's family that a newspaper was sacred from the waste-basket, and elected to go upon file in the left corner of the third shelf from the top in the little whatnot in the study alcove. "What?" asked the professor, bringing his more than commonly nervous pace to a halt. "What, by the way, did Avis say to this?" "Nothing." "Nothing at all? I should have thought, they were thrown so much together, that the young man's fate would have been something of a shock to her. Where is she?" "She's been in the studio all day, except a while when she would go rowing. I found her with a terrible headache this morning, what with the blackberries and the boys. I don't believe Avis has had a headache before since she had the measles. But directly after breakfast she dragged herself out into that hot summer-house, and there she's been. I carried her the paper. I thought she'd better read it herself. She thanked me and went on drawing. Oh, yes, she asked if I knew where he would naturally be carried." "To his home in New Hampshire, I should suppose," said the professor sadly. "I believe there is an old father, or mother. I should have thought Avis would have been more touched by this." "No doubt she feels it," said Aunt Chloe with a certain reserve. "But you know when she is in that studio nothing is to be got out of her." "True," said the professor. "Any close occupation indeed is literally a preoccupation. The absorbed mind is inhospitable to intrusions. Sir William says—" "Are the faculty going to do anything?" interrupted Aunt Chloe, who seldom found Sir William as much to the point as might have been expected of a really intelligent-looking man who resembled her brother. "What can be done? But you may be right. There ought at least to be some formal action, some expression of sympathy. Now you remind me of it, I will just step over to the president's and see if the matter has been broached." "Poor fellow, poor fellow! Tell Avis I will be back in season to say good night," added the professor gently, coming back after he had closed the door. Aunt Chloe sat for a few minutes in the dark, still idly, thinking how long it was since she had seen Hegel so much moved. Then she rolled up the Bulgarian stocking, and went to put away the paper in its place, stopping only by the window to be sure that the marked passage lay folded on the top. The faint and now rapidly dying light enabled her to read, with her common spectacles, very clearly. Ostrander, Philip, surgeon, in the lungs. It was perhaps a week after the Battle of Bull Run, and Avis had found herself quite undisturbed at her work, left indeed in a rather exceptional solitude at which she wondered. She liked to see Coy now and then, missed her, as we miss the sunlight whose presence we are yet too absorbed or too miserable to note. Harmouth without Coy would have been like Harmouth without the elms or the chapel bell. She clung to Coy with the almost pathetic loyalty of a woman whose 26 years had given her no comradeship of a fibre against which her own could lean. In all her young and later friendships, Avis had been used to bring, not to receive, the elements of support. Deeper than all chance in this, some unconquerable instinct lay. In the relations of girlhood she had been marked for a certain sweet but unapproachable reserve. She kissed the girls politely, since it was expected of her, but in their indiscriminate caressing she found no part, no lot. Her nearest intimate could not recall an hour of weakness, of pain, or of excitement which had surprised Avis into it. As for Coy, she would as soon have thought of petting the faculty as of offering any of these little feminine eccentricities as an expression of her feeling for Avis. Now Coy had never voluntarily stayed away from her for a fortnight before in all her life. When, therefore, she came into the studio one morning after this temporary defalcation, Avis turned the Sphinx to the wall, and received her with unusual warmth. "Avis," began Coy at once, "you are pale, pale as the higher mathematics." "And you," said Avis, closely scrutinizing her, standing at arm's length with both hands on her shoulders, "you are as radiant as a Neapolitan rose." "So she said in a novel, I think," said Coy. "Be original, Avis, if you must be complimentary. You don't ask me either why I radiate. If you don't keep a cricket in your studio for me, I shall have to sit in your lap. And I've gained 5 pounds this summer. Well, the classical dictionary will do. It is quite as hospitable. Avis." "Very well, Coy." "If you were like other women, which you know you never, never will be, as I've said in your defense 100 times, but just to suppose it, as you might suppose you could make Parker House rolls, or a tatting collar, or any other chef d'oeuvre with your nature is incapable, what I want to know is, if you liked a man— let me sharpen that crayon for you, I hate to sit doing nothing— if you liked a real, live, dreadful man, do you suppose you would be all summer finding it out?" "Oh, Coy, ask me some conundrum with which my education has made me familiar. But what is it, Coy? Who is he? What have you come to tell me?" Avis laid down the crayon, pushed the Sphinx a little away from her, and gently clasping her hands around Coy's neck, looked with a solemn tenderness at her. "I said if there were," nodded Coy perversely. "You generalize from insufficient data, Avis, a mistake said to be common to women and reformers. But, speaking of men, you know all about Mr. Ostrander. If you don't, I have a lovely bit of gossip for you, a kind of Sèvres specimen, very rare. I like to gossip in Harmouth, it is considered so unintellectual." "I knew that there was some hope of Mr. Ostrander's recovery." Avis removed her arms from Coy's neck and took up her charcoal. "Father said so this week. I have heard nothing else." "You didn't know he was in Harmouth?" "In Harmouth?" "He was brought here last night." Coy, on the dictionary, waited with a pretty, expectant look, perhaps to be questioned further, but Avis asked no questions. She replied that she had supposed him to be in New Hampshire, and finished sharpening the charcoal slowly. "Guess now, Avis, where he is staying. Just guess." "I never guessed anything in my life." "Your superior women never can. Don't mind it, dear. It's a deficiency common to your class. Give it up. At Mr. Stratford Allen's." "Mr. Allen is very kind," said Avis after a momentary silence. "And so," said Coy, "is Barbara. Very kind." "Barbara is a good-hearted girl," urged Avis honestly. "I don't like to hear women speak of one another in that tone, Coy." "Mr. Allen went on as far as Washington to bring him home," proceeded Coy, ignoring the rebuke. "Mr. Ostrander had no brother or father to depend upon, and Stratford Allen is always doing such things. He wouldn't let him go to those hot college rooms. And I believe, in point of fact, it was thought the mother was too old to be anything but a burden in a sick room. So New Hampshire was just put quietly out of the question. And here comes in the advantage of being your brother's housekeeper. All that Christian self-sacrifice and grateful patriotism can do, Barbara will see to it is done, you may depend. There hasn't been such a dainty bit of household art decoration as in Harmouth circles this many a day. Meanwhile, poor Mr. Ostrander is still very ill, and greatly exhausted with the journey." Avis put away her charcoal, and rising, hunted in her portfolio for a model of her Sphinx, then for a blender, then for the chamois skin and chalk. After a little delay she sat down again, and began touching in the values of the sketch with a firm and conscientious hand. "Now," she said gravely, "since we cannot help Mr. Ostrander, you or I, what is it about that other man, Coy? Am I not fit, not enough like other women to hear?" The point of the blender trembled a little against the Sphinx's chin. "And you haven't been to see me for a fortnight, Coy." "Avis," said Coy with judicial solemnity, "I have done the best I could by you. We weren't engaged till last night, and I haven't even told my mother yet. I'm going to make John do that. It is with falling in love as it is with religion. Your parents are the last people to know when you've been converted. At any rate, that's the way at our house. It's a family awkwardness we have. I'd rather be disinherited than tell my mother I loved a man. She married father because she respected him. I've heard her say so. So I poked John in at the front door this morning to have it well over with, and I ran out across lots and over here to you. It was mean, but unavoidable. John will have no trouble. He's precocious, patriotic, and pious. 3 harmonious P's. He got one very becoming scar in the army. He's several years too young to have been called to the Central Church, and there's been a revival already since he was settled. Mother will cry a little, and be as happy as a kind-hearted old lady with a funeral to go to." "And you," said Avis, laying down her work and once more bringing the tips of her fingers together about Coy's neck. "You are happy, Coy. There. Hush, I see. It wasn't fair to make you look like that." Avis's sense of awe increased. It seemed to her a kind of rudeness for her to sit and watch this young, transfigured face. She had almost a consciousness of indelicacy, as if she had usurped one of John Rose's new and sacred rights in having surprised Coy into the expression with which, half kneeling, with both arms about Avis's waist and her face uplifted, she regarded her. The two women sat for a little space in silence, Avis still with that delicate action of the hands which hovered about but did not rest upon Coy, as if she had become a holy object that she might not touch. There was something very noticeable in this reticent and reverent motion. She was thinking how far apart, all at once, and by one little word, she and this other woman, scarcely younger than herself, scarcely more full of unexpressed life, seemed to have been thrust. "How natural," she said rather wistfully, "how natural it must seem to be so happy." "It is as natural as life," said Coy, suddenly starting to her feet. "So natural that I think John will expect me by this time. I'll tell you more about it all some other day. But there's really nothing to tell, Avis. He propounded the conundrum, and I gave it up. We just loved each other, and so we're going to be married. That's all," added Coy simply. "It sounds a simple matter, as you put it," said Avis, smiling in rather a lonely way. "And I don't mean to make fun of John's revivals," said Coy, turning in the doorway. "If there were more like John in the world, there'd be less like Mother, perhaps. When he was in college, don't you know how he used to say he should have to be a minister to keep himself straight? It sounded mean, but it was only brave. And now there isn't a thread, not a shred of cant in him. To the bottom of his soul he means what he says, and says what he means when he tries to save a soul. John believes people have got to be saved. So I have given him a chance to try his hand on me. But I shall never be half good enough for him, never." When Coy had crossed the garden, she came back, and putting her face in at the half-open door, said, "Avis, there's only one little matter that troubles me." Avis, uncovering the Sphinx, looked interrogatively around. "It is Barbara Allen's curls." End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of the Story of Avis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Story of Avis by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. Chapter 9. What's death? You'll love me yet. Browning. Loved for we did, and like the elements, that know not what nor why. Two Noble Kinsmen. Now and then a feature, an attitude, an accent, gets a mathematical hold of our imaginations, as far removed as is possible from the aesthetic or magnetic way, yet more imperious than either, like the pattern of the wall-paper in the room which has known some tragedy or ecstasy of our lives. We sit enchained by a trick of speech in the man we hate, or the cut of the brow in the creature we despise, or the shadow under the lip of the stranger we neither expect nor care to meet again, or the glance of the friend in whose broken faith eternity could not tempt us to confide. These things happen as the comets march and countermarch, by laws deeper than, though apparently subservient to, caprice. Something of this sort occurred to Philip Ostrander as he lay through the long September days in Stratford Allen's luxurious guest-room, wooing, more slowly than might have been expected of his youth and health, an escaping soul to remain in a mutilated body. He had been very near death. Of this, though no one had told him so, he was fully aware. He had enlisted in a reckless temper, like who can count how many other young men, to whom the war offered the quickest and most incisive road to a glorious solution of inglorious personal difficulties. Ostrander had the refracting, not the absorbing nature, in which ambition kindles under emotion, like the maple leaf, whose heart the autumn seeks earliest and earliest deserts. A keen passion like vanity, a strong one like love, or a subtle one like that of immediate personal sway, transfigure the resolve of such a nature, only so long as they may focus upon it. He would have felt himself humiliated to own to another man how impossible he had found it to dedicate to a science of which he believed himself to be enthusiastically appreciative, the life which a woman's foot had bruised. Yet he felt no more degradation in admitting this to himself than he did at admitting the beating of his heart. Perhaps we may say he made as little resistance to it. The position reserved for him in Harmouth College ceased to possess those elements of attraction which he considered conditions of success for himself in anything, as soon as he found himself compelled to undertake it in teeth of the precise experience awaiting the man who has to adjust the hunger of a strong nature to the famine of a denied love. This, as he assumed, was the fault of his temperament. He yielded to it as he would to a distaste for a poem or a pie. The world was wide. A Harmouth professorship was not an undue part of it. One man would answer about as well as another to fill any mould, unless, perhaps, the chalices of life, and it could hardly be said that the veins of his nature throbbed with sacramental wine, only a serviceable, secular brand. It was indeed, he thought, indicative of a narrow, if not an arrogant fancy, to suppose that it made much difference, in the end, who undertook any given little portion of the work of his age. These youthful enthusiasms were interchangeable. If he were shot, there would be one indifferent geologist less in the world, possibly one grieving woman more. He had moments in which he had dared believe that she would mourn for him. He found these inexpressibly and mystically sweet. Regret in a nature like hers might easily turn into tenderness, when her beautiful, fierce maidenhood was forever safe from its encroachment. Death would not be a costly price to pay for that subtle and constraining mastery of her soul which repentant grief and virgin widowhood would give him. Nay, the barren chance of this seemed worth far bitterer than a soldier's fate. There would be a few robust physical pangs, more or less, perhaps the inevitable homesickness to be expected at first from entering an unknown life, the relief consequent upon leaving one with which he was at present thoroughly dissatisfied, then the wide spaces and free chances of a spiritual economy in which to make his nature worthy of approach to hers, as by an instinct deeper than the reverent humility of newly awakened love, he felt that it was not likely to become in the conditions of this. For Ostrander believed in another life. 15 years ago an educated young man did not find it absolutely imperative to doubt the immortality of his own soul. He had, therefore, for it was thus that he loved this woman, with all the strength and the weakness, with the heights and the depths of his nature, gone into the army, moved by a profound and intelligent hope that he might never come out of it. When, however, the shot struck, he had grappled with death as manfully as most life-sick young creatures do if given the chance, for as he fell, his major's horse toppled over on him. It was the struggle consequent on the effort to free himself from so hideous a death, rather than the wound, not in itself deadly, which had made the nature of his peril. The pierced lung was badly bruised. Through the sultry days and cooling nights in which the first breath of autumn crept, his mind had stirred sluggishly towards the positions in which death had met it. His medical training told him that this was his most hopeful symptom, and one to be fostered. He yielded himself peacefully to the little eddies of a sick-room existence. He would have been glad to forget that the whole round world was not bounded by the daintily decorated, scented, and soothing spot in which his recovery met him. He would have been glad to forget that there was any other woman in the world than this excellent sister of a good fellow whose kingly hospitality was likely to save his life. He experienced a peculiar sense of relief in the presence of a simple feminine nature lending itself to these delicate cares with which he felt himself surrounded unobtrusively, as he was with the pale, cool, pearl tint of the walls, the select engravings, the luxurious knick-knacks of the toilet or the medicine-table, the exquisite service of his breakfast, or the pattern of ferns on the lace, to which the Venetian blinds lent a suffusive woodland tint. Awaking one morning, several days after his return to Harmouth, from the state of semi-conscious exhaustion into which the hot journey had thrown him, he had been made aware of a distinct and new sensation of optical pleasure. For the first time he perceived within the hazy lighting and shading of the room a soft outline upon which his eye wandered, rested, and remained, with the wide, blind impulse of a baby's on a sunbeam. It was the outline of a woman's neck. It was a delicate neck, of not too muscular nor yet too full a curve, of the sensitive fairness which accompanies umber tints in the hair, eyes, and brow. The hair was brushed well up from it, lingering reluctantly in little rings, of which it was difficult to express the images of endearment that they presented involuntarily to the mind, as it is difficult to explain those which we receive from tendrils or from the shadow of tendrils upon a ripe leaf. Thrown high over a comb, 2 or 3 curls fell, leaning lightly and yielding with an almost imperceptible stir to the motions of the wearer's breath. The sick man's fancy had from that time found itself curiously, but not ungratefully, subject to the outline of those curls, pursuing it idly in his weakest hours, with interest in his stronger ones, tracing the exact course of a lock that defied him like the pattern of an old lace, watching for the resumption of certain broad lights or warm shadows that he saw yesterday, disappointed if they did not reappear, nervously fretful sometimes if he could not understand why, when she turned her head, one curl would fall and another only nestle closer to its place, busy now and then in putting them into imaginary order upon his finger. He once heard a celebrated beauty say that if she could possess but one physical attraction, it should be that of pliant and abundant hair. "Miss Barbara," he had said one day, "do you ever arrange your hair in any other way?" "Do you not like it?" she answered, turning her neck slowly. She generally sat with her profile towards him. "Amazingly." "Does it have a nervous effect on you in any way? To see the curls fly, I mean. I can change it if it annoys you." "It does not annoy me in the least. But I should like to see it changed, for once," he demanded, in the idly autocratic tone of the spoilt convalescent. "Certainly," said Barbara. "I will do it up plainly some day if you wish. I will try and remember it." But she never did, it chanced, remember it. Certainly there never was a better nurse than Barbara Allen, soft of step and quiet of dress, sure of the right word at the right time, yet mistress of long silences, never taxing a weak and wearied attention with chatter about her china, yet capable of bringing the English breakfast tea in a lotus leaf, and the ice-water in a pond lily, competent to adjust the colour of the doily to the prevailing tint of one's supper, throwing an atmosphere of domestic frankness about a homeless man when her brother was in the room, just brushed in his absence by a poised reserve, perceptive of the precise moment when speech is a strain, and silence an oppression, and a song of Schubert's, touched in the twilight, should stir like a spirit through the quiet house, full of those delicate and pictorial resources of which returning strength is least likely to become ungratefully critical. "You have been so kind to me," said Ostrander, the day that he took his first step into the cool hall, and she drew out the white linen ottoman for him from the direct draught, and took the cricket at his feet, there being no other seat there for her. "So kind, that it seems a sort of rudeness or affectation for me to express a gratitude that must only deepen with time." "Stratford and I are so glad," said Barbara warmly. "It is the only visible way we have open to us of doing our little share for the men who are imperilling their lives for us. The obligation is all on our side, Mr. Ostrander. And you have been such a delightfully romantic invalid. It has been like having a poem or a story alive in one's own house. How do you think we are going to get along on plain prose when you are gone?" "Shall you miss me?" asked Ostrander, leaning back upon the white ottoman, and watching her dreamily. It was a graceful pose she had upon the cricket, and the low wind was busy with her hair. Barbara lifted her brown eyes,
but they fell, and she said nothing. She was content to be watched like that. Why spoil an innocent pleasure by talking? "So much?" continued Ostrander in a lower tone, clasping his hands behind his head, and bringing his lips together under his bright beard. "I don't know but it is worth a man's being shot to be first cured and then missed so." Now, as Ostrander could have never sat with downcast eyes listening to his own voice, its effect could hardly have been a measurable thing with him. And then he was very grateful, and at that moment he was filled with the tender flood of returning life, and Barbara happened to be there. Tea, to which for the first time Ostrander staggered down, was late that night. Barbara always waited tea for her brother. Stratford Allen, who had failed to develop that naturally superior manner to be expected of the business man who is known to have endowed a university, came in with perhaps an unwonted touch of his habitual modest, sad reserve. When Barbara asked him why he was so late, he said he had been at the treasurer's office. "Did you ask Professor Dobell about those German books for his department?" asked Barbara. "Yes, I stopped at his house a moment," said her brother, coming up to give his cordial hand to Ostrander. "I think you'd better run over there tomorrow, Barbara. Miss Avis has got hurt rowing." "Oh, much hurt? Mr. Ostrander, not in the draught, please. Take this chair." "Nothing serious, I hope, but a troublesome bruise. She was pulling her boat in through a heavy sea, and brought her thumb between the rock and the bows somehow. She made light of it, but it will cripple her for a while, I am afraid. Ostrander, how pleasant this is! Shall I help you to the very last huckleberry that was to be found in New England?" After tea, Ostrander said that he wished to try a step or two upon the piazza. Stratford objected, but Barbara said it was her rule that sick people, of anything beyond a common-schooled education, should be allowed to do as they liked. She came up to him with a rosebud in one hand and his overcoat in another, his winter coat. Barbara's lightest sentiment had a sufficiently practical ballast. She pinned in the rose, a plump, hothouse bud of a sturdy colour. One long, sinuous curl fell over it. Ostrander drew his furred lapel over the flower with an exquisite motion which an artist or novelist would not have wasted upon anything less than a Madonna lily. With his peculiar tenderness of touch, and with his eyes fixed upon her, he folded it slowly against his heart. "As if it had been a woman," thought Barbara with a discreet vagueness of imagination. Barbara had a high respect for a man who could receive a favour of hers with grace so princely. But she did not wish that she were that rose. Ostrander, still touching his coat with a certain gentleness, crept out into the rapidly chilling air. He had come out to try his strength. He meant to know for himself about that hurt hand. He crawled along with a suppressed fierceness when he found how weak he was. The fat rosebud slipped and fell. He did not see it, and stepped on it twice in crossing the piazza floor. It was impossible to have better intentions than aunt Chloe's, when any member of the family was by illness or otherwise thrown defencelessly upon them. When Avis had been for 3 days incapacitated for work by her little accident, aunt Chloe resolutely took her sewing and went to find her. It was nonsense to be moping out there like a chilled blue jay. Avis must be entertained. The first condition of recovery, were it from a broken thumb or a broken head, aunt Chloe held, was to be got out of one's self. And in the nature of things we find those people to be self-absorbed who are not occupied in our own particular forms of benevolence, precisely as we find those irreligious who are not of our own especial faith. The main trouble with Avis, aunt Chloe reasoned, was that she did not go out of herself. What if she could not paint for a week or 2? A soldier's box could be packed, at all events a Harmouth soup ticket could be distributed with any energetic left hand. It may be that aunt Chloe's stout impulse, like that of many another outflowing heart, sometimes struck nearer to a truth than the richer but less objective fancy. But Avis in the orchard flung upon the short September grass with her Ruskin and Hawthorne, and Mrs. Jameson, and other resources not so immediately telling upon the needs of the age as the soup tickets, responded to aunt Chloe's sympathy with the assurance that she was not in pain, and fully occupied, and hoped to be at work again in at most a fortnight. "I hope so, my dear, I'm sure," said aunt Chloe, laboriously seating herself beside her, and unrolling a package of metaphysical shirts. "For it must be very lonely, having so few resources as you do. I came out because I thought it bad for you to be so much alone." "Thank you, auntie," said Avis in a sincere tone, closing her book. "How odd all this is about Mr. Ostrander and Barbara," began aunt Chloe, carefully fitting a gusset. Why was it that it always made Avis frantic to see Aunt Chloe fit gussets? "It is the last thing I should have thought of. Should you have thought of it?" "Perhaps not," said Avis, "but it is very natural." "I hope for her sake it will prove a bona fide engagement," buzzed Aunt Chloe. "It'll be so awkward for her otherwise. Though it isn't a choice I should have made for Mr. Ostrander. I sent him some nasturtiums this morning. Avis, let me see that hand once more. I don't understand why you should look so fagged out over it." "A little hurt sometimes causes a good deal of pain," said Avis rather wearily. She threw herself back upon the brown grass and closed her eyes while Aunt Chloe talked. It irked her, this enforced idleness, more than she could remember to have been irked by anything since she sat cutting out night-clothes with Aunt Chloe on the dining-room table at 16. Just now it seemed as imperative to be busy as action to the swimmer, and her efforts to exchange her palette for her books had been purposeless and spasmodic, like the motions of the sinking. She seldom read while she was at work, and could recall many a sketch which had been ruined by the morning paper. She could not set the fire of creation to boiling the tea-kettle of acquisition. Especially had this experience proved untimely and unmerciful. There seemed to be great spaces in her nature into which she neither cared nor dared to look, and which the events of the summer had imperceptibly enlarged, like the boundaries of a conquering country. She found herself now with a kind of terror thrust into them against her will. "My dear," said Aunt Chloe with unwonted abruptness, folding the gusset, however, before she laid it down, "I don't know but there is a Providence in this accident after all. I have been troubled about you for a long time. It is always a pity for a woman to become dependent upon any excitement outside of the sphere to which she must, of course, in the end, adjust herself. And really, Avis, I don't see how you are going to marry in that studio. I do not wish to speak of such matters with any indelicate freedom," added Aunt Chloe with her old-fashioned womanly reserve, which Avis, in all her life, never remembered to have seen broken in this way before. "But of course, my dear, you will expect to marry." "No," said Avis gently, with the perfectly hopeless feeling one has under the necessity of an explanation which kindliness demands, but which is sure to be only a deepening mystery to the auditor. "No, auntie, I do not expect to marry." "In a certain way," replied Aunt Chloe with grave hesitation, "that is the way a woman should feel. I had refused your uncle twice before I thought of marriage. I am glad you preserve so much modesty about such matters. Young girls nowadays are generally so different. Of course, no lady will ever allow herself to become interested in a gentleman till he has positively sought her in marriage." Aunt Chloe rolled up her work as she uttered this first and great commandment, upon which all the law and profits of womanhood hung, with the serene dignity which only an absolute inability to conceive of two sides to a question can give. What a lady ought not, that, of course, a lady never did. It was scarcely necessary to remind any niece of hers of that. But Aunt Chloe had almost a sense of immodesty in having spoken, as she had felt it her duty to do, to Avis. Marriage was not a thing for women to chatter about. But equally it was not the thing for women deliberately to put themselves beyond the reach of that honourable institution, which we must admit was ordained of Almighty God, and necessary to weak-minded man. And when a poor motherless girl had reached the age of 26 without any apparent appreciation of this fact, it was clearly the duty of somebody to remind her, with that delicacy belonging to the old-time breeding, of the mistaken and undesirable position into which she was drifting. "Not," said Aunt Chloe, hastening to a virtuous qualification of her unwonted indiscretion, "not that a maiden lady cannot live a very useful and unselfish life, my dear. I have known many instances. But I think you, Avis, would be happier in the married state, and so I thought I would take an opportunity to caution you a little. You seem to be so absorbed in that painting that somebody must think for you. And now Coy has gone, and Barbara will follow, you will be left very much alone. I cannot deny that I feel some anxiety for your future." "Thank you, auntie," said Avis again. A dull sense of disturbance mingled with her surprise at Aunt Chloe's unprecedented expression of feeling. She was glad when the last gusset was rolled away, and Julia called to ask if she should scald over the marmalade. She wandered away restlessly when Aunt Chloe had gone, through the orchard, over the meadow, across the field. She crushed the crisp grass idly. The brown butterflies circled over her head, and the grasshoppers rose and fell in their short autumn riot, which lends almost a pathos to a creature that is alternately repulsive and absurd, as the throb of any ephemeral life must do in its last delight.
Avis watched them with a sudden, fierce envy. They would die of the bitter frost, but they had leapt to the summer sun. She stopped, from a feeling too ill-defined to be called a purpose, perhaps hardly conscious enough to be named an impulse, at the spot where she had last seen and spoken with Philip Ostrander. It was broad, white September noon. The narrow shadow crept crouching against the feet of the stone wall. The direct touch of the sun fell gratefully, for the morning had been chill. There was a rising, but as yet unagitated wind, which appealed to but did not stir the purple heart of the sea morning-glories that sprang from the sand across the wall. The water had the superlative and unmated meaning of a September sea. The near waves broke weedless and kindling, clean to the heart's core, like a nature burnt wholly with a consecrated passion. All the colours of the tide and of the shore compelled attention, as if one must create a vocabulary to express them, as if one struggled to say, a blazing brown, a joyous grey, a restless green, a reticent red, a something never seen before. In every tint there was a subtle contradiction. The life and death of the year wrestled upon the face of the water. The whole harbour looked to Avis like some large soul, in which a conflict old as time, and young as hope, and eternal as nature, and sad as fate, was impending. By and by the harbour, too, must freeze. A pace or two down the wall 2 little stunted spruces grew, sparse, wind-beaten things, shivering away from the sea with the touching action of all trees upon an easterly shore. Avis, stepping along to help herself up by the assistance of their shrinking branches, climbed the stone wall, and stood for a moment between them, looking across the cliff and down. In her full, lithe length there, a perfect panel against the sky and sea, she was still standing, when she heard her name spoken under breath, and immediately the speaker added, "Do not move, I pray you. Do not even turn your head just this moment." Neither starting nor stirring, without comment or inquiry, she obeyed. Perhaps her breath came with some swiftness, for she seemed to sway a very little in standing. In her pale, straw-coloured summer dress she looked like a delicate flame, slender and ascending against the sky. Still without turning, she gently said, "That is long enough, I think, Mr. Ostrander." "Is it? Are you tired?" "Ah, well, I am selfish. I would have kept you there much longer." "Well, then, if you must. Shall I help you down?" Then she turned. Slowly, like a statue on its pivot, she circled towards him between the dark lines of the 2 trees, and slowly opened her grave eyes upon his face. Perhaps she was not thinking that he would be so sorely changed. It was so long since she had seen him. Silence had been heavy between them, and the shadow of death had overhung. In all the strain of this summer she had thrust herself back upon her own quiveringly poised imagination, a terrible companion. Upon the battlefield, beneath the shot, within the blazing hospital, upon the scorching journey, and at the door of death, she had followed him as one follows afar off, exchanging the terror of that which is for the horror of that which may be. Her mind had not been at any time laggard in its apprehension of the fact that he lay, at a stone's throw from her, grappling with life, and that another woman rendered him the tender offices of friendship and of compassion. But her pictorial instinct, cruelly loyal to her thus far, had failed her at last. This face, this, which he lifted to her now, haggard and grey, tense with that enforced patience, so foreign to a man, that a woman instinctively gauges the extent of his physical suffering by his acquisition of it, against this, her saddest vision had not fortified her. Astronomy happened upon a beautiful and significant phrase when it gave us energy of position, and meant us to understand by it that certain separated bodies are far apart, with great spaces to travel to reach each other. At that one moment the energy of position between these 2 seemed an immeasurable thing. Avis, perhaps because she had just obeyed him in standing still to be looked at, had turned a little coldly. Where she stood high upon the wall, her health and youth and colour seemed to cut themselves like articulate words before his eyes. He, upon the side of the ascending field, crawled weakly towards her. He was shattered as a broken column. For that moment they looked steadily and silently upon one another. Then, slowly, furtively, as an unacknowledged motive or a rebel fancy, there crept over her face a change. It was the marvellous and magnificent change wrought upon a woman's face only by that compassion which steals a regent to the palace where Love the King has been dethroned. Nothing is more beautiful, because nothing is more womanly, than that subsistence of the muscles, that quiver of the nerves, that kindling of colour, and luminous entreaty of the eye. The young man held his breath before it, stirred with a perfectly new and daring hope. He felt that, had he come to her again in the power of his manhood, he might again have gone as he came. It was his physical ruin and helplessness which appealed to the strength in her. He would have died to see that lip of hers tremble so, for him. Now he saw it, and lived. He had exchanged nothing but a shot lung and lifelong feebleness for heaven. He drew a weak step nearer to her, and held out his arms. She wavered for an instant. The morning glory behind her, across the wall, wavered as much in the now rising wind. Then, with a low, inarticulate cry, she stretched both hands down towards him. He took them, and she slid down from the wall and stood beside him. She did not offer to remove her hands. He thought she was unconscious of his touch, for she had not yet taken that broken, piteous look from his face. "Oh," she said indistinctly, "I did not think, I did not know." "You did not know I was so changed?" He gently took her hurt right hand by the wrist as he spoke, holding it like a drooping water-lily by the stem. "There, I must have hurt you. I was cruel, but I was dazzled. Poor little hand! There is a great deal of suffering in a little hurt like this. A bruise is so much worse than a cut, in hearts or hands. I have had the cut. You have almost drawn the life-blood out of my soul, I think. But you have been bruised." A wild flash of dissent or protest shot across her eyes, but the quiver of her lip increased. "All this time," he went on in the pathetic accent which mortal illness leaves lingering so long upon a man's voice, "you have sent me no word, no sign." She silently shook her head. Her eyelids looked heavily, as if a distinct effort only prevented them from drooping. "You never expressed to me the commonest sympathies of friendship." Imperfectly she said, "No." "I lay, pretty weak, watching day after day, thinking perhaps you would come, or speak one little word. I went down into the valley of the shadow of death without you. You never extended a finger-touch to help me." "I never did." "You did not dare." Then her eyelids fell, then her quivering lip melted, then her whole face broke and blazed. She snatched away both hands and covered it. "Let me hear you say it," he demanded with a kind of solemn authority, which seemed for the moment to be that of one who dealt with a divine, not human, passion. "You dared not." "I dared not." "Let me know why not." "Because you did not ask me to." Scarlet behind her shielding hands, she flung out the words. He took one blind step towards her. "If I had asked you, would you have come? Did you care, did you want to come, when I was suffering to me?" "Oh, every day, every hour. There was not a minute, for so many cruel weeks. It was so hard. Oh, don't think I am crying. It's only that I cannot get my breath, and I couldn't go. I was afraid." "You were afraid you loved me," he cried. "You are afraid of it now." As long as he lived, Ostrander saw in dreams the expression of exquisite pain with which she dragged her hands away from her face and met his eye. She seemed like a creature whose throbbing heart was torn out of her live body. "If this be love," she slowly said, "I am afraid I love you now." He staggered. He was still so weak. He staggered, and putting out one hand upon her shoulder, sank slowly to the ground. "Oh," she cried, "I have hurt you." "No, oh no! Hush, you have healed me. I am well. Only let me rest a minute, till my breath comes." He leaned panting against the wall, under the scant shade of the storm-tormented spruce. "Oh, I have hurt you," she repeated, kneeling beside him. "What can I say? Is there anything that I can do?" She had melted into a gentleness under which he felt his head spin giddily. There was a suppressed, appealing accent in her voice which he had never heard. It was faint as the first golden outline of land to one long in mid-ocean. He put his head back and closed his eyes. He would not, for life's sake, just then, have seen more than that mistily throbbing boundary. It was as much as he could bear. If this was her pity, what would her tenderness be? When he had grown a little stronger, he turned and silently looked at her. Already upon her rested that indefinable change, on the hither side of which, when once it has touched her, all time cannot put a woman's face. In yielding her confession, she seemed already to have yielded some impalpable portion of her personality. In the words of the old story of chivalry, her soul had gone out of her. Her blinding consciousness of having taken the first step in a road which led to some indefined but imperative surrender of her nature had an effect upon her incalculable to one familiar only with a simpler type of woman. She did not look subdued, only startled. And when he reverently extended his thin hand again towards her, she shrank, with widening, fear-stricken eyes. Just then Ostrander thought her beautiful terror of him more precious than her love. He did not press any expression of his feeling upon her, and they sat quite still, and the live noon pulsated about them. Presently she said tremulously, "You are so weak, and you walked across this long field. How will you ever get back? I am troubled that you came." "I can go anywhere," said Ostrander in an intoxicated tone. "Do anything. I can go the world over, for you will go with me." He turned to her, leaning his head upon one wan hand on which the sunlight drew out the veins. She turned away. She could not just then say the word which would darken sun, moon, and stars in the face of a man who looked like that. Her own grew tense and pinched. "But still, as you say," said Ostrander, whether wilfully or not unconscious of this movement, "I am not yet very strong. Indulge me. Let me hear you say once more, I'll not ask for it but once to-day, that you are afraid you love me." "Oh, I am afraid I love you. There, hush." She sprang to her feet, putting her finger on her own lips. "And can you not love me without being afraid?" She shook her head, her eyes beginning to wander from side to side. "But why?" "I do not know. I am made so," defiantly. "Let me go. Let us go now, home, somewhere. Oh, I forget. I am cruel." She broke into a penitent tenderness. "Are you rested? Can you walk so far yet? Can you go?" "One moment." Ostrander rose feebly, and stood beside her. His startling pallor burned as marble does if thrust into the full sun, as if it were lighted, not from without, but from within. He folded his arms with the resolute action of a man who thinks that is the safest thing to do with them, before he said, "You will not leave me, I think, to-day, like this. I am almost too sick a man yet to be left so." "Do you appeal to my pity?" she flashed, drawing a step back. "No, I appeal to your love." The scorching colour slowly rose, lighted, sped, fired her face, brow, and neck. When he saw it, he knew that he had never seen her blush before. She seemed to stand imprisoned by that blush, as if it had been a physical paralysis or pain. "My love," she said under her breath, "my love, do you know to what you are appealing?" "Hardly, yet," said Ostrander deliriously. "I am not strong enough to know to-day. I only ask that you will give me the right to know another day, to-morrow, when you will. Is it too much to ask?" She made as if she would have spoken some impetuous word, but a glance at him restrained her. He was trembling heavily, and his breath had visibly shortened. He looked very ill. Her heart leapt with the deep maternal yearning over suffering that is more elemental in women than the yearning of maiden or of wife. Had he spoken no word of that other love to her, she could have gathered his faint face in her arms, and brooded over it with leaning cheek and sobbing voice. But this other, this encroaching, appalling love which she felt in herself, as yet only as the presence of a vague organic dread, for this nature gave her no speech nor language, but the instinct of flight. Yet flight now would be either coquetry or cruelty, and of both she was incapable. "I will see you," she said after a moment's grave silence. "Yes, I will see you again." Ostrander was sensitively conscious that her transparent honesty could not wrest even from her compassion a distinct mortgage to his now blinding hope.
But he felt himself as physically unequal to enduring just then any possible depression of that hope, as he was to yielding any larger allowance of the scant breath with which he must compass that widening distance across the dizzy field. He paused, however, to say with a certain authority, "You understand what I asked in asking that we may talk of this, that we may talk of our love again?" "Yes." "And you distinctly grant that we may speak of it so?" She said, "If you stand another moment, you cannot crawl home." "I shall stand till you grant what I ask." "Oh, I grant it. Come. How can I help you over this rough ground? I wish I were a man." "I am sorry not to sympathize with any wish of yours," said Ostrander, breaking into a boyish laugh as they turned, striking down into the brown stubbly field. "And now, if you will permit me, just a hand upon your shoulder. It shall be a light one, and I shall get along famously. I am already stronger than I was." She lent him her strong young shoulder simply and readily, and he leaning upon it with radiant eyes, they passed over the conscious meadows in the white September noon. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of the Story of Avis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Story of Avis by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. Chapter 10. Are there not 2 points in the adventure of the diver? One, when a beggar he prepares to plunge. One, when a prince he rises with his pearl. Festus, I plunge. Festus, I wait you when you rise. Browning's Paracelsus. There now began in Avis a memorable conflict, which only a woman, and of women perhaps only a few, can articulately understand. Ostrander felt that it was only accelerated, but did not believe that it was in any other sense affected, by the state of extreme exhaustion into which that morning by the shore had plunged him. He had struggled up through the orchard and the garden, and as far as the studio, where he sank upon the steps. The professor and Aunt Chloe came out and got him into the house, and he lay for the rest of the day upon the study sofa, sorely spent. Nothing would have suited Aunt Chloe better than to keep him beneath her motherly wing. She had small secret respect for Barbara Allen's nursing. What could a girl with red curls know about gunshot wounds? And she understood that Mr. Ostrander had been kept too long in a dark room. Men, like flowers, wax strong in the light of heaven. Undoubtedly Barbara could play opera music for him downstairs, but meanwhile who was to rub the poor fellow's feet, or exert an authoritative influence in the question of wet or dry heat in an attack of pain? And now that he had really gone back to the college, too soon, as it had clearly proved, she could surely take him in hand without any discourtesy to the Allens. Aunt Chloe's hospitality expressed itself with the touch of dignity, which, though it makes acceptance easy, leaves denial graceful. She did not press the matter, when Ostrander, growing stronger with the heavily cooling evening, said only that it was best for him to go, and he returned to his old quarters, upon which he held some lien by courtesy until his health should admit of a definite settlement of his relation to the university. Avis was in her room when his carriage drove up, and did not come down. She had presented herself through the day only so much as was necessary to prevent remark. She hovered about him distantly. In her eyes smouldered a dangerous light. When once they had been left for a few minutes alone together, as the afternoon shadow was stooping to the study floor, she had fanned him conscientiously, to be sure, but she had not broken by a breath the expressive silence which had settled like a third personality between them. He did not watch her, but lay with closed eyes. He perceived the shining of her slender wrist, the faint scent from her dress and hair. When Aunt Chloe came in, she felt his pulse anxiously, and said she had given him too large a dose of the elderberry wine. For that next day he left her to herself, and for yet another he stood afar off from a struggle upon which he felt it unchivalric to urge, more than need inevitably be, the appeal of his physical wreck and disordered future. Upon the third day he came, leaning upon John Rose's arm. Rose had found him down the street, crawling along home. But John Rose had an appointment with a lady, and would not come in. Aunt Chloe stood in the hall with her bonnet on. She was going to a very special female prayer-meeting, of which, far be it from me to speak sceptically, appointed to further the discontinuance of the war. And the professor would not return from the lecture-room till after the Alpha Delta Phi dinner, which would be a late and dyspeptic affair. Aunt Chloe thought the parlour too damp for Mr. Ostrander, and would send Avis into the study. He went in, and awaited her with such nerve as he could command. He would not have turned his transparent hand over either way upon his chance. He waited what seemed an immeasurable, and really was rather a cruel time. When at last she came in, down the long, sunlit, home-like room, between the rows of books, he was shocked to see the traces of a sleepless and joyless struggle that she bore. He met her with some indistinct, impetuous word of endearment, and drew her beside him upon the old mahogany sofa. "You suffer!" he cried, with the helpless bewilderment of the strongest man before the nature of a strong woman. "I would make you so happy, and I have made you miserable. Why do you suffer?" He held her fast now by the delicate crossed wrists. She lifted her tender face. "I suffer," she said, "because I love you." "Oh, is that all?" "I never loved any other man. I did not know what it was like." She gently drew her hands away and folded them one into the other. "And what is it like? Can you tell me?" One might have said of Ostrander's voice at that moment what was said once, and said perfectly, of music, that it was love in search of a word. "It is like death," said the woman slowly, with a deepening shade on every feature. "Then," said the young man lightly, "I am ready to die." But he was sorry to have made her smile so, for her smile did not encourage him. "It is civil war," she said. Spurred by a momentary stinging sense of having retraced his own footsteps, he leaped on. "Do you remember that you were to give me an answer, that you were to talk with me of our future to-day?" "Yes." "And I may know, now, what it is you have to say to me?" "Mr. Ostrander, in all my life, since I was a little girl, I have never known one hour in which I expected, like other women, to marry." "You could not be like other women," he murmured. But she waved his words away with her bruised hand. "I don't think you understand what that means. I never could conceive of myself as expecting it. I cannot now. I do not wish to marry any man. It seems to me a perfectly unnatural thing that any man should look me in the face and ask me to be his wife. It always did. And that a man of your superior intelligence should actually expect it is really incomprehensible to me." She pelted these words at him over her shoulder. Ostrander heard them too anxiously to smile. It was the irrational outcry of a creature rasped and wrung by the friction of her own nature upon itself. Only a woman terrified by the serried advance of a mighty love upon an able and discomfited resistance could have spoken those words in that way. But only a few men in the world would have instinctively understood this. Ostrander was not one of these few. It seemed to his dizzy eyes that her face receded as she spoke, growing larger but dimmer with every word. "I never said this before," she added, with the rapid, incisive utterance of one who is expressing what is so long familiar and so long suppressed as to have become a functional part of the being, and to exhale involuntarily like the breath. "I never cared enough for any one to try to explain it. But I must tell you, I had rather not be happy than to be happy at such a cost as marriage demands of women." "Ah, then you own that you would, that you could be happy." He hastened to entrap her in her sweet admission. She gave him one transcendent look. As if she had given him some matchless wine never before unsealed for human lips, his head grew light. But then there fell a swift and great withdrawal upon her, and her face gathered itself together like a garrison, while she said, "I told you something about this long ago, before you went into the army, that day by the shore. But I could not explain it then, for I could not explain myself then. Everything that I felt then has intensified. With my feeling for you has deepened this other feeling. The more I care for you, the more I shrink from what you ask." "Let us talk of this quietly now, and reasonably," said Ostrander in his low, vibrant way. "I will urge nothing upon you. Only let us reason about it. Marriage is not to be treated with such personal irreverence or rebellion, I think. It is really the best plan Almighty God could contrive for us. It is his will that men and women should love one another, and, loving, marry." "But I do not see it to be his will for me," urged Avis. "He has set two natures in me, warring against each other. He has made me a law unto myself. He made me so. How can I help that? I do not say, heaven knows, that I am better, or greater, or truer than other women, when I say it is quite right for other women to become wives, and not for me. I only say, if that is what a woman is made for, I am not like that. I am different. And God did it." There was a solemn but yet submissive arraignment in these words, and in the tone with which they were uttered, to which at that moment Ostrander found no ready lover's argument of a texture large enough to be laid against them. "Even if I had no work, no life of my own," she continued, less calmly, "I think it would be the same, though I cannot tell. But I have my work, and I have my life. I was not made to yield these to any man. I was not made to absorb them in his work and his life. And I should do it, if I married him. I should care so much, too much, for what happened to him. Mr. Ostrander, if I were a man, I would not stoop to ask such a sacrifice of any woman." "And I stoop to ask for no more than I give," he said, with a haughty humility. "I will take from you only what I can yield to you, the love of a life. I do not want your work or your individuality. I refuse to accept any such sacrifice from the woman I love. You are perfectly right. A man ought to be above it. Let me be that man." Ostrander uttered this daring sentiment as ardently as if he had ever thought of it before, and as sincerely as if it had been the watchword of his life. He felt himself at that moment in the radiation of a great truth that blazed from her ringing voice and her entrenched beauty. He seemed to himself to be the discoverer of a new type of womanhood, to which, as we do in the presence of all ideals, he instinctively brought his own nature to the rapid test. He would have scorned himself if his manhood had not rung responsive to it. He ventured solemnly to say, "Only let us love, and live, and work together. Your genius shall be more tenderly my pride than my little talents can possibly be yours. I shall feel more care for your assured future than you ought to feel for my wrecked one. Try me if you will, trust me if you can. I do not say that I am worthy, but you shall make me so. If I did not believe you could make me so, before God I would go out from your presence to-day and never seek it again." He spoke in an agitation now that extended itself, like the air they breathed, to her. She rose and walked across the study floor 2 or 3 times, with something of her father's attitude, the long, nervous step softened to a sinuous grace in her clinging dress. "I wish I had a different past and a different future to offer you," pleaded Ostrander, throwing one weak arm up over his head restlessly. "But the one has at least been clean, I believe, and the other must be what God and yourself will it." She stopped her rapid walk, and looked at him standing in the middle of the floor, and in what seemed a half unconscious tone, as if she had not been listening to his last words, she said, "I have wondered sometimes if there were such a man in the world. I always knew," whispering, "how I should feel. I knew it would be all over with me when I found him." Then, still softly, "Oh, how pale you are! All this excitement is so wrong for you. I should be so glad to see you happy, to help you to get well. Oh, I think I could make you happy. I would try. There is nothing I would not do, would not suffer." With a swift motion she stirred towards him, saw him reach his arms out dumbly, wavered and turned, then, "Oh, no, no, no!" she cried. "Help me to say no. Come another time. I must think. I must take time, because—" "Because what?" he demanded, sorely shaken by the prolongation of this strain. "Because I care too much for you to make you miserable. Everything would be so hard for you. Don't think it is that I care so much about myself. I could bear it, to grow poor and sick and worn out, and never to paint, and to have to sew so much. When you look at me, oh, you are so pale, I could bear it all. But I can't forget how it would be, and the coffee won't be right. And men mind such things. You would mind. You would be sorry we had done it. It is not right for us to marry. Don't let me do what is not right. You should see, you should be merciful to yourself and me." She seemed to slip and slide before his still extended hands like a wraith, and he heard the door open and close, and the afternoon sun bent placidly upon the rows of books, upon the portrait of Sir William, upon the decorous mahogany sofa, and the dull figure on the carpet where she had stood. He took his hat and crawled away in the bright sunshine. Avis upstairs held her hands upon her ears as if she were trying to shut out the sound of her own words. And the professor sat at the Alpha Delta Phi dinner, sat discussing representative perception with that New York clergyman who had written so intelligent a review of the identity of identity and non-identity, and Aunt Chloe at the prayer-meeting poured out her good soul for the benefit of the country. He did not seek to see her after this, but wrote to her several times, expressing more fully both the burden of his love and the reason of his hope, crystallizing calmly all a lover's sublime conviction of the practicability of his wishes. He had no answers, but he wrote bravely on. Perhaps a fortnight passed in this way. All this while Ostrander had said nothing of his health. One day Coy came in and said, "Poor Mr. Ostrander! He doesn't seem to get up. John goes over there almost every day. He doesn't walk out now, hasn't for a week, and the Allens take him to ride. But I hear his chum is very good to him, and he won't go anywhere else. And John says he can't see why he doesn't gain. John is very good to him, and John says—" But Avis did not seem to be granting her usual tender attention to what John said, and Coy changed the subject to bias ruffles. It was when Ostrander was lying alone in the dusk on his college lounge the next day that a little note was brought to him, the first he had ever received from her. With shaking fingers he struck a light, and read in her large defined hand this only: "My dear Mr. Ostrander, I should like to see you, if you are strong enough to drive to my father's house. Do not come till you are quite able. I have nothing to say that cannot be said as well at one time as another. Yours sincerely, Avis Dobell." His chum came in at that moment, and Ostrander, who had not ventured into the evening air for weeks, fiercely demanded a carriage and his overcoat, and got them. He usually got what he sought in that reverberating tone. Men were almost as pliable as women to the quality of Philip Ostrander's voice. As luck would have it, there was a faculty meeting in the study, and a City Relief Society in the parlors. He asked distinctly for Miss Avis, and was bidden into the long empty dining-room. There was faint firelight in the Franklin stove, and the moon, which was full, looked in over Aunt Chloe's ivies. There was heliotrope in the room somewhere, but it could not be seen. She came, before the lights, not knowing how it was, and stopped in the doorway, uncertain. He was standing at the other end of the room. It seemed as if he leaned against a column of straight moonlight. His height and pallor were thus both emphasized. Avis, looking in through the darkened room, leaning forward a little, hesitating, thought of the harbor light, oddly enough, and of the birds. The lamps came in while they were standing so. The servant went out and closed the door. Avis had on something scarlet over a thick white dress that blazed out with the lighting of the room. She spoke first, and said gravely, "Mr. Ostrander, I have decided—" "Oh, do not decide yet." "It is quite necessary. I have tried your patience overmuch. I have decided, and I pray you pardon me for the lateness of the decision, and for all the trouble I have been to you, and all the pain, but I have decided that I cannot resign my profession as an artist." He was hastening impetuously to remind her that they had both decided she need resign nothing, when he perceived a tender merriment that he had never seen before, dawning far within her eyes. His voice and face sprang towards her, but she motioned him back. "And I forgot to tell you that I hate, with a fervent hatred, to keep house." "I did not ask you to be my housekeeper." "And," suddenly serious, "I make very sour bread." "You will bring me," he said reverently, "the bread of life." He looked so wasted, standing trembling there, with his hand upon the long table, that his words seemed less the rhapsody of love than the cry of famine; and the reply, which in the telling has almost a touch of the ludicrous, in the solemn saying was almost sublime. "Come," he said feebly, "I am starving. Come." Slowly at first, with her head bent, as if she resisted some opposing pressure, then swiftly, as if she had been drawn by irresistible forces, then blindly, like the bird to the lighthouse, she passed the length of the silent room, and put both hands, and palms pressed together as if they had been manacled, into his. Chapter 11.
Chapter 11 of the Story of Avis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Story of Avis by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. Chapter 11. Wine sweeter than first wine she gave him drop by drop. Wine stronger than seal could sign she poured and did not stop. H. H. Never was there such a wooing. So, with the simple assurance of that glorified time in which we seem to ourselves to be the originators of each new emotion that overtakes us, Ostrander thought. And indeed many a lover's sweet fallacy has been farther from the truth. Had she not been of a tissue to which caprice was as impossible as crime, he would scarcely have felt, for a day's space, confident of his new and dazzling claim. Her betrothal fitted upon her impatiently, like the first articles in a treaty of capitulation, only looking askance as yet towards a dreaded surrender, in which a passionately defended lost cause was to go down. He felt his way painfully with her, careful not to startle her, as if she had been a bird poised with tender receding feet and fluttering wing, uncertain whether it would nestle at his heart. The abrupt and cavalierly form of wooing with which she had first, as was inevitable, shocked and temporarily estranged, but thus ultimately strengthened, the leaning of her feeling towards him, had given place to a definite persistence, to be sure, but to one so tender and cautious that she seemed to be scarcely more conscious of it than of the temperature of the morning. For the first few days she received him with a distance which would have disheartened a less perceptive man. Even her anxiety for his recovery seemed to have retired from the foreground of her thoughts. Neither the future nor the past, apparently, occupied her imagination much more than they do that of the caged creature who has just become percipient of the existence and the nature of bars. She sat by him silently, or they talked of matters of wide interest, or Aunt Chloe came in. She had steadfastly refused so far to acquaint her family with the state of the case between them, saying decidedly, "I must get a little used to it first." Secretly Ostrander blessed the sturdy American sentiment which made this possible. It seemed to him just then as much as he could bear, that they two, they only out of all the world, should know that the almost inconceivable future was possible to him, which would give him the right to call her his wife. To share the first blush of this knowledge with any human creature was like bruising the velvet on the petal of an iris. "Aren't you sorry yet?" she asked one day, when this first mood had passed. "Don't you think we had better not do this? I can't do any of the things men expect." "Oh," he cried, "you shall not be what other men expect. I don't want you like other men's wives. You Lorelei, Sphinx, you Cassandra, you, rebellious, beautiful—" "But they thought Cassandra was mad," interrupted Avis. "Except—" "Well?" "The king loved her," said Avis softly. It was perhaps a week since he had received her promise, when one evening, as they were alone together, he went resolutely yet gently over to the window where she stood behind the heavy curtains, restlessly shifting Aunt Chloe's flowers about to no very definite end that he could see, and said, "Avis." He had not called her so before. She started with leaping eyes, moved her lips as if she would have spoken, said nothing. "Avis," he repeated, "do you know that we have been engaged a week, a whole week?" When she looked up, he was smiling quietly, and he spoke in that unimpassioned, matter-of-course tone which most quickly disarms the dismay of such a woman, as if that which he sought were as natural as the drawing of the breath, and in no sense more suited to create an exciting scene, or as if he dealt, indeed, with a thought too lofty and too grave to be reduced to the level of an excitement. "A whole week, my darling. Ah, hush! Can you not bear so much as that? And you have not yet given me one kiss. Don't you think it is a little hard on a poor wreck of a wounded soldier?" "I don't mean to be hard," she said, slowly receding from him with unconscious steps that twisted in her long dress. "But you are. Very hard. It doesn't seem to me worth while exactly. Why should you mind so much if you really love me?" "I love you," she murmured, standing quite still. "Ah, how much? dear, how much?" "Do you think I can say what I have not yet dared to?" Her voice sunk. "All the same," said Ostrander, shaking his head, obstinate with joy, "I'm tired of living on faith. I don't feel sure of you." She began to stir again, still receding, her outline growing fainter in the shadowed corner of the room. He advanced as slowly, but with a reverent attendance on her wish, towards her. "You don't understand," she cried. "No man could. This is all so new, so strange, so terrible to me. You don't remember how it is. I never expected to be in such a position as this. In all my life I've never thought I could be. If I am more foolish than other women, that is why. I don't mean to be foolish. Be patient with me. I love you." "If I had not been patient," he began impulsively, but checked himself. "I don't know what to do, how to act, how to adjust myself to what has happened," she said, in an entreating, childlike way, as if she sought his tolerance for some radical fault of hers. He was intoxicated by this peculiarly beautiful lowliness into which her unstooping spirit now and then surged over and spent itself, like the foam upon the crest of a wave. "Only let me teach you," he urged, drawing unforbidden nearer her. "Only say that you will try to learn." He thought for a moment that she would have fled. Her hands held her very dress away. She seemed to draw even her breath back from him. There was a solemn deprecation, almost of the character of a rebuke, upon her face. But she did not deny him. A sense of sacramental awe, such as he would not have believed it possible for him to be so penetrated with at such a moment, penetrated almost to the exclusion of the sense of joy, possessed him, and his own hand with which he touched her seemed to the young man to alter and become transfigured, like the hand of a spirit stretched to meet him across the kneeling room. Then, indeed, he walked about with resplendent eyes. He trod on bounding air. Then at last he felt that he should win her. He was no longer afraid of any mood or reaction or recoil of hers. She might withdraw herself as she would, or grieve over her sweet lost liberty as she must. She was his. All our pleasure is said to be nothing more than the consciousness of some one or other of our perfections. Ostrander wore the self-gratified smile of successful love. But one's personal share of acidity must be flavored with gall if one would be untender with this form of complacency. It was the next day after the little scene just related that she went to aunt Chloe. She had preferred to go, and to go alone. Aunt Chloe heard her in silence, and rounded off her stocking, for the little feet of the state orphans this time, before she said, "My dear, he's consumptive. However," after a long pause in which she knitted and winked with violent rhythmic harmony, "your father will be pleased. And in these days it isn't every talented young man who takes a decided stand. Mr. Ostrander doesn't think he's too smart to believe the Bible, so far. Of course he wouldn't want to marry any but a religious man. And he will go into the professorship as soon as he recovers. I don't see, on the whole, what could be better. You might take that house of the Perkinses on High Street. But I confess I thought you'd tug away at that painting a while longer." "I do not intend this to make any difference with my painting," said Avis quickly. "My marriage, if I marry, is not to interfere with my work. Mr. Ostrander does not wish it." Aunt Chloe had laid down the little stocking, and regarded her niece with that superior matronly smile under which, above all earthly afflictions, a young woman feels herself a helpless rebel. But all aunt Chloe's reply was a long, low, significant "Certainly not," repeated Avis very distinctly. "I would not marry if I must give up my profession. That is understood." "When a woman becomes a wife," said aunt Chloe, taking to the little stocking again with her generous dogmatic hands, "her husband's interests in life are enough for her. When you are once married, you will no longer feel any of this youthful irritation against the things that other women do. Women," added aunt Chloe solemnly, "are not men. God made us." "Well, I," said Avis, laughing, "am like the boy in the Sunday school whom God didn't make. We'll play that somebody else made me, auntie. Aunt Chloe," she suddenly changed her tone to one of grave and searching appeal, "tell me now, tell me the holy truth, for I need all the truth I can get just now, auntie. Did you never in all your life want to be anything else but my uncle's wife? Is there nothing in all the world that you, a woman of overflowing energy and individuality and organizing power, able to carry a Christian commission or a national commissary on your shoulders, is there nothing that you ever wanted to be?" The little stocking gently sank to aunt Chloe's broad knee, and there was a pause, in which her soft, brown, benevolent eyes filled with a slow light. In the window-sill the September sun fell upon her geraniums. They turned their burning faces to her solemnly, like visions which said, "We will never tell." Aunt Chloe arose, went over and stroked them, then came back. "My dear Avis," she said in a subdued voice, "I suppose all of us have times of thinking strange thoughts and wishing impossible things. I have thought sometimes, if I could begin life over, and choose for my own selfish pleasure, that I would like to give myself to the culture and study of plants. I should be a florist, perhaps, my dear, or a botanist." Aunt Chloe uttered these words under her breath, as she might have some beautiful heresy, then took to her knitting with a fierce repentance, and that one particular orphan had a pair of stone china-coloured stockings before tea-time. It would be difficult to follow the precise chain of mental influences which led aunt Chloe to put in turkey-red roses. The interview between Avis and her father was, like all deeply fraught scenes between them, a brief one. She went in, and sliding away his books, knelt before him, and without looking upwards said, "Father, I have promised to marry Mr. Ostrander. I never meant to marry." The professor pushed back his spectacles, then his lexicon, then his daughter, held her at arm's length for a moment. "The conceivable," he murmured, "lies always between two inconceivable extremes. Such we find in the law of the condition." Then, gently, "And so my little girl has come to that. I can hardly understand. It seems such a short time since you were playing about, and your mother." The professor laid his nervous, scholarly hand upon his daughter's head. She felt it suddenly tremble. But he collected himself and said, "I have a high regard for Mr. Ostrander. I think your mother would have liked him. But it was not quite easy to prophesy whom your mother would like. She was a woman of rare penetration into human character. I wish she were here just now. But there, my child, is the lecture bell. I have mislaid the 5th lecture on the Cartesian dictum. Somewhere, Avis. I think your aunt must have been dusting to-day. Look under those 3 volumes of Dugald Stewart. Try Reed on Aristotle. No, that is the refutation of Hobbes. Have you shaken the duality of consciousness thoroughly?" He dropped his hand once more upon his daughter's head in passing out, but only said, "Et in Acadia ego. How like your mother you are looking in these days, my dear." He strode away to a lecture at a more jagged pace than usual. Across the Cartesian dictum, which he clutched with a reverent tenacity under one gaunt elbow, the duality of consciousness, whatever was to be said of the argument, carried everything before it that afternoon. If hands had touched him, clinging by the sensitive fingertips to his lonely old arm, but the bloodless September air was wan and empty. If a voice had spoken, but there was only a sulky wind to say, "Did you want anything, Professor?" And clearly only the duality of consciousness could reply, with the leaping pulse of eternal youth, "Only to see if you look well and happy, my dear," while the boys upon the college steps were shouting within his mild objective ears, "Here's the old fellow himself." That afternoon, too, Avis sent a little note to Coy. It ran thus: "Dear Coy, I have said that, sometime or other, I will marry Mr. Ostrander. But, Coy, if you talk to me about this, as most women do about such things, I'll break the engagement. Yours, Avis." And Coy answered, "Dear Avis, you'll streak his cake with saleratus, his biscuit will taste of yeast, his wristbands will be wrinkled. But you know, if I were a man, Avis, I'd live on Johnny cake and paper cuffs to get you. You'd better be married Christmas when we are. Yours, Coy." And now the marvellous medicine of joy began its subtle work, and fast with the glamour of the autumn days, the wounded man waxed strong. Avis, looking up sometimes with timid, astonished eyes, trembled to see the work that love had wrought upon him. She was frightened that she could make him so happy. Perhaps for the first time in her young, untroubled story, she had a glimpse into that mysterious truth which no story is long enough or sad enough to penetrate, that joy is life, as misery is death, as the sun is organic warmth, or the night inherent blackness. There may be deeper significance than we always fancy in the sacred figures which familiarize our lips with the everlasting life of heaven and the everlasting death of hell. In brief, Ostrander, being in heaven, proceeded to immediate, and let us never say amazing, recovery. He received, and before November was able to accept, the renewed overtures from the university. He became the junior colleague of the old geological professor, whose death or resignation, and the board of trustees generously allowed him his choice of these alternatives, undoubtedly to take place in a few years' time, would slip the young man into a assured and commanding future. "I can hardly understand," said Avis. "A month ago you were a failing man. I thought, Philip, you would die." She had but just learned, slowly and hardly, to make music of his name for him upon her bewildered lips. The little language in which lovers are unusually profuse he heard but scantily. An exquisite reticence hung over her, which he would not, if he could, have shaken. Her expressions of endearment, like her caresses, were rare, rapturous, and rich. His hungry mood waited on them. They surprised his imagination like the discovery of a new art, which all time would not be long enough for him to make his own. "The man who has won you," he would answer, with that unconsciousness of possible exaggeration which makes the very folly of young love sublime. Such a man could not die. Then indeed she turned her strong head towards him, in that way of hers which a kind of lofty wonder at the new conditions in which she found herself, making it possible for her to sit and hear a radically feeble assertion without any intellectual revolt. Upon this grave wonder a gradual tolerance grew. Then, perhaps, if she were in her gentler temper, she melted into some sign of tenderness, which overtook him like a beautiful stratagem of her nature, yet which expanded itself as unconsciously as the smile of a child or the nodding of an anemone. Or perhaps she sat wrapped in some maiden reverie of silence, or fear, or retreat, which he found it impossible to understand or to share with her. He sat shut out, as if he had tried to lift the veil of Isis, or to woo the Sphinx of the desert to open her stone lips. One day he asked her to play to him, for he had never heard her. She told him, what was true enough, that her execution, which was always poor, had not been improved by 6 years of exclusive art study. But she went to her mother's old piano, and played for half an hour. Fragments from the Andante of Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, a serenade of Schubert's, the Adelaide, some Scotch melodies, and 1 or 2 improvisations, unscientific, powerful, and magnetic. Ostrander threw himself upon the sofa, and listened, with his hand above his eyes, as if he were shutting out a light. "Oh," he said under his breath when she had finished, "what a touch!" Avis heard this gratefully. Ostrander's taste for music was highly cultivated. She would have felt it to be an unkind insincerity if he had said she played well. She was moved by the delicate and honest fervor of his tribute, as if he first and only in the world, had recognized some dumb side to her nature. She cherished the memory of this recognition with a peculiarly coy happiness, which she had afterwards occasion to remember. She long remembered, too, and he, what lovers would soon forget, their first shared experience of the raptures of the dying year. It seemed to her that the heart of spring could never beat to stir her own like this October pulse. What was the vigor of a violet, the fire of a snowdrop? What did the young grass know of hardly yielded and sternly encroaching love? One red leaf understood her better than they all. They walked one day far out of the town, into a forest of young oaks, and stood clinging together, awed by the sea of subdued color that broke against their feet, and down the knoll to the crown of which they had climbed. In the violet distance the maples splashed into shadow tints, bold vermilion and transparent yellow, like emotions quickly stung and healed. But the infant oaks, mere shrubs yet, gathered themselves in deep shades, blood to the heart's core. All the gales of winter could not stir their leaves. They would cling like the unclasped fingers that death had overtaken. They appealed to the imagination like some superb constancy towering above all lesser story, as strength must, perforce, tower over weakness, and unity above disintegration. Avis, standing with her straw hat thrust hanging down her shoulders, and her head bent as if she listened, turned suddenly, with an appealing gesture towards Ostrander, and said, "I never loved another man. What should I do if you had loved another woman?" Instantly, for her only answer, she was swept to his heart, with an impulse more daring and authoritative than she had ever witnessed in him, as if some impalpable power had been arrayed to snatch her from him, or as if her mad supposition were beneath the respect of articulate reply. The young oaks throbbed about them dizzily for a moment, before, moved by his continued silence, she drew back her face, that she might look up into his. She was a little surprised to find, for the second time, that look which she had marked upon the June morning by the shore. He seemed to have become, for the moment, perfectly blind, and to regard her with the blank, narrow gaze of a person whose brain was stealthily diseased. Then swiftly it darted as before, and his deep eyes burnt it out before he said, "Avis, never say that again. It frightens the man, who has won the right to hold you here, to remember that it might, or could, but for God's mercy, have been some other woman. And you would have still been in the world, in the same world with him." Avis said nothing. A man, after all, was so different. She, for instance, had never thought that it might or could have been some other who should have so much touched her hand. One does not waste the fancy upon the incredible. It had not occurred to her as a special interposition of Providence that she should love Philip Ostrander. What man cometh after the king? Her great love was simply the condition of existence, like the action of her heart. She had never felt called upon to thank God for that. Just before his assumption of his new duties in the college, Ostrander left for a few days' visit in New Hampshire. He expressed much regret, in which Avis, with a tenderness which she shrank from expressing, fully shared, that he had been obliged to defer seeing his mother for so long. She felt sorry that this had been, and must have been so. Her heart yearned towards that solitary old mother, Philip's mother. She did not care how rustic or old or ignorant she might be. "My poor mother is not exactly a cultivated woman," Ostrander had said once in his tender way. Her own motherlessness youth reached with a particular longing after this unknown woman who had borne the man she loved. She wondered sometimes if the old lady would not find it less lonely to live in Harmouth. But of course her son would be the best to know, and should be the first to speak of that. She contented herself with sending a timid but tender little message when Ostrander went, in response to the cramped, old-fashioned postscript, her only welcome from his only living kin, in which Mrs. Ostrander had once sent "her kind respects to the young lady of whom her son had written her." When he was gone, for the first time since the injury to her hand, she resumed with stiff, strange fingers her work in the studio. It was not easy to estimate, perhaps, the precise effect which that disabled hand had borne upon her lot. Avis found herself wondering, with a kind of terror, if she should ever have promised to be Philip Ostrander's wife if she had been through those idle enthralling days doggedly at work. A stiffness and strangeness deeper than a bruised muscle could strike came upon her when she closed the door of the long deserted place, and, striking a fire in her little grate, sat down to warm her hands. The autumn sun stepped in, and stood cool and calm against the wall, like the friend who never forgets, or suffers us to forget, the resolve or the aspiration which we once expressed. The dust had collected upon her sketches, the boughs of the apple-tree were bare, upon the easel the Sphinx hung, covered and dumb. Avis looked about her with a singularly self-defensive feeling, as if she were summoned by some invisible tribunal to answer for an impalpable offense. A radical confusion, such as her young life had never known before, obscured her thoughts. She had something of the self-recoil which a man has in turning to his books or his business after a night's dissipation. She went up and uncovered her sketch. The critical, cool sunlight fell upon it. The woman and the Sphinx looked at one another. Avis glanced at the ring that fettered her finger. Her whole figure straightened and heightened. She lifted her head, and out of her deepening eye there sprang that magnificent light which so allured and commanded Philip Ostrander. "What have I done?" she cried. "Oh, what have I done?" With an impulse which only a woman will quite respect, standing alone there in the silent witness of the little room, she tore off her betrothal ring. Then, with one of her rare sobs, sudden and sharp as an articulate cry, she flung her arms about the insensate canvas, and laid her cheek, as if it had been the touch of one woman upon another, against the cold cheek of the Sphinx, and solemnly, as if she sought to atone to a goddess for some broken fealty, she whispered, "I will be true." When Ostrander returned, he found her nervously at work. A marked unrest enveloped her, but she stood quite still, When pushing open the studio door eagerly, he met her with the accumulated fervours of a lover after a first separation. A chill crept over him even while he touched her, beautiful, reluctant, mysterious, this strong, sweet woman, wooed but not yet won. "Are you not glad," he pleaded, "to see me back?" "I did not think I should be so glad." "And you missed me? A little?" "I had no idea," complainingly, "that I should miss you so much. I can't understand it. I ought not to have minded. I have been at work." She spoke with protesting significance, glancing at her hand, which he held, palette, brushes, and all, fast prisoner. He followed her glance, and changed colour swiftly before he said, "Avis, where is your ring?" "I took it off. It made me uncomfortable." "Made you uncomfortable? My ring? Our engagement ring?" Ostrander released her hands and stood looking at her with a perplexity which struck, as indeed it seemed to the very core of his imagination. "I do not understand this at all," he said with some displeasure. "Where is the ring?" "On the shelf, behind the Lake of Como, at the left of father's portrait, on the right of the charcoal newsboy," replied Avis, laughing. Ostrander brought the ring, and stood with it balanced between his thumb and forefinger, looking from her to it, thoroughly uncertain what to do or say. Turning with one of her sudden, supple motions, she saw how deeply she had pained him. She put down her brushes and held out her firm finger at once. "Shall I put it on again?" he hesitated. "If you think I deserve it," she gently said. He put it on, and they talked no more about it. Ostrander was thoroughly uneasy. He ventured for the first time that morning to speak quite distinctly of their future, said that he was going with her father, when his inauguration was well over, to see the available houses in Harmouth, spoke of his improving health, and of his desire to be quietly settled, but more especially of his wish to see her at work more to the purpose than she could be, as things were at present, than she could indeed, he feared, well be until after their marriage. Avis, while he spoke, painted busily. Still painting, and without looking round, she said below her breath, "Philip don't want me to marry you yet." But when he left her, she crept up to him, timid as a hare, and besought him to be patient with her; for she was sorely tried in ways, she said, that she knew she could not expect him to understand. He would have waited half a lifetime for the tone and the touch with which she said those words. After this, she painted with great steadiness. Ostrander spent most of his spare hours in the studio. Aunt Chloe had an easy chair wheeled out for him, and set beside the little grate. "Why not leave that picture?" he asked one day, as he stood silently watching it, "until by and by?" "Why do you want me to do that?" "I think you would make a greater picture of it after we are married," he answered, disregarding her disturbed expression. "You will have more leisure, more calm. It is going to be a great work, Avis. I wish to be as proud of it as possible. I wish it to be grand and full, without deficiency. I want the world to know you by it, in some sense, in its sense, for what you are." She was touched by his generous interest in her work and fame. She thought how true was that wise man's word who said that a friend is he who makes us do what we can. She pitied with the calm compassion of joy that woman, wherever she might be on the earth, who would not find in this beautiful sense a friend in the man whose wife she was to be. Down through the years, she suddenly saw herself transfigured by happiness. She saw her whole nature deepening, its lightest grace or deepest gift illuminated, herself idealized by love. This man, so tender and so noble above his fellows, so true that he could be proud of the woman he loved, so great that he could make himself small beside her, so anxious rather for her success in doing the thing God had made her to do than for his own, so simply and superbly recognizant of the truth that this thing was not done when she had become his wife, and ordered his house. This man brought her, she thought, that transcendent experience which is so often given to a man, but alas, so unknown to women, in which the sternest aspiration is strengthened by the sweetest joy, in which love shall be found more a stimulus to than a sacrifice of the higher elements of the nature. Hand in hand with this man whose generous humility had exalted him, as what else could, to the kingship of her, she should climb to see how life looked behind the mountains. She longed to make herself worthy of so royal a love. She began to be glad with a proud pleasure that it was in the nature of things that she should sacrifice more for Philip than he for her. It seemed that, by slow and kind degrees, a reposeful spirit crept upon her. The inevitable conflict between her art and her love, which had diseased her happiest hours, shrivelled from an organic to a functional thing. She began to consider it now without alarm. She began to understand how natural is joy. Her sequestered tenderness peered out more frequently. She became a radiant creature. Ostrander watched her in a kind of ethereal trance, which for a long time he guarded from the disturbance of his own more impatient moods as jealously as he guarded herself from them. He felt it a barbarism now to mar the unforecasting nature of her sweet impulse, as it would be to hasten mechanically the budding of a flower. He felt that he was living that which few men ever live at all, and no man ever lives but once. He held the cup of happiness to a delicate and slowly tasting lip. But the autumn met its blazing death, and the calmer colors of the winter set in. The tenser nerve and the clearer brain kept time to the strong step that crushed the flakes of first-fallen snow. Now on nights when one's solitary feet rang upon the walks of the little town, shadows flitted on drawn curtains, and lights beamed out from the hearts of deeply colored rooms. All the sacraments and sacrifices that go to make up human homes began to gather upon them the vigorous solemnity of the winter. On Christmas, Coy was married, and the two young people began, with the touching confidence of the young and the very happy, the sacred work which we are wont to call saving souls. The phrase is well rasped, not to say worn, but indestructible as an atom, and poetic as a fossil. It was not long after this that aunt Chloe began in a vague and abstract manner to drop a variety of remarks upon the family ear, which Avis failed to find interesting, but did think singularly inconsequent. "What is it," she said to Coy one day, sitting in the cheerful parsonage parlor, "that has happened lately in the cotton market? Aunt Chloe keeps telling me how cheap unbleached cotton is. I think it is 25 cents, or really perhaps it was 5. Is that a fact so vital to the interest of the country that I ought to care about it?" "My dear child," said Mrs. Rose, with her most matronly smile, "it is the servants' sheets." "Servants' sheets?" "Why, yes." "Oh, Avis, Avis Dobell, who but you would be so divinely dull? I suppose you expect your servants to have sheets when you go to housekeeping?" "I never thought," said Avis faintly. And is that what she meant, too, about towels? She's been exhausting the subject of towels, Coy. There is something very remarkable about them. I think you cut the fringe, or else you fell... Let me see. No, I think you overcast it. I think it was very ill-mannered in aunt Chloe." "A roller cloth would do, dear," suggested Coy soothingly. "And no New England servant would mind camping out. I wouldn't trouble myself if I were you." But Avis sat looking at her with wide eyes, like an injured goddess. Women upon whom domestic details sit with a natural or even an acquired grace will need to cultivate their sympathies with this young recoiling creature. Across her picture or her poem, looking up a little blindly, she had listened to the household chatter of women with a kind of gentle indifference, such as one feels about the habits of the Fijians. Unbleached cotton, like X in the algebra, represented an unknown quantity of oppressive but extremely distant facts. How had she brought herself into a world where the fringe upon a towel must become a subject requiring fixed opinions? She bade Coy good-bye abruptly, fled to her studio, and worked till dark. But when she went into the house, she found aunt Chloe advancing a new theory about comforters. In Vermont they were quilted at home, but there were advantages in purchasing them outright, not to be underestimated, unless, as in the case of Miss Snipper, a worthy young woman who had put 2 brothers through college, and 1 into the Hawaiian field he died in 6 months, poor fellow you really felt it a duty to employ a seamstress. And the professor made so much less trouble about having her at the table, which was the more to his credit, as her teeth were set by so inefficient a dentist, and make that peculiar noise, especially with biscuit. But aunt Chloe thought milk toast would remedy the difficulty. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the Story of Avis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Story of Avis by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. Chapter 12. It should be remembered that the p'ing is a calling or exclaiming tone, the shang is a questioning tone, The ku is a despairing tone, and the hyaping an assenting tone. The jasheng is an abrupt stop. Chinese Grammar. It was in the heart of the happy winter that Ostrander, sitting one day by the study fire with Avis after a long walk over the frozen beach, said quietly, as if resuming a broken conversation, "But, Avis, is this to last forever?" "This?" She turned to catch his meaning, dull with happiness. "It is pleasant enough to last forever, I think," she said, throwing herself back in her deep chair. She sat drowned in her furs and partially loosened cape. Her cheek had the vivid flush that a winter night paints upon young faces, and the fine excitement which accompanies it hovered in her eyes. "But our own home would be like this always," persisted he, with the vague and blessed fatuity of a lover's imagination, which, while it may perceive the trail of the serpent over Adam's Eden, or Tom Smith's, or yours, or mine, hears in its own only the rustle of the leaf upon the tree of life. Avis, who had now lost her brilliant color, and sat quite dull and still, said, "I wish a man and woman could be always engaged." "What are you laughing at, Philip?" "Should you really like it to be so, for you and me?" asked Ostrander, with a smile that was grave enough. "Certainly," said Avis promptly. "Of course I should. I am perfectly happy as we are. I think most women would be." "But I," suggested Ostrander, "am not happy. I am tired of a homeless life. I have lived one so long." He had never so distinctly urged his own need upon her before. Avis listened attentively. Her precious freedom, wild rebel that it was, petted perhaps and overindulged, took on to her mind for the first time faintly the aspect of a selfish delight. To be sure, Philip had no home, like herself, no consonance of household repose and love let into his life. She had not thought sufficiently of that. "I do not wish to press any claim or want of mine unduly," he went on gently, "but there is my work. I have my future to make. I don't want it to be one that my wife shall be ashamed of. Situated as I am, I cannot command my best conditions. With his home and his wife, a man must develop himself if he ever can. With you, Avis, with you," he paused, much agitated, "there are no bounds but those of my own nature that will prevent my life from becoming at least a worthy, if not a noble deed." Long years after, these words came back to Avis Dobell's memory, like the carven stone into which time has wrought meanings that the sculptor's mind or hand was impotent to grasp. "Come now," he continued more lightly, "an honest word for an honest word, Avis. Do you suppose if I let you go on just as you like, you would ever make a definite step towards our wedding day?" "No," said the woman, after a long pause. "Never." She threw back her wrappings with a suffocated look, and paced for a few minutes back and forth before the brilliant fire, a silhouette in her falling feather and dark winter dress. Ostrander watched her with compressed lip and guarded eye. He was prepared for a long and serious contest, in which he fully made up his mind not to be worsted. By gradations as fine as the shades in a woman's fancy, too fine for any man but a determined lover to be patient with, he expected her to taunt, torment, allure, baffle, but yield to him now. He had not understood what man ever understood a complex woman? The immortal element of surprise in her nature. He sat dumb with delight under the look and the motion with which she presently turned to him. As beautiful is the pliability of a torrent meeting its first unconquerable resistance. It surrenders as mightily as it defied. "You are perfectly right," she said with a grave, sweet dignity, "and I have been very foolish. If you leave me to myself, I shall never make any change in anything. If I am ever to become your wife, let it be all over with as soon as possible." They were married in 3 weeks. If ever the Christian character deepened under discipline, aunt Chloe should have been that character at the end of this memorable time. We are all of us a little incredulous of our neighbor's affliction, but among the radical trials of life, who could fail to rank the rearing of a motherless child to a marriage in which neither the trousseau nor the upholstery commanded the proper respect of the bride? Unless, as some one has told us, deficiency of charity be deficiency of imagination, we must feel sorry for aunt Chloe. Avis positively refused at the outset to investigate the deeps beyond the lowest deeps that underlay the nature of unbleached cotton. asked why, if a woman had money enough to buy blankets, she must sit an hour discussing the wadding of a comforter, and failed utterly to see why the marriage certificate would not be valid without the intervention of Miss Snipper and the milk-toast. There was a compromise upon these fatal questions. Aunt Chloe retained the privilege of seeing to it that Avis entered upon the holy estate of matrimony as a lady ought, with a dozen of everything, upon sole condition that Avis herself should not be consulted. Instead, therefore, of a heavy-eyed, exhausted woman, whose every nerve was stitched into her clothes, Avis came to her wedding day brilliant with health, and calm as the sky. This little fact was the more memorable because it left her to her instincts, and no one knew quite how those led her to dispose of these 3 weeks. She was much in the open air, pacing the shore and the snowy fields, or she worked intently in the studio, or she sat alone with unshared, inscrutable moods. Ostrander would have said that he scarcely saw her in all that time. She received him quietly, but with a withdrawal which he dared not disturb. It was evident that she preferred her solitude to himself. He left her to her fancy, not altogether, perhaps, without some comprehension of it. A man does not live a celibate till 31 without becoming fully as conscious of the perils as of the pleasures of a wedded future. Ostrander would not have thought it possible, however, that he could put his broad shoulders beneath this sweet yoke with so slight a protest. His feeling that he accepted a sacrifice radically so much deeper than any he could ever make overswept the superficial shrinking from change which perhaps all but the youngest lovers feel in more or less degree upon the immediate eve of marriage. He felt impressed by his dim conception of the strong individual struggle in the nature of this woman whom he loved. His whole soul concentred itself, with a unity not habitual to him in all things, upon the effort to adjudge himself worthy of the acquiescence of her life with his. He tried to tell her so the day before their marriage, but she gave him one look which stopped the breath of his soul for joy, and he tried no more just then. It was the simplest of weddings. Mr. and Mrs. John Rose were there, and Barbara, but her brother was out of town on business. Barbara looked at Ostrander, and remembered the tea-rose. Ostrander looked at Barbara, and forgot it. Poor Chatty Hogarth was got over with her wheeled chair, and Frederick Maynard came to see what he was known to have pronounced the burial of the most promising artist in New England. And at Avis's request the family servant came in, and her father, who, as is so usual with the collegiate instructors of America, had begun life in the pulpit, married them, while Aunt Chloe, with a mind at peace with God and man upon the subject of the wedding cake, which no New York caterer had been allowed to handle for her niece, protected her silver-gray silk from her honest, sparse tears, and made it clearly understood among the guests that Mrs. Ostrander's health had not permitted her attending her son's marriage, and that the young people would visit her in New Hampshire upon their brief little wedding tour. They had a relenting February day, in which the prophecy of the near spring was audible, as the whisper of one dear to us across a darkened room. The windows were flung open in the house, and the well-worn path to the studio was without frost, yielding timidly to the touch of the foot that loved it. Avis slipped away somehow, and was missing after the wedding. Her husband went in search of her. He found her, as he expected, in the studio. The disarray of packing put a chill desolation into the room. The pictures were boxed or gone, the easels folded against the wall. Only the Sphinx was left. There had been no fire in the building that week. Avis, in the middle of the cold little neglected place, stood shivering in her wedding dress. He held his arms out, smiling, but with an emotion which he found it difficult not to call sad even at that moment. He was so sorry to startle, to grieve, or distress her, by the inevitable presence of his feeling. There seemed to him just then something inexorable, like a pagan fate, in the nature of a mighty love. They two, standing there in the yielding winter sunshine, seemed like children swept and lost within it. " Tell me," he said, seeking to dissipate the almost oppressive solemnity which the moment had assumed for him, and coming up behind her where she stood before the still incomplete, but now strongly indicated and impressive picture. " What would you do if you had to choose now between us, the Sphinx and me? "" A man cannot understand, perhaps," said Avis, after a long silence, " or he would never ask a woman such a bitter question." " Oh, we will have no bitter questions to day," he murmured, taking a step back to look at her. There seemed to him something strangely select and severe in her unornamented dress. Only an artist could make such a bride. Her silk drapery hung about her like the marble folds upon a statue. " Can you understand?
continued Avis, ignoring or unconscious of his look, "that I might, perhaps, choose to stay with the Sphinx to-day, and not mind it much." "I think I can," he said, hesitating. "No, I will not mind. I can't be jealous even of the Sphinx just now." "And then," she added, turning sharply so that she stood with her face averted from him, "another day." "Oh? And what the other day?" Avis did not answer. Impetuous words bounded to her lips, but they were checked by an instinct that she herself did not comprehend. Her nature recoiled on itself in the discovery that she had begun to tell him that she could think of no price too costly by which to purchase her way back to him. She stood in her white dress with burning cheeks. She wondered if, when a woman had been for half a lifetime a happy wife, she could let her husband understand how much she loved him. Her love seemed to her an eternal secret. Her soul spoke to his in whispers. It were unwomanly, unwifely, to lavish herself. After a silent moment, she glided to him like a goddess, and for the first time of her own unguided, or it might be unguarded will, his wife lifted her lips to his. They passed out together into the pliant air, and aunt Chloe came calling about the carriage and the people, and the sky, when they looked up to it through the garden trees, lifted itself and widened like a joy whose nature knows no end. They passed on through the golden weather, in the solemn separateness from all our little common cares and pleasures, which to have known is to have lived, and to have missed is to hope for life beyond. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the Story of Avis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Story of Avis by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. Chapter 13. In the opinion of the world, marriage ends all, as it does in a comedy. The truth is precisely the reverse. It begins all. Madame de Swetchine. Who hath most, he yearneth most, sure as seldom heretofore, somewhere of the gracious more, deepest joy the least shall boast, asking with new opened eyes the remainder. Jean Ingelow. The reluctance with which we turn from any intense feeling, whether of pain or pleasure, to a lower level of emotion, is a psychological study for which the curriculum of Harmouth University unquestionably finds a proper place in the lecture-room, where all well-classified feelings go, but strictly in view of which it does not regulate the academical year. Granting that the corporation agreed to honor him by the offer of a chair, Harmouth would have summoned Adam out of Eden, had the Lord chosen to create him in term-time. It lacked still some weeks to the spring vacation, and Ostrander's bridal tour was necessarily compressed almost between two Sabbath sunsets. They did not get up into New Hampshire after all. He found himself suffering somewhat from the capricious weather, and it would be really worth more to his mother, he said, to see them in July. The two young people came dreamily to their own home. The afternoon that they were to come, Coy and aunt Chloe held confidential council in the expectant house, a passable place, which had been selected in the perplexed patience with which we adjust ourselves to all depressed ideals. Avis in the town was like a bird that has flown through a window by mistake. The sea could be heard, but not seen, from her chamber window. The noise from the street interrupted the library. It was not quite clear where the studio was to be, unless in the attic. But there were elms in the yard, and crocuses in the garden, and the house stood at 3 minutes' walk from the college green. This, in view of the New England winters, and the delicate health of the young professor, was decisive. "I can arrange about the studio somehow," Avis had said. "Certainly," said Ostrander. "That must be managed." He meant to manage it, of course. There should be no trouble about the studio, and aunt Chloe said approvingly, "You'd do quite right, Avis, my dear, to consult Mr. Ostrander's interest first." Avis vaguely resented this. She could not have told why. She had no principles but the instinctive code of daily love about deifying her husband's interests, and had found women singularly weak upon this point. But it was quite reasonable that Philip should be near the college. She thought she had done no more than good manners required. "Poor Avis!"
said Aunt Chloe plaintively, as she and Coy put the last touches to the small dining-room, where tea was spread for the travellers. "Would have pink doilies. Of course the first cooked huckleberry will ruin them. And I told her they never could be used with English breakfast tea, and they fade in washing beyond all belief." "Yes, they fade like a sunrise," said Mrs. Rose demurely. "But Avis is precisely one of those women of whom you can say that she never will be married again. And salt sets them. Is this the china she painted? How like Avis! At first you don't understand it, then it bewitches you. See, every piece has a feather on it, a different feather. She has wrought some fancy about her own name into this tea-table, I'll venture. Oh, I see. No, I don't. I don't see. I suppose we're not expected to see. That rose curlew on the creamer is like a singing leaf, I think." "Perhaps so," moaned Aunt Chloe. "But have you seen the vegetable dishes? Not a handle that a servant could get hold of if her thumbs were all fingers. And that rep in the parlour, poor child, may last her through the summer. And when I told her how easy it was to slip down newspapers, and I'm sure you can get them up again while the doorbell rings, and a housekeeper can't begin by counting a little trouble like that. But if I'd proposed plated spoons, it couldn't have been worse. Not that I've said much about it to her father, for he is so overworked, and it never does to worry a literary man. They weaken down under it like a baby under the whooping cough. But when I come into this house and think of those two, I am very much troubled," said Aunt Chloe, stiffening suddenly at the discovery that one slow tear had rolled into the Japanese teapot. "Now, while she was painting all this china she might have learned to set white bread at least with milk, and the yeast I could have looked after. Mr. Ostrander may dine off painted feathers a while, but he's too literary to like it long. No men are so fussy about what they eat as those who think their brains the biggest part of them, though my brother is very patient and easy to pacify. And poor Avis knows no more what is before her than if she were keeping house with little stones and broken crockery in a huckleberry pasture on a Saturday afternoon." "There's a baker," said Coy soothingly, "and Mr. Ostrander is very much in love with her." But in her heart she shared Aunt Chloe's anxieties more acutely than she found it worth while to allow. Coy had a delicate loyalty about expressing them. She did not talk much about Avis, even with John himself. She wished to spare Avis the sting which pricks the brightest hours fate yields to some of us, the knowledge that, behind the shield we hold before our dazzling happiness, a prudential committee of our friends sits endorsing, whether in our temper, health, income, complexion, or the nature of things, a grudge against our delirium. Coy reverenced the severe old canon which bids us rejoice in the joy of the soul we love. Mr. and Mrs. Ostrander came with the laggard March sunset. Avis moved about the house radiant and unwearied as a Hebe. Even the dust of travel seemed to glitter on her. Coy and her husband, the professor and Aunt Chloe, remained at her wish to dedicate the pleasant tea-table. Certainly there was never a pleasanter. And the bread was Aunt Chloe's. Avis presided dreamily. The room was alive with color. She felt rather than perceived the rose tint of the linen, the bronze prism on the peacock's plume which encircled the cup that she lifted to her lips, the Pompeian red upon the walls, the mellowed meaning of the Japanese coloring upon the lamp-screen, the flutter of the bright ribbon at her own throat, the luminous presence of her husband's face. She lifted her eyes to him timidly for the first time across their own table. Life put a finger on its lips like a child with a secret to tell. Love was a mystery that went deepening before her. She stood with one foot on an untrod path that broadened to the sun. She shrank from the advance, nay, even from the existence, of unexplored joy. She was afraid to be so happy. He found her, when, at an early hour, their friends had left them to themselves in the silent house, in a daydream in the middle of the parlour, just where she had bidden her father good night. He came and stood beside her, but he too found it difficult to speak. He was silenced with joy. To find words, for it was a task sacred and slow, like selecting an earthly lily for an angel to carry into heaven. He did not try, it seemed, and for that she liked him better, for he said only presently, "Are you too tired to go over the house tonight, Avis? Will it not be pleasant to see how it all looks at first? And in the morning I must get to the college early." She felt grateful to him for the easy commonplace words as they wandered up and down, hand in hand, through
that new world which is the old. She wondered how women ever became used to their husbands, and spoke of them indifferently, as Mr. Smith or Mr. Jones. This home, their home, lifted its walls gravely about her like a temple, and this man, whose wife she was, ministered therein a high priest, before whom her soul trod softly. She had never perceived before how solemn a thing it is to found a human home. Most of those experiences which make the whole world kin must become personal to become interesting. The truism was now the discovery. Avis had contrived, it was impossible to say how, for never did a bride take possession of a house, knowing so little what was in it, to stamp her individuality with a delicate but distinct definition upon her home. "It is like going from flower to flower," said Ostrander, as they strolled from room to room. On certain points Avis had been stringent. Whatever the vague necessities in the matter of tinware, aunt Chloe should not put a scarlet cricket or a purple tidy in the same room as a maroon curtain. His library was a harmony in green and gray. The little room upon whose windows the buds of the elm tree tapped was a melody in blue. In her own room Avis had gathered the shades of the rose. The little house was a study in color. To the young man, coming out of the cold spaces of so many homeless years, it seemed that night like a new and glowing science, which it would take him as long to command as to possess the mysterious nature of his wife. Both awed him. He watched her with held breath as she moved, gentle with the new domestic touch and stir that sat so strangely on her. She breathed color, he thought, as other women breathed pale air. Avis left him presently to look over some matters for his morning class, and herself strolled about the house alone. It was one of the small surprises of life to her to find herself stroking the curtains and patting the pillows, like other women whom she had seen in other new houses, to see that her hand lingered upon her own door-knobs even with a caress. The thrill of possession, the passion of home, had awakened itself in a sleeping side of her nature. In her own room there was a very fine East India hammock, woven of a lithe pearl-white cord, much favored for this purpose by people of ease in tropical countries. Avis put it there because, against the color of the walls and drapery, it had a peculiarly delicate and negligent effect, grateful to her in the confined house. Above it, against a deeply stained panel, stood her own Melian Venus. She flung herself into the hammock and yielded to its light motion idly. As idly she thought of her future, of her work, of the Sphinx in the cold, closed studio. Not to-morrow, perhaps, but some day, she should convert her delight into deeds. It seemed to her a necessity simple as the rhythm of a poem, or the syntax of a sentence, that the world should be somehow made nobler or purer by her happiness. By and by she should know how to spell it out. Her husband called her presently from the foot of the stairs, and she stole down to meet him with a beautiful timidity. She did not tell him what she had been thinking. She felt as if he understood. This is what it is to be happy, to believe that our thought is shared before it can be spared. She had exchanged her travelling dress, while she was upstairs, for a loose wrapper, over which she had thrown a shawl, a crape shawl, that he had never seen. He put his hand upon it and said, "You do not often wear this color, Avis. What do you call it?" "It is carmine." "It looks like a live thing." "It is one of the colors made from the cochineal," said Avis. "I have always fancied that they throb with the life that has been yielded to make them. Do you like it, Philip?" "Like it? How should I know? You are in it." She blushed gently. She was glad he thought the carmine suited her. She loved it too well to wear it at haphazard. One of those subtle fancies which the happiest woman does not expect to share with the man she loves came to her just then. She would not wear this color except for him. Her soul seemed filled with fine reserves, winding corridors of fancy, closed rooms of thought, deep recesses of feeling, which she curtained from him by a lofty instinct. The nature of the wife withdrew itself with a deeper than maidenly reticence. She feared lest her great love should put into his hands the key to a fair palace in which she would that he should be forever an expectant guest. "What are you thinking, Avis?" he asked her suddenly. A certain contraction of her forehead which he did not know, and the familiar throbbing of the temple, arrested him. "I was thinking," she began, and hesitated. "Are not your thoughts to be mine, love?" He drew her to him slowly. In the rich color of her loose drapery she had the poised, reluctant look of the fine Jacques rose. "I was only wondering," she said. "I was thinking that there are women in the world whose husbands have ceased to love them. I can think of nothing else like that." "You could never, under any conditions, be one of those women," murmured the young husband rapturously. "I," said Avis, looking for the moment perplexed. "I was not thinking of myself. I was sorry for the poor women. But I would rather be such a woman than such a man. I begin to be sorry and glad about many things, in many strange ways, new ways of which I never thought. Philip, two people who love one another might almost make the world over, it seems to me. Joy is so strong. We are so strong. God will ask a great deal of us." "If he asks, he shall receive," said the young man solemnly. He was impressed with her reverent mood. He assimilated it so perfectly that he could not have thought it was an impulse of his own which she rather had perceived and reflected. He asked her for a Bible, and himself suggested that they have a prayer. With an agitated voice he sought God's blessing upon their home and upon their love. They talked no more of lesser things after this. Avis moved about hushed and happy. She stirred, putting his books and papers in order upon the table. He watched her with eyes beaten faint by love. "You must not tire yourself to work, dear love," she said. She had never called him so before. Shivering like a Cremona upon which a discord had been struck, Avis started when at the newly painted door of the new little gleaming room there fell a sudden knock. It was the new girl. Ostrander had forgotten that there was anybody in the house but themselves. Avis looked at her in gentle perplexity. It seemed to her a remarkable breach of good manners that the woman should have come at all, and when she said, "And what is it yes would lave me to get for your breakfast?" Mrs. Ostrander could have dismissed her on the spot. Philip Ostrander now plunged into his life's work with the supreme vigor of joy. His ambition took on the colors of his emotion, and fired feverishly. He assumed the drudgeries of his position with the fervor of a far more conscientious temperament, and its excitements took on the character of a thrill. His really brilliant but phosphoric nature strengthened into honest flame. He was at that time in his life a marked and splendid illustration of the cohesive power of a great love. His own wife failed sometimes to fathom the almost pathetic movement with which in those days he would turn to her, when he came home from the lecture-room overwearied, holding out his still thin hands, and ask her to strike a few chords for him upon the piano, saying as he did so, "Harmony, harmony. Avis, I am spent for a touch of harmony." And when her eyes only asked him what he meant, when she had satisfied him as she could, with her repressed, rich touch, he would answer that the boys had tried him, that something had jarred, that there was a discord in him. "And you," he said, "you quell it all." And then he spoke no more, but to himself he said, bowing his forehead on her yielding hair, "Who am I, that I should win her?" He was then, at least, as that man should be who has gained the allegiance of a strong wife, an awed and humble man. Then his professional work began to partake of the gravity of his happiness. Professor Dobell brought to his daughter from the green room of the university a report of her husband's present popularity and prospective power in the college, which excited her like fine wine. For a little while that seemed to her, added to all the other elements of deep emotion in her new life, as much excitement as she could sanely bear. Her own work she deferred resuming from day to day, but neither from that syncope of the will, nor fervor of feeling, which threatens the integral purpose of a woman first intoxicated by the deification of herself, that grows from ministry to the man she loves. She reasoned herself through her honeymoon and its succeeding weeks with a steady eye. The studio was not in order, and she chose not to put into her picture, this one picture at least, any element less permanent than repose. She decorated the dados in her hall contentedly. The Sphinx could wait. A tender sense of justice possibly mingled itself with this course. She had not treated Philip so well before their marriage, that she need accentuate her haste to pursue her personal aims and wishes now. Each lingering sign of physical weakness in him smote her with a rich revenge. She watched the lessening pallor of his temples with a hidden remorse, of which she dared not trust herself to speak. Sometimes she stole up and kissed the still prominent and beating vein across his forehead, darting like a vanished thought then from his outstretched arms, and silent afterwards for a long time. One day, sitting beside him in the full light, she lifted his hand, which was whiter than her own, in both her sensitive healthful palms, and brought her lips to it with her slow and delicate deepening touch.
Then, when he restrained her, she sat crimson. She could not have said whether she was more afraid of, or more savage with, herself. She had never thought before that she could care to kiss her husband's hand. But in these days she felt herself wasted with unsatisfied sorrow for all that she had cost him. For him, he sat blessed and blind with love. He remembered when his daring fancy had first asked itself, "What will her tenderness be?" Her lightest endearment, he thought, meant more than the abnegation of other women's souls. A little thing chanced at this time which gave Avis a deep pleasure, and which threw a certain glamour, even in her husband's own eyes, over his brightening popularity in the college. During the 2 years of travel and study which had preceded Ostrander's connection with Harmouth, it had befallen him, one Leipzig vacation, to find himself so exhausted with the term's work that his German physician ordered an immediate sea voyage. Ostrander, never loath to yield himself to a new sensation, readily threw aside the laboratory life marked out for that summer, and joined a fellow student on one of those aimless expeditions so alluring to a young unanchored fancy, shipping on a trader, which, for aught they cared, might have been booked for the Chinese seas or the river Styx. It chanced that they were driven by gales out of their expected course, which skirted the South Seas, and found themselves in the Pomotou archipelago, somewhere in the track taken first by the Wilkes expedition, and thereby opened since to navigators and missionaries. They anchored for some cause one day off an island in the northeast of Tahiti, a small coral island uninhabited by man. Ostrander and his friend rowed out, overcome by an emotion which they were still young enough to try and express to one another, and beached their boat upon this maiden shore. But Ostrander, after the first thrill had spent itself, wandered away into the heart of the place, finding himself as unable to share the impression it produced upon him as he would have been to share the heart of a woman with another man. He plunged on from beckoning thicket to beckoning thicket, reeling like an intoxicated creature. When he came to himself, he was in a wild place alone. It was on the bank of a small stream, fair but fearful to him. The virgin repose of the trees, the startled look of the strange flowers, the retreat of unseen and unknown creatures rustling through the undergrowth at his approach, solemnized the nature of his delight. Suddenly, as he sat reverent there, a bird, the island was peopled with rare birds, settled slowly over his head and alighted on a cactus near him. It was a large creature, snow-white, and dropped like an angel from the burning sky. A tide of feeling, half terror, half joy, overswept the young man, sitting there with upturned face, gone white to the lips' edge. Perhaps there was not a young scientist in the world but would have risked years of his life to be in Ostrander's place at that moment. The name and nature of that bird were unknown to science, and the young man knew it. It seemed to him as if nature laughed in his face. She held out this one sequestered, shining thought of hers, this white fancy that she had hidden from the world, and nodded, crying, "Catch it if you can. Classify my unwon mood in your bald human lore. Marry my choicest tenderness to your dull future if you will. See, I have waited for you. I have kept my treasure back from the eye and hand of other men. Yours it shall be, yours only, yours, yours." As for the bird, it stirred, circling on the scarlet cactus. Ostrander grasped his gun, dropping to his hands and knees. The bounding of his heart delayed his shaking aim. He sought to calm himself. His future lay balanced upon that long, shining, shuddering barrel. To capture that bird was fame. So at least the situation presented itself to the young man. When we are young, nothing seems quite so likely to happen as glory. He grew pale, with faint finger on the trigger. The bird stood perfectly still. One day in the classroom it occurred to Ostrander to tell this story. When he had reached this point he paused, shaken by the retrospect of one of the most muscular emotions that his life had known. "Gentlemen," he said, "the bird stood still. It turned its head and looked at me. Its eyes shone with a singularly soft, pleased light. I lowered the gun. How could I fire? I crept towards it. It was a beautiful creature. It did not move. I thought it was gratified at the sight of me. It acted as if it had never seen a man before. I do not suppose it ever had. I crawled along, I stretched out my hand, and yet it did not fly. I touched it, I stroked it. With this hand I stroked that magnificent unknown creature. It did not shrink. I took out my knife, opened it, and laid it down. The bird looked at me confidingly. I put the blade to its throat, but it would not stir. It trusted me, Gentlemen, I came away. I could not kill the bird." For a moment after the young professor told this story, his repressed feeling extended itself, like the shade of a powerful cloud, upon the class; and then the boys broke into a passion of cheers that outrang till the old college walls trembled like a being surprised by something in its own nature that it had never perceived before. Ostrander had become the demigod of the term. He came home to his wife that afternoon much moved by this little experience. He called her several times, and receiving no answer, sought and found her in their own room. She was in the hammock under the Venus. The weather was warm, and she was lightly covered with a white muslin negligee. The instinct of the English tongue has done no better yet than to level the artistic possibilities of this garment to the word wrapper. As she lifted her head at his knock in her poised way, and slipping from the hammock stood to receive him, holding the long white folds of her dress, he looked at the Venus behind her and said, "How like you are to one another! And I have known you so long and never thought of it till this moment. Turn your head, so. There. Yes. What were you doing, love, when I came in?" "I was at work." "At work?" "Thinking where I had better what I shall do about the studio," said Avis. "Oh, the studio. Yes, we must attend to that to-morrow, immediately," said Ostrander lightly. He was thinking about the bird and the boys. He began at once to tell her about it. Her face flushed with a divine light. Nothing could have happened to her which would have so kindled her tender eyes. If the Sphinx, standing with her patient face to the wall in the closed studio, had herself put on the wings of immortality that summer afternoon, would the woman have turned her proud head to see her fly? They sat down side by side like children in the hammock. Avis touched the floor with the tip of her slender long foot. She lifted her arms timidly, and wound his hair about her finger. They looked in one another's eyes through a sweet distance, like Cupid and Psyche through the dark. Philip Ostrander that day saw his future as the people saw the face of Moses, shining so as it must be veiled. They had been 4 months married, and his wife was as sacred a marvel to him as on the day when he first touched her reluctant hand. Not one charm of the bud was missing from the glory of the flower. Deeps beyond the lowest deeps in her nature were yet unwon. His manhood gathered itself to be worthy of their mastery. He felt himself to have taken a supreme lien upon an exhaustless joy. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of the Story of Avis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Story of Avis by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. Chapter 14. The primal duties shine aloft like stars. The Excursion. "It's the drain, ma'am, as is playing the fool on me. Bad luck to it." Mrs. Ostrander's third girl, the third, that is, in point of continuity, not in cotemporaneity, met her at the front door with these portentous words. Mrs. Ostrander, radiant from an hour in her old studio in her father's orchard, came in, shutting out the August morning, and repeated with a perplexity which would have had a touch of the superb in it, if it had not been something at once too pitiful and too ludicrous, "The drain?" "The kitchen drain, ma'am, as has refused entirely to take the claying tea leaves from the sink, but cast them back upon me hands, the vagabond." "I did not know there had to be drains in sinks," Mrs. Ostrander said with an expression of recoil. "I never examined one. Could not ours be fixed to work without? What must we do about it, Julia?" "Yez must have a man to it, ma'am," said she of Erin, with a sweet superior smile. "Very well," said Mrs. Ostrander with a sigh of relief. "We shall send for a carpenter at once. Mr. Ostrander shall attend to it. You can go now, Julia. Is there anything more you wished to say?" "It's the creamy tartar I'm lacking for me cake, ma'am, and the butter is out against dinner. But that's all, ma'am, barring the lemon for the pies, and the jelly strainer, as they slipped me mind when the grocer come, being up to do the beds, ma'am, at the time, and the hole in the pantry windy that lets the rain upon the floor barrel, as yourself complained of the mould in the biscuit. That's all I think of at the minute, saving Mr. Ostrander's company." "Mr. Ostrander's company?" blankly from Mrs. Ostrander. "It's meself as well nigh forgot it till this blissed minute.
On account of ironing day and the breakfast so late, you'll own yourself, ma'am," penitently from Julia. "But it's himself has left word with me, while yez was gone, as there would be 4 gentlemen to dinner." "Have we... I suppose we have dinner enough in the house for 4 gentlemen?" asked Avis, a little nervously. She liked Philip to feel that his friends were welcome, and she had thought, with a certain scorn, of families that were injured by the appearance of a guest on ironing day. She was sure that a narrow hospitality must indicate either a narrow heart or a dull head. Any family in a university faculty must, of course, be expected to receive largely and irregularly. Avis was quite used to this. But she had never been able to understand why Aunt Chloe found it a necessary condition of this state of things to make the puddings herself. The political economy of any intelligent home implied a strict division of labour, upon which she was perfectly resolved not to infringe. A harmonious home, like a star in its orbit, should move of itself. The service of such a home should be a kind of blind intelligence, like a natural law, set in motion, to be sure, by a designer, but competent to its own final cause. Besides, as Philip had said, she had not married him to be his housekeeper. "It's the £1.50 a steak for the 2 of you we has," observed Julia peacefully. "And the butcher is gone before Mr. Ostrander let on a word about the gentleman. And college gentleman, ma'am, eats mostly awful." It was not much, perhaps, to set herself now to conquer this little occasion, not much to descend from the Sphinx to the drain-pipe at one fell swoop, not much to watch the potatoes while Julia went to market, to answer the door-bell while the jelly was straining, to dress for dinner after her guests were in the parlour, to resolve to engage a table-girl to-morrow because Julia tripped with the gravy, to sit wondering how the ironing was to get done while her husband talked of Greek sculpture, to bring creation out of chaos, law out of disorder, and a clear head out of wasted nerves. Life is composed of such little strains, and the artistic temperament is only more sensitive to, but can never hope to escape them. It was not much, but let us not forget that it is under the friction of such atoms that women far simpler, and so, for that yoke, far stronger than Avis, have yielded their lives as a burden too heavy to be borne. That one day wore itself to an end at last, of course, like others of its kin. It was what Avis had already learned to call a day well wasted. She was so exhausted, what with the heat of the weather and the jar of the household machinery, that she scarcely noticed her husband, when, after their guests had gone, he came into the cool darkness of the parlour, and threw himself in the chair beside her to say easily, "Tired, Avis?" Everybody knows moments when to be asked if one is tired seems in itself a kind of insult, and to be asked in that tone an unendurable thing. But it was not in Avis's poised and tender temper to drizzle out her little irritations as if they were matters of consequence. And her husband's greater physical delicacy had already taught the 6 months' wife the silence of her own. She replied, after a moment's pause, that she should soon rest. "I am sorry to have you concerned so much in this domestic flurry," began Ostrander. Avis turned her head with a slight contraction of the brow. To have left the colours without the drying oil upon her easel, and surrendered her whole summer's day to the task of making one harmonious fact of the week's ironing, and 4 round, red, hungry alumni, and then to have her moderate, but at least gracious and orderly success called a flurry, was one of those little dullnesses of the masculine fancy which she was loath to admit in Philip. Philip, whose fine perception, and what might be called almost a tact of the imagination, had always from the first been so winning to her. "It must not be," proceeded her husband with some deepening sincerity in his affectionate tones. "We must have better trained service for you." "We must, I think, I've been thinking it over to-day, have more service," replied Avis. "It seemed as if Julia ought to take care of 2 people. And there are your college debts to be got off, whatever happens. But I cannot think it right to get along so any longer." "Certainly not," said Ostrander promptly. "You must have what relief you need, my dear. Do not burden yourself to worry over those debts. At most, as I have told you, 3,000 would cover the whole, and a part of that is already cleared." Avis did not answer. The point of the debts was rather a sensitive one between them. Philip thought he had explained it all to her before their marriage. Avis thought he had not made it quite clear. Of course, she dimly understood that he had incurred pecuniary liabilities for his education, like other young men in America, whose belongings and beginnings were unendowed. But her way would have been to have straightened all that before incurring the risks and obligations of a home. Still, with Philip's good salary, and her own little income that fell to her from her mother, and surely when she herself was well at work, there need be no trouble about it. And of course, if Philip thought he explained it to her, he must have done so. It was she who had been dull. She argued this slight point with herself sometimes with an earnestness which she could not justify to herself, without a glance at some far, crouching motive set deep like a sunken danger in her thought, at which it did not seem worth while to look scrutinizingly. Any thought of her husband which was not open as the midday to her heart and his was beneath the respect of attention. Her most distinct annoyance in this, and other little points which might occur to her, was perhaps the first baffling consciousness of a woman that there may be laws of perspective in her husband's nature with which courtship had not made her clearly acquainted. "It will come all right," said Ostrander in a comfortable tone, turning to go. "And now I must get to the college, or I shall be late." He looked back across the long parlor. The closed blinds and dark drapery cast a moveless green shadow upon Avis's face that made her look pale and ill. Ostrander came back. He had not reached the point of conjugal culture at which a man can go happily away, leaving a shade on his wife's face. He came back, and said, more tenderly than a husband who has been 6 months married may be expected to speak upon an especially busy day, "What is it, love?" "Nothing worth getting late to recitation for, Philip." "You tire yourself going so far and so often to your father's. We must build you a studio at home, I think." "I do not get to father's so often as to tire myself," said Avis with a slight emphasis, but with a brightening brow. "But indeed, Philip, I begin to be a little impatient for my regular and sustained work. We have changed girls so much, and with all the commencement company, something has continually happened to embarrass my plans so far. But do not look troubled, my darling. It is not all worth one such look as that." She leaned to him lovingly. She was comforted by his tenderness. She blamed herself for adding one least anxiety of her own to his crowded cares. When he said that all this must be changed, and that she at least should not be exhausted below the level of her work, if they had to close the house, and board, her heart lightened at his thoughtfulness. Her little difficulties fused like raindrops into a golden mist. She was sure that she saw her way through them, and beyond them, to that energy of days which nature had made imperative to her. When her husband called after lecture and asked if he might go to the studio with her and see what she was doing, her heart lifted as it did when they two stood there beneath the apple boughs, learning love and surrender of the falling blossoms, now so long ago. She looked her future in the face with aspiration larger, because deeper than her maiden days had known. With love, as with God, all things are possible. Avis had that day retouched the Sphinx. She turned the easel, and she and her husband stood before it silently. Against a deep sky, palpitant with the purple soul of Egypt, the riddle of the ages rose with a certain majesty which Ostrander may be excused for thinking few hands could have wrought upon it. Avis had commanded with consummate skill the tint and the trouble of heat in the tropical air. It was mid-morning with the Sphinx. The lessening shadow fell westward from her brow. The desert was unmarked by foot of man or beast, the sky uncut by wing of bird. The child of their union looked across them to the east. Staring straight on with calm, eternal eyes. The sand had drifted to her solemn breast. The lion's feet of her no eye can see, the eagle's wings of her are bound by the hands of unrelenting years. Only her mighty face remains to answer what the ages have demanded, and shall forever ask of her. Upon this face Avis had spent something of her best strength. The crude Nubian features she had rechiselled, the mutilated outline she had restored, the soul of it she had created. She did not need the authority of Herodotus to tell her that the face of the Sphinx, in ages gone, was full of beauty. The artist would have said, "Who dared to doubt it?" Yet she was glad to have wise men convinced that this giant ideal was once young and beautiful, like any other woman. If there were a touch of purely feminine feeling in this, it was a sort too lofty to excite the kind of smile which we bestow upon most of the consciousness of sex which expresses itself in women.
A poet of our own time has articulated the speech of one phase of womanhood to one type of manhood thus: I turn from you my cheeks and eyes, my hair which you shall see no more. Alas for love that never dies! Alas for joy that went before! Only my lips still turn to you, only my lips that cry, Repent. With something of the undertow of these words, Avis was at this time struggling in the making of her picture. Grave as the desert, tender as the sky, strong as the silence, the parted lips of the mysterious creature seemed to speak a perfect word. Yet in its deep eyes flitted an expectant look that did not satisfy her. Meanings were in them which she had not mastered, questionings troubled them to which her imagination had found no controlling reply. "It is a great picture," said her husband heartily, after long and silent study. She flushed joyously. Just then she would rather hear these words from him than from the whole round world besides. "I am not satisfied yet," she said. "The eyes baffle me, Philip." "They ought to baffle you. They ought to forever. Else you would have failed," he answered. "Let that picture go now. It isn't right to waste it on one blessed, unworthy sort of fellow like me. Let as much of the world as has been created fit to understand you have the Sphinx at once." "I cannot be understood till I have understood myself," said his wife in a low voice. "The picture must wait, now, a while." "You should know best, but I hope you'll not mistake about it," he replied, yielding himself to the influence of the picture, with only a superficial attention to her words. "That, I have noticed, is the peril of thoroughly trained women. Once really fit to do a great thing, their native conscientiousness and timidity become, I sometimes think, a heavier brake upon their success than the more ignorant, and therefore more abandoned enthusiasm. Why, in reason, should the Sphinx wait any longer?" "Not in reason, perhaps, only in feeling, and an artist can never be brusque with a feeling. The picture must wait, Philip, a little longer." The depth of her tone arrested his scrutiny, and the eyes which she lifted, turning from the solemn Sphinx to him, held themselves like annunciation lilies in a breaking mist. It was not long after this that Professor Ostrander received imperative telegraphic summons to his old home in New Hampshire. His mother lay very ill. A succession of those little distractions incident to young people who have just yielded themselves to the monopolizing claim of their own house, together with the brief trip to the scientific convention which Ostrander had taken at the outset of the vacation, had delayed their longer and more laborious journey up to this time. Avis, upon the reception of the message, said at once that she should go with him. They set out that night, oppressed by a differing weight of feeling, of which neither cared to speak. They found themselves in the face of a calm, inevitable death, which seemed rather an awe to the son, and an anguish to the daughter. Avis trod the dreary oilcloth of the narrow stairs to the sick-room with an acute sense, such as she had never known before, of what it meant to live and die in these dumb country homes. Poor, narrow, solitary home! Poor, plain, old mother, watching so long for the son who had not come! She forced herself to remember with some distinctness how imperative her husband's reasons had been for not coming before. She dismissed the neighbors and old friends who were in attendance, and herself, having sent Philip to rest within sound of her voice, watched out the night, for the first time in her life, alone with a dying face. She found it a reticent, fine face, on whose grey solemnity sat a strange likeness to the youth and beauty of the sun. Towards morning, when Mrs. Ostrander, stirring, spoke, she bent and kissed her passionately. "Thank you, dear," said the old lady with a painless, pleasant smile. "I have lived without a mother," cried Avis, headlong with regret and grief. "I am so glad I am not too late. Now you kiss me, I know what it is like." "Thank you, dear," came the answer once again quietly. "Is Philip here?" "Oh, yes. Shall I speak to him?" "No, no, do not disturb him," said his mother, in the pathetic, uncomplaining tone which solitude gives to gracious age. "I would not break the poor boy's nap. And I like to see you. You are my daughter, my son Philip's wife. You made the portrait for me of my son.
It was kind in Philip to send me his portrait, because I do not often see him. You have a gentle hand, my dear. You are a good daughter."
"I am a heart-broken daughter," cried Avis. "Why did you not send for us? We did not think, we did not know, Philip did not understand how feeble a summer you have had. I can see how it has been. You did not tell us."
"I have had rather a feeble summer, yes," said the sinking woman with some effort of speech. "But I have needed nothing. My son has been always a good son. I knew he would come when he could. I did not want to trouble him. I have never lacked for anything. Did you have a pretty wedding, my dear?"
Her mind seemed to slip and wander a little with this, for she spoke of Philip's father, dead now these 20 years, and then she called to him, bidding him find the wedding slippers in the bureau drawer that she had saved for her son's wife, then reiterating that Philip had been a good son, and she had wanted nothing, turned to Avis once again, to say so apologetically,
"They had got so yellow, my dear, and I had not seen your foot. Philip thought they would not fit when he was here, and I showed them to him. I'm glad you had a pretty wedding. Philip thought it was too cold for me to go. He was always careful to think when I would take cold. He was quite right. But I'm glad to know it was a pretty wedding. Raise me up, my dear, and let me look at you again."
Avis lifted her with her strong young arms easily against the pillows, and the two turned to one another. In the chill before the dawning, something seemed to stir from eye to eye between them, and to crawl cold about the heart of the wife, like a thought created to be of the creeping things forever, to which rectitude of gait and outrightness of speech were forbidden. Had Philip, whose tenderness was like the creation of a new passion in the world, somehow, somewhere, in some indefined sense, neglected his mother, his old mother, sick and alone? It was not a question for a wife to ask, it was not one for a mother to answer. Like spirits, the two women met each other's eyes, and neither spoke. Wait still Ostrander, such was her poetic Puritan name, died that night. Her son was with her, tender and sorrowful to the last. But a little before the stroke of midnight she turned her face and said, "He was a good boy. He was always a good son to me. I never lacked for anything. Your father will be pleased, Philip, that you had a pretty wedding. Now I want my daughter, Avis." And in Avis's arms and on Avis's heart she drew her last uncomplaining breath. Philip and Avis were together after the funeral, drearily busied with all the little matters about the house which required the woman's and the daughter's touch before they left. Avis was standing reverently before an open bureau in their mother's room. She had just lifted from their old-fashioned swathings and scents of linen and lavender those sacred yellow satin shoes which had never ventured to the pretty wedding. Their first smooth, suave touch upon her palm gave her something almost like an electric shock. To conceal the intensity of her momentary feeling, of which she could not just then speak to her husband, she laid them down, and began to talk of other things. "Philip," she said, "there was a woman, a young woman in gray, I think, who cried so bitterly at the funeral that she attracted my attention. Do you remember? She went up and kissed poor mother on the forehead. She had dark gray eyes. I am sure the shawl was gray. Do you know who it was?"
"It might possibly have been Jane Grey, or Susan Wanamaker. I hardly know. Both have dark eyes, and both were neighbours of my mother's," said Ostrander thoughtfully. "Susan Wanamaker was always very fond of her," he added with an increasing interest. "I think you must have heard me speak of Susan?"
"No, I do not remember that you have."
"I did not have a suitable chance to speak to her," proceeded Ostrander. "I ought to have done so. It was an old friend. All the neighbours seem to have been very kind to mother."
Thus he chatted on to divert her of indifferent things. Avis said nothing just then, but presently she asked, "Of course you added your own urgent invitation, Philip, to mine, that mother should have come to our wedding."
"Why, of course," said Ostrander. "But certainly she could not have come. The weather was far too cold, and I really don't know what we could have done with her exactly. But I was so absorbed then, my darling, that I am afraid I don't remember about it all as clearly as I ought."
In truth, he did not,
and it was this very fact, perhaps, that Avis brooded over with the most definite discontent. She had half feared, standing there with the poor little old wedding shoe in her hand, that he would turn to her, flashing across it, and ask her if she thought him capable of a slight to his mother. That he had not even perceived that the circumstances were suggestive of neglect was in itself peculiarly painful to her. His nature had slipped so lightly away from an experience under which her own was writhing that she felt at a loss to understand him. She folded the white slipper with tender fingers, to take it home. Perhaps Philip could not be expected to know what a sacredness it would have added to her marriage day to have worn it. Perhaps no man could. Perhaps this was one of the differences, one of the things that it meant to be a man, not to understand such matters. Gently she tried to think so. But she stood looking across the slope of the near churchyard to the locked, oppressive hills, with a dull pain for which she wished she could have found the tears. When her husband came up and laid his hand upon her shoulder, stooping to see what she saw, she pointed to the mountains and said, "How lean they look, how parched! And she lived shut in here 70 years." "Don't grieve so," said Ostrander tenderly. "Poor mother would never have been happy away from them. She always told me so when I asked her." He kissed her, and went downstairs to see about boxing the portrait for the morning's express. Chapter 15